Hello, hello everybody. How you doing? Roshan is new code is real code just inactive. Yeah, I heard about that. It's gonna be the same incident as the freaking CyberMech where it's like everybody it's probably not gonna give anything good. It says inactive. Look. I'm gonna say it again. I said it before. The code that gave you Vortex, the Vortex code, that was supposed to only be for new people. You weren't supposed to get that. You weren't supposed to get that. Which means that there is exactly 0% chance that this gives a free mech. Don't even think about it. All the people that like wound each other up about it's probably gonna give a seeker. Cybermech code is probably gonna give a seeker, or maybe Eclipse. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're stupid. Don't get hyped up and then get disappointed. Yeah, well, I mean, getting hyped up over a book. Come on, bro. One promo code is not gonna solve all your problems. It's never been that way. There has never been a single promo code that solved all your problems ever. So I don't know why people are like hyping up these things as if it's like this might be the one. This might be the one, guys. Like it's no. It's just it's a couple it's a couple Acorns, that's it. And it's nice. It's a nice little bone. I could definitely use it. I'll take it. I'll take it without complaining at all, but like come on. You said you won't use Dreadnought? Well, I don't think I'll be using it in like free for all very much, but we'll see. It depends. I also don't have mods on it. This is technically my best hanger. That's why I just put it in here. Buying the tokens for the new mech hasn't solved all my problems. Yeah, I believe that. Free stuff is free stuff. Exactly. Exactly. I'll take it when they give it to me, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, oh, the next promo code might be like 1,000 Acorns. It might really set me up. Nah. It's just gonna be a little thing. It doesn't really matter. Do people think you get another free legendary mech? Nobody said that explicitly, but I know they've been hoping it. Use Eclipse. Well, I don't own it, so like, what do you want me to do about that? If you use it in free for all, then you're a freaking liar. Well, first off, that's not how you spell liar. Second off, I don't think I explicitly said that I wouldn't ever. I said that I probably wouldn't use it much. I will almost certainly try it one time just to see, because it's kind of like the motto of like almost everything is like if you don't try it, then you don't know. So I'm gonna probably try it one time just to see how broken it is. If it seems really broken and really easy, and like and it seems like most people don't really have a chance of beating me, then I'll probably not gonna do it again. But if it seems like everybody else has basically the same thing or better, then I may as well. What about the giveaway? Well, that's not going to end for a while. I've still got a while. Sounds like a name. Yeah, I agree. It is weird. It's a weird name. That's a weird code. I'll tell you which is better, Tetra or Railgun. The answer is get timed out for spamming. You got Silverthorn and Revoker by accident. Interesting. On your second alt account. Yeah, everybody's got like 4 alt accounts. I think it's a pretty big problem, bro. I talk about this a lot. I feel like I don't talk about it enough, though. I think it's a big problem that people keep creating alt accounts for these crate rush events. They keep creating alt accounts. They wait until they get lucky with like the freaking rank 5 surge or whatever, and then they just leave it. It's essentially creating pay to win accounts but without spending money. beat the crap out of a new player with a rank 5 surge and ask them if they can tell the difference between you and a pay-to-win player. The answer is no. They can't tell. The end result is the same. And this is why I say most people who complain about pay-to-win, if they had the opportunity to spend money themselves, if they were in the position of being able to spend, they would. They complain because they're jealous, not because they actually think it's bad. And I don't think people don't have a problem with the actual problems. They just have a problem that they're not the problem. That's a really big complaint that I have recently. It's an Indian name? I mean, it kind of sounds like it, yeah. Could be something else, though, right? Worth it to get the second copy of Revoker 10. I mean, probably, but, like, at what stage of the game, right? Like, me at 4,000, like, 4.5. No. No, for me it wouldn't be. I don't even really have 2 mechs that could use it. Maybe if you had both Surge and Nomad. Eclipse doesn't really, after the Revoker nerf, Eclipse doesn't work very well with Revoker. I've never really recommended Eclipse with Revoker a ton anyway, outside of, like, maybe Free-For-All. Like, I've never preferred that. I know people run it, but it's never been my preferred build. Personally, though, I will say, like, one thing to watch out for is the fact that essentially, like, to a large extent, the whole point of a lot of these rebalances is to make it not worthwhile to double up on weapons. The point is to make it so that you're not... The ideal hanger does not consist of 2 or 3 of the same weapon. So I think investing, or, like, mega investing in, like, Stormrack or Revoker, for the sake of being able to double down on them, is probably not a good idea. I've never done that on my free-to-play account. I've never done that on this account. Except for maybe when the account was, like, really new. Maybe I doubled down on Ember Gun. I don't really remember. I don't really remember what happened that early, but... Oh, okay. The TLDR is, like, yeah. First off, if you ask my opinion, I don't know, technically, but if you ask my opinion, I think they're gonna keep nerfing Revoker until it's not a top weapon anymore. Because I think they're just sick of it being a top weapon, and they just want something else to take its place. Burrow Beam is good, but Revoker is still better in some circumstances, if you were gonna ask that. From what I can tell, it seems like if you can kill someone in a single mag of Burrow Beam, then Burrow Beam's better, obviously. But if you can't, and it requires at least 1 reload, even though the reload is short, Revoker's still going to outdamage it during that reload time. It's kind of the same thing that makes Reaver subpar, right? It's the same way that Revoker outperforms Reaver. Is that even though the reload is only 1 second, it's still a full second of free damage from Revoker, which is fairly significant. He's probably not gonna... Fine. I'm not a huge fan of this Aegis spawn. I just grabbed something. I literally just, like, clicked on the first thing I could. Chungus. I want to get Chungus. I'm gonna get a lot of stuff, bro. Still need to get Savant. Still need to make a Savant video. I've been sort of putting it off in hopes of getting Savant 6s on my free-to-play account. But... How'd you get Surge? There was a Quarry Rush event. Mid-snow game. Are we dead ass? Alright. Mid-snow game. First off, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Because if I want to make a community post about it. I don't know if like BMP already did. I don't know if he already knew about it, or if this is like I'm just hearing about this just now. I'll take it though. I'll take it. Cool. 10 blueprints for Overdriver 10. Not exactly useful, although these not really useful either. I actually kind of already have enough to get that duplicated. I like the credits though. I like their credits a lot. Why is the stream buffering? Is everyone having that issue, or is it just you? Could just be your could just be your internet. Will they nerf Dreadnought? I think they might. I think they might. Not necessarily because they need to. And I'll explain why in a second. But first, let me post this, First, let me post this promo code before I forget. Screenshots. Both of those. Promo code. Mid Snow Game. Yeah. Let's make sure to spell check it first, because I think a lot of people just copy paste it. Which, by the way, if you copy paste it and it doesn't work, it's probably because when you copy paste something on mobile, very often it'll automatically put a space at the end, and the code doesn't work if there's a space at the end. So just get rid of the space at the end is essentially what I'm saying. Freaking son of a nuke. Burrow Beam. Yeah, Burrow Beam's kind of crazy, but at the same time, like, the more I think about it, like, if you want something, because here's their entire goal, right? Their entire goal is not even to replace Revoker. Their entire goal is just to make other stuff that's usable. And in order to do that, you have to make certain things that are better in some ways, but worse in other ways. So Burrow Beam is clearly superior to Revoker in some circumstances, but inferior in others. And that is literally, like, that's what you need if you want it to be, like, meta compatible, right? If you want to make more things that are able to be used in the meta, you have to do it that way. Otherwise, it's just going to be, straight up worse, right? Like, why bother? Why am I using Juggernaut? Don't I have Silverthorn? It's the same reason I'm not using Panther. Is because I need something that is tanky and has a lot of mods. Because there are certain things. I build my hangar around. This is what people, I think, don't understand. Is they build their hangar around, this is what works, and I'm just going to make a full hangar of stuff that's good. And then it'll probably work out. But I build my hangar around being able to do certain things. So normally I would have Panther here, which works as like a protected brawler, way better than this Juggernaut does. The Panther will survive a lot longer if I'm careful. And on some maps, the Panther's way better. But the thing that I'm missing also out here, because I swapped my Lancer. The thing that I'm missing is mods. There's certain things like Gemini, for example, where it's like, unless I have an Aegis Dome, or unless I have, or even like Helix Rack to have like the canopy. There's just certain things that, like, if you don't have mods, a mech with mods is just the easiest way to kill it. There are some weapons that are just like that. I'm tired of spammers. If you come in here and you spam a question, I don't know what you think is going to happen, but I'm not going to answer your question, and I'm going to time you out for the rest of the stream, which means you're just not going to be able to say anything again until the next time I stream. And then as soon as I say that, that's wild, bro. Panther with mods better than Juggernaut with mods? I mean, probably. But I don't have a Panther with mods. My Panther's rank 4. Answer the questions instead of saying we spam? No. No, and I'm gonna time you out too. No, because I don't owe you shit. I'm sick of this, bro. No, I'm sick of this. You come in here and you be like, you owe me an answer for this stupid ass question that I've probably already made a video on. So instead, look, I do my best to be helpful, but here's where I draw the line. Is when you insist on treating me like ChatGPT, where you just ask me a question and I have to answer it as nice as I possibly can, because if I don't, then I'm a bad person. No, shut up. Go away. I don't care. Unsubscribe. I don't care. I won't miss you. No, I do. I want to be helpful. I want to be helpful, but I can't answer everybody's questions all of the time. And it's ridiculous. Creating a precedent that I am the bad person for timing out people who spam. No. No, get out of here. Is it just that one guy? Yeah, it's just that one. I want to dash in on him, but I don't have a lot of range here. Okay, he's got an Aegis. As soon as his dome goes down. There we go. Yeah, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I'm sorry if the question was stupid. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even care if the question's dumb. I mean, a dumb question is one thing. A question that I've made like an explicit video on is another thing. I'd rather you ask a question that's really obvious that I haven't made a video on, rather than like, hey bro, what's the best weapon for Orion? Even though I literally made a video with that title. It's pretty obvious. Like, the more that I see this around, it's pretty obvious that the people who want the most from me are not my viewers. They're not my viewers, because if they were my viewers, they'd be watching my stuff and they'd already know these things. They're not my viewers. They're the people that don't view my stuff. They don't watch any of my stuff. They just want me to tell them the answers to things. And I am not really inclined to cater my channel toward people who don't actually watch my channel. And that is why my last video, which actually I didn't really see any negative feedback from. My last video, I did not make, I didn't make a post for that Crate Rush event for the Dreadnought one. I didn't make a post for it. I just added it to the end of the video. Because, like, yeah. If you're going to watch the whole video, I appreciate you. I appreciate my viewers. And if you want to just use me for my knowledge and not actually watch my stuff, and just spam questions in my chat and try to just get an answer and run, you're not my viewer. I don't care about you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got this one. I don't know what that one guy had, other than just, like, the Aegis and... One or two... How do you get double Revoker 10? That is a question I don't think people ask enough. It's one of those things that a lot of people just accept to be true, like people who play the game. A lot of people know it, but like, I need to make a beginner video, is what essentially I'm saying. So like, here's how it works. You start with 1. It's the equip limit, this number right here. So you start with 1. For any weapon that's 10 energy or higher, this only applies to 10 energy or higher weapons. You have to get it to rank 6 in order to use 2. So for Evoker, that would mean I'd have to rank it up 1 time. For, let's say, freaking Long Arm. Let me find Long Arm. What's me doing here? Long Arm 12. It's the same thing. I have to get it to rank 6. I'd have to rank it up like 4 times. So yeah, you have to get those to rank 6 in order to use 2 of them. Double Revoker 10 can be excellent. Oh, for sure. But, like, what would I use 2 Revokers on? Unless, if I had a rank 6 Surge, then sure. As it is, it's rank 5. That's a little bit strong. I don't think I want it to rank. I don't think I want to get it to rank 6. Because one of 2 things would happen. Either A, it would mess up my matchmaking, and all of this stuff would be pretty weak by comparison. Or B, it doesn't mess up my matchmaking, and I'd feel really bad because it'd be essentially tanking. So, yeah, I don't want it to be rank 6. Rank 5 is sketch enough, right? But yeah, if it was, hypothetically, if I had it rank 6, then I would duplicate Revoker 10. I'd use 2 of them. But as it is, it's like, what would I use 2 Revoker builds on? I wouldn't. I just straight up wouldn't. And I haven't been doubling down on weapons. I don't know if you've noticed, I have not been doubling down on weapons at all, and that's on purpose. Burrow Beam a must-buy now. I don't necessarily think so. But it's going to be really, really good. It's probably going to be the best weapon for Eclipse. But it's not going to be the best weapon for, like, Surge, I don't think. Your Redeemer is rank 4, but you can add mods to it. Yeah, it's because some players, like, this happened like a year-ish ago. They made a stupid update. It was a really dumb update. They made a stupid update, and they were like, hey, because people are upset with mods, we're going to change it so that new players can only get them at rank 6, but everybody else gets to keep them. I think it was essentially just... It was their way of... in a really dumb way of trying to do damage control. Because people had a really bad, reaction to mods when they came out. They were really, they're obviously too strong, but they were also really expensive. There was no way to get mod parts, that sort of thing. So, yeah, people had a really bad reaction to it, and I think that they changed it because they thought that people would prefer it that way. But instead, they just did something really stupid. But, I mean, it's not the first time. Ah ha ha, no. Why am I so bad at aiming right now? Wow. Also, where did he get his HP from? What? I know I shot him multiple times. He had way less HP than that. Mess him up, Pterodactyl. This guy's annoying. You get out of here. I took way more shots than I needed to, also. I hate when this happens. I mean, it happens almost every time because almost everyone starts with a passive guided build. But I really hate when I start with something passive and somebody else also does the same thing. I mean, like, if you had another, like, sniper, that'd be kind of fine, but, like, the guided thing is, no, it's not very helpful. Yeah, because something like this is just instantly dead. Like, what do you do? Also, that guy's got a cooldown modifier, so he's gonna come up in a matter of, like, 1 second. Yeah, you toast, bro. And look at him. He's being extra useless because he's doing his best. There we go. He's doing his best not to die, but in the process, he's not really doing a lot. It's not that bad though. And he is pushing forward. No, I respect it. He's playing it well. But it's just a general... okay. It's just a general thing that's like a little bit inconvenient. I almost started with my search on this one too, but it's kind of the only thing that I have that's even it's remotely aggro, so I didn't really want to start with it. Do you think shortening the time it takes to capture a beacon would be fun or a good idea? I don't know. I don't think it would impact a whole lot. I don't think there'd be much reason to. For the sole reason of, like, I don't think a lot would change. If anything, really. It essentially, like... It kind of extends the period... I tried pressing control to slide. I've been playing finals all last night. Yeah. That's not gonna work. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so I feel like the time it takes to capture a beacon sort of dictates like how long people fight over them. So if it took a longer time, if it took a longer amount of time, then you might see a lot longer, you might see a lot more intense skirmishes over beacons, because you'd have more time to actually stop them from taking it. Once they take it, like if you're not on it and they're on it, they have it, they could just keep respawning on it. And it's going to be hard to take it back. How could they make CPC not so much like a deathmatch? That's a great question. I'm not... There's definitely a lot of ways that they could do it. I'm not sure what, like, the best way would be, though. Should you buy Eclipse or Legendary Pilot? Here's the thing, is that there's no best answer when it comes to... First off, when it comes to pilots, it's very, very heavily nuanced. And I personally don't think there's a whole lot of, like, objective right or wrong answer. Pilots are one of those things where you... Technically getting them earlier is better, but they're also way more expensive, so it's like, whatever. In terms of, like, you know, mechs and weapons, as long as you're a free-to-play player, then you have to progress a certain path. And so you have to get epic mechs before you get legendary. Like, it's just a stupid idea to try to skip over all of the epic mechs and to go for the legendary ones. Like, it's just dumb. Like, it's not going to work. You're going to lose a stupid amount of matches trying to do that, right? So, like, obviously that's a bad idea. But when it comes to pilots, it's completely different. You can skip over epics and just go straight for legendaries. But also when it comes to Surge and Eclipse, they're both getting a nerf. There's no such thing as a correct answer, because I don't know what's going to happen to them. Like, I guess technically there is such thing as a correct answer, but nobody knows what it is. Right? They're both gonna get nerfs and nobody knows how bad it's gonna be. Do custom matches? Nah. I don't really feel it. You have Surge and good view. Legendary mechs worth it. I mean, legendary mechs are the best mechs, yeah. If you care about that, then I would say that they are worth it. If you don't really care about that, then don't bother. Blizzfrost is really dumb. That's the only part of that I saw. Yeah, you're correct, though. I saw that mid-snow game. I made a post about it. Check messages in-game. Better be good. Yes, I know. I'm not mad. You didn't know. You didn't know that I knew. That's fine. I appreciate it. I will accept them. Free-for-all is kind of very bad. Yeah, I agree with that. All tournament modes should be used with a preset hanger. There should be a single hanger that everyone gets. That is the same level, the same mechs, the same weapons. Everything is the exact same. And it is just a matter of skill as to who wins. Because the way it currently is a lot of the points are from damage. So just being higher SP means that you deal more damage. Like having a maxed Revoker 12 surge rather than Revoker 6s, right? It just, obviously you deal way more damage. The mechs have more HP, and maybe you get the same amount of kills or even less, but you just deal way more damage. And so you just get more points by default. And now that's fine to encourage... I think, personally, that's kind of fine to encourage people to not SP drop. A lot of tournament brackets, you'll find people of relatively similar SP as you anyway. But... no, I think if they wanted it to be legit, it has to be actually fair. And if it's going to be actually fair, everyone needs to have the same stuff. But I think we all know that they, like, the in-game tournament, they don't actually treat that like a real tournament. It's just a thing. It's just a thing that certain people are allowed to exploit, and other people who have any form of decency, they just let it be. I don't want to do this. A lot of people over there. What are you? Ember gun. Stop. Bad mass dad. How does someone have bad mass? I'm probably dead. Well, he doesn't see me. I'm not spotted. So long as the guided spam on this map is wild, bro. I need to go back toward the middle. I don't want to be on the side. The side is actually way worse. I'm realizing. Because in here, you have all these posts, these pillars, and whatever. Hi. Yeah. You're fancy and all that. I hear ya. You wish there's an hourly tournament? Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, like, the current one's wrong, and, like, it's bad in so many levels, right? Like, there's a way, if they wanted to actually make it good, there's a lot of stuff they'd do different. Now, there's not really any point to push onto the beacon, because, like, we already have it. Hello. Hi. What's an MD? Look, you're kind of annoying, buddy. You're kind of annoying. You get what's coming to you. Dang. Natal launcher 8s. Who the heck spends 8 coins on those, bro? Did the MD actually kill that guy? Oh my goodness, dude. Stop. How many kills? He got not a whole lot of kills with that, actually. He's really annoying with them. He's gonna have at least one more. Dang. You'd use controller if it was faster. Its movement and aim is too slow. You can change the sensitivity of it and whatever. But yeah, I think controller is a little bit too analog, right? Like you can't really control the speed. It's just a matter of like you're either turning at full speed or you're not turning at all. That's kind of my like experience with controller on this game, because I think I did try it one time. I think didn't Revoker nerf right? It's still a strong weapon. Yeah, it's still strong. I'm okay with it still being strong. I just want it to be. I mean, like ideally, I just want it to be like closer to everything else. EM rifle 12 crate rush. Why are you ignoring me? Because I don't feel like answering your question. Buffing Redox and Gatecrasher a necessity. I mean, not a necessity. If it was necessary, then they would have done it already. But, no. Now I'm actually gonna say no, because I think here's the thing. Here's the thing that I've kind of noticed is that I think a lot of people, once they've mentally determined that they think something is bad, once they've mentally determined that they think something is not worth getting, they don't like it. They just straight up don't like it. And they don't want it to be good. They just want it to be cheaper. So if you were to ask what it like... Now, I appreciate the should they buff Redox and Gatecrasher question, because usually the question that I get related to Redox is should they make it cheaper? Which is essentially like, it tells you everything you need to know, right? It's like they've given up on the concept of it being better because they don't care if it's better. They've just mentally decided that this is a bad thing, and maybe they should just make it cheaper because it's bad. And they don't care if it's good. And most people are okay with certain things just being bad things. So if they completely ignored both of those mechs, and they didn't give those things any type of rebalance whatsoever, I think the majority of players would not actually care. Now, I would find that pretty absurd, but I don't think the majority of players would care. And if the majority of players don't care, then it's definitely not necessary. Just saw the update preview of mods of the Mech Arena official. They say ability shield is in front of mods, so the current one is a bug. Some ability shields are. Some ability shields are, and I can tell you exactly which ones. So, a lot of ability shields are in front of perimeter and the perimeter multi-layer. Hey, thank you, Sanji. How's the Dreadnought? Honestly, it's pretty darn good. I mean, I used using like double graviton 10s on it because it's my only 10 energy. But I'd say like Pod Gun, Overdrive are probably two really solid options. Those are probably the first ones you should get anyway. You have Surge should you buy a legendary pilot. Like I said earlier, pilots are like some of the most nuanced things in the entire game. Because here's the thing that I think a lot of people don't actually understand. Is that yes, the legendary pilots are the best pilots in the game, but it's the same as like legendary Maxer. They're the best pilots in the game, but you don't actually need them until you're like maybe 12,000 SP. I could literally be running a full hangar of max epic pilots, and I would be doing perfectly fine at like even like 12,000 SP. You actually don't need them. And so it's like at that point, and this is why I say it's nuanced, right? Is because yeah, they're clearly better, but they're also more expensive. And it's maybe for a weapon that you might not use forever. So it's like, okay, maybe you get some of them, but you don't get other ones. Like if I was to get a legendary pilot, I wouldn't get an artillery pilot, for example, obviously, right? I wouldn't get an artillery pilot. I probably wouldn't get a sniper pilot. I mean, unless I got it from the Scray Rush event, but I wouldn't spend A coins on it. Like, I wouldn't spend 3,000 or 4,000-ish A coins on it, is what I'm saying. So they're a lot more expensive, and they're definitely better, but yeah, you don't really need them. Like, they're not that necessary. You know what? I'm just gonna pin that new promo code, because people keep coming in the chat and telling me it's not your fault either. You don't know that I know, but this is a good way for me to let people know. So, like, if you don't know, here you go. Now you know. If you do know and you were about to tell me about it, now you know that I already know. So yeah, there we go. Being ignored streak ×3. If you're gonna be obnoxious about it, I'm just gonna keep ignoring you. See, here's the thing here's the thing that I want to make very, very clear. If you're gonna be an attention seeker and super obnoxious, I am 100% going to ignore you every time. If you're just looking for attention, if you're gonna make a huge deal about it, oh my gosh, he ignored me for 30 seconds. I said a thing 2 times. Sometimes I just don't see it. But also, I think if it's kind of a dumb question, I'm also just gonna ignore it, because I don't want to feed that. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but there is a polite way of going about it, right? Like, I'm not Chat GPT. I'm gonna say it again. I'm not freaking Mech Arena Chat GPT, my guy. I don't exist solely for the purpose of answering your questions. Did you discuss the post made by Mech Arena next update? No, what did they say? I don't even know if I saw it. Well, I might just be misunderstanding what you mean. It's not about attention seeking? No, it's fine, but it's like, look, again, there's a polite way of doing it, and there's a very rude way of doing it. And if you're gonna be very rude about it, of course I'm not gonna answer your question. Like, I'm not gonna give you attention if you're gonna be extremely rude. Aw. I was hoping to kill him with the ability. Ow. I was hoping that would just go away. Ah, dang it. Now that I think about it, that was really stupid. Because now... I mean, I can just do this, but... Hey, cut it out, idiot. Yeah, my pod gun was my best way of getting rid of this guy. That's why that was dumb. Guess it wasn't obvious. Mech Arena Chat GPT is just reliable as bots on CPC with no capture points. Nice, I got him to spawn up top. Okay, that's the Seeker. No, that's not the Seeker. That's the Seeker. Where's he going? There. Okay. Easy. Okay. Fragment gun. Bro, I see a lot of fragment gun Seekers. If there's no mods, it's kind of brutal. I've seen it do crazy. Hello. Wow. He almost got me. Alright. Jeez. It's 1 for 1. I killed a fresh Surge. The problem is that this one's pretty heavily modded, and I don't think he's really taking any damage. No, he's not really heavily modded. Oh, there he is, yeah. I was looking at the wrong guy. He is fairly heavily modded. Come on. There we go. That's rough. That's real rough. I feel like I was doing okay. Gonna give away on the 19th? Yeah. I think, did I don't remember what I said, bro. Because, like, usually I do the 19th. I think recently I changed it to the 21st, but then I don't know if I said I was gonna do it on the 19th on, like, on the video. Either way. Regardless, you're not gonna get your prizes until, like, probably 26th. Usually it's the 25th, but that's Christmas Day, and they probably won't be working. Like, Plarium. Because I send your, I just send the winner IDs to Plarium, and then they do it whenever they do it. Worth it getting EM rifle? Nah, I don't think so. Starting to not care about as much about wins and more about accomplishing event stuff and achievements. That's kind of fair. Regarding repricing update, why don't you do hangar reviews anymore? Because people don't actually watch those. Like, people like them in the sense that, oh, maybe it's mine, but if I do one that's not theirs, then a lot of people just don't watch it. And to me, that says that most people just don't actually like them. Like, there are some people who I mean, obviously they would like to have it, like, but yeah, no, I think if the majority of people don't like it, then it's probably not really worth doing much, if at all. Maybe you do like once a month or something. How you enter giveaway? Just go to my giveaway video. It was the one where I got Surge, I think. You spun it one time? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, see, here's the thing, is like, here's what I always tell people, and here's why. So here's what I tell people. If you, let's say, I mean, I can afford, what, 3 spins of this? I can afford to do this 3 times. But, and so I obviously can't guarantee it, right? Even if I could do it 19 times, I couldn't guarantee it. So how many times would I, if I really wanted it, for example, I don't. But how many times would I do it if I really wanted it? It depends on how much you're willing to lose. You have to just assume that you're wasting acorns. That's what you do. Don't think about it as a, oh, what if I get it this time? Oh, what if I get it this time? No. That's how you waste all your acorns. You have to think about it as, how many acorns am I willing to literally throw away? In my case, let's say Baron. I actually do kind of want this pilot, so I could do it 5 times. I would be willing to throw away, I don't know, because I kind of need acorns right now. Maybe 2, like maybe 400. I'd be willing to throw away like maybe 400 acorns at very most, which means I'd only spend 2 times with acorns, period. And if I don't get it, I don't get it, I stop. Dead, like, full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts. Right? Unless they're big ones. Gambler's fallacy is hard not to do. Oh, you right. You 100% right. And it's kind of fine so long as you're not spending real money on this game. It's kind of not a huge deal. Hello. So long as it's not real money, it's kind of not a huge deal, because there's no actual sunken cost. It's just, you know, chunks of your time, or, you know, some stupid, meaningless digital currency. But if you ever get your hands on someone, you gotta really manage that. And if you can't manage it, honestly, it's probably not a good idea to play this game at all. Because it's honestly, it's not worth creating that kind of habit for yourself. How the ramp thing on Skyship works, it doesn't work for me. Maybe skill issue, but can you explain? Yeah. So, generally speaking, let's say there's a ramp here. So there's a seeker on me, I don't want to deal with it. If he teleports behind me here, the place behind me is, up, you know, like right up here, like in the air a little bit. And so it projects his teleport onto the ramp, which is right behind me. So I get smacked. If there is a ramp behind me that goes down, I get smacked. But if I go here, there's a ramp behind me that goes upward. The place behind me is technically inside this ramp and or behind it. So it, instead of trying to project it upward and having him go upward, it just makes him go downward, which happens to be behind the ramp as opposed to on top of it. And it is primarily about using that principle right there. Tacos, hello. Much appreciated. This Guardian, can I kill him with that? Nice. They just keep spamming cryo nades. Stop. It's a cryo guardian and he's just being really annoying. Hey, you can go ahead. You can go ahead. Hi, how are you? There's a mean map. What even was that? Problem. I was too busy. I was trying to figure out what this guy was on. Like, what's going on? Any trick for Crate Rush? No. It is a game of numbers. The trick is quitting before you lose everything. It is literally dumb luck. There will be people, by the way, and this is just a fair warning. There will be people who claim to know tricks about it. They're wrong. It doesn't exist. When will Gemini be free to play? I don't know, beats me. Maybe like 2 months? I think Strike Rocket's the next weapon. I think so. I think it's Strike Rocket and then Gemini. Or no. I made a thing in Discord. Just for easy reference. Free to play calendar. Yeah, where the frick is it? Strike Rocket and then Blast RPG and then Gemini, yeah. Strike Rocket's really good though. Arguably better than Gemini in terms of like late game. Yeah, by the way, my friends list is full. I can't be adding people. They say ability shields in general in the video. I'd have to watch the video again. But no, like, personal shields, for example, the ones that are skin tight, those are, like, you can see them visually even. Like, you could tell the difference between them just visually. And, so the mod shields are in front of the ability shield for, like, Juggernaut, like a personal shield. Can I add you? I mean, like, again, my friends list is full. If you can send a request on Plarium Play, then sure. New code, everything is mid. Yeah, well, people's expectations are through the roof now. Now that they got that one Vortex promo code, now they think everything should be a legendary mech. Which is better on Orion, Tetra 8, or Railgun 8? I've made a full video about them. I don't know what you mean. Hell yeah. 30k by the end of the year. Or even 40k. Yeah, let's go for it. I think we can do it. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be close, but I think we can do it. When am I gonna do custom matches? I don't plan on doing custom matches. Please stop asking. I already answered that question multiple times. And if you ask again, I will just ban you. Because clearly you're just gonna keep asking questions but not pay attention to the answer. At that point, you may as well not have the privilege to talk. Does Mech Arena give free A-coins to YouTubers? Yeah, I'm not allowed to say exactly what we get, but we do get some amount of A-coins. But they say that in, like, their program notes or whatever. But I don't like to talk about that, and the reason I don't like to... Not on this account, by the way. Not on my free play account. It goes to my main account. I don't get anything from Plarium at all on this one. Well, unless I do, like, a community event or whatever, right? I got, like, that one free token for the Nomad, which I did not end up getting the Nomad. Well, I got the token for the Nomad from that one event, right? A lot of people did. But yeah, I don't really like to talk about that because I feel like people then decide, like, oh, hey, I'm gonna try to be a YouTuber. Not because they actually like making videos or because they have any interest in making good content, simply because they want free stuff. They're like, oh, I'm gonna do it because I want free acorns. It's not a good mentality. Is it good to max MD? I'd probably say not. I probably wouldn't. Now, I might eventually just to try it. I want to try almost everything just so that, because again, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, if you don't try it, you don't really know. But I have a pretty good idea, let's just say. Oh no. That's scary. Ah. Oh. Should just fully commit to that. Eat the rich or something mindset? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely a bit of that. Should I buy a good mech, or should I buy 8,000 A-coins plus 5,500 A-coins bonus? In terms of money spending, honestly, I think the best value is just buying a rank 3 mech for $5. US dollars. That's honestly what I found to be, like, probably the best value in the entire game. Outside of, like, a couple, there's, like, some really crazy ones that they do, like, maybe once a year or something like that, right? Which, like, you know which ones I'm talking about, but... You just want my thought on the nerf of Surge? As in, what do I think they're gonna do to it? I think they're just gonna reduce the cooldown by, like, 1 second, and then they're gonna not reduce the cooldown. They're gonna reduce the duration by, like, 1 second, and then increase the cooldown from 7 to, like, maybe 9. Honestly, I think that'd be fine. I think 4 seconds? Yeah. 4-second EMP time. It needs to be 3. I think 3 is the perfect number for Surge EMP. Because it's it's the same number as Zephyr, it's the same number as Bastion. It makes it so that, I mean, like, a Surge versus a Zephyr, probably the Surge is going to win just by raw stats, because it's just got better stats, right? And, yeah, and it probably should. A Surge versus a Bastion, it's going to be very close. The Bastion has the raw HP benefit. Surge would have the same duration, but Surge can use ability duration implant, and Bastion cannot. So a Surge would technically have, like, almost 3 seconds, or almost 1 extra second of EMP time. So it'd be 3.9 seconds with a max legendary duration. I think that just balances the EMP max out a lot better. 4 seconds is just, like, it's just an end-all-be-all, bro. Like, especially when you include ability duration implants, 4 seconds is just, it's just GG. It's just GG. Don't spam. If you spam, I am guaranteed to not answer your question. I'm gonna need to make some people mods. I know. Just ban spammers in general. I like to. Here's the thing. I normally would. I normally would, but I do know a lot of these people. They're just kids. They're just like 10 years old. They're just excited. I get it. I don't want to be overly harsh because I think permanent, because like, if I ban you, I'm not gonna unban you. Like, you're just gone, right? And I don't really want to give, like, I don't want to give permanent consequences to kids who don't really know what they're doing. Because I'm sure they don't, I'm sure, well, not all of them. Some of them definitely do. But I think a lot of them don't really mean to be annoying. They just are annoying. They definitely are annoying. But I don't think they necessarily mean to be. But hey, maybe you're right. Maybe banning them is the only way. Surprise in a mod? Yeah, be done with them. If he wants to. Surprising, you want it? If you could remove any one mech from Mech Arena, what would it be? Excellent question. I'm not sure. A lot of them serve very good purposes. Probably... Probably Deathwalker. I actually don't mind Deathwalker as a mech. I think it's kind of entertaining. I don't think it's... I'm not saying that I don't think it's OP. It clearly is. But I think that... fundamentally, the more I think about it, I think fundamentally a mech that essentially has infinite HP is guaranteed to overshadow any type of other aggressive type tank. Any other type of tank where, you know, your playstyle is essentially just to run in and do as much damage as you can. And just be like a major disruption. Deathwalker is kind of guaranteed to be better. Like, it'd be extremely difficult for it to not be better. They'd have to nerf it by a stupid amount. Deathwalker is lame and boring. I think that the playstyle, it gives a sort of unique playstyle that, like, doesn't really exist in the game to the same extent. And one that I sort of appreciate, which is just kind of like, you essentially just try to be a disruption. Usually, like, let's say you did that with, like, a Vortex or something. Usually you die really quickly. And you die so quickly that it wouldn't even be worth doing. But with a Deathwalker, you can essentially chip down your enemies slowly over time. Not necessarily because your one mech is strong, but because you can keep sending that mech, like, 3-4 times over the course of, you know, 30 seconds or whatever. So it's a type of thing that I appreciate, but I do think that it's basically impossible for anything else to take an even remotely similar playstyle as that and actually perform reasonably well while Deathwalker exists. The thing that here's what I think they need to do. If they wanted to nerf Deathwalker to make it balanced, I think hands down it should not be a heavy mech. I mean, I'm almost certainly right. I think it's way too much benefit. Having that much firepower is way too much benefit for something you just keep throwing at people. So the idea of slowly chipping them down over time with a bunch of bodies, I think that's fine. That idea is fine, but each of your individual bodies should not be that strong. Deathwalker Suicide Bomb, yeah, kinda. I think, now obviously, like, the cooldown and the duration could be changed to make it slightly harder to use, sure, but I think myself personally, I don't necessarily mind that so much as I mind the fact that each body that it throws in is very, very effective. It's, like, fairly tanky and has a ton of firepower. So I think it should not be that tanky, and it should have less firepower, and then it would be okay. It would still be able to, like, chip down people slowly, but it wouldn't be able to, like, take massive chunks out of them, right? Am I doing dream hangers? No. No. Oh yeah, that post is probably the reason. I have a different plan with that. Why Stormrack 16 and 8 on Cheetah is really good? What do you mean? Are you saying that it is really good and you're asking why it's really good? I don't think it is. What should you buy for 900,000 from tier 5? In terms of weapons, I think the best weapon's Pod Gun 8. I think that should be your first legendary weapon. It's just the most all-around great weapon. Maybe not your first legendary, but your first 8 energy. It is OP. If they change the cooldown and duration of Surge and Eclipse, I think Surge is going to get hurt the most. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, duration for sure, right? Like, the whole thing with... I feel like a lot of the reason Surge is so ridiculous is strictly because it has just, like, 1 or 2 seconds more than most other things have. So it's just a direct... Like, Surge versus Dreadnought... A Surge doesn't even have to worry, bro. 2 seconds versus, like, 4 seconds plus whatever duration implant it has. If we're talking max level, it's Dreadnought's 2 seconds versus Surge's, like, 5.2, right? Like, over 5 seconds. So it has over 3 seconds to kill this thing, even after its EMP wears off. It has over 3 seconds to kill it. It's fine. No problem whatsoever. It's kind of the same thing with Bastion. It's kind of the same thing with Zephyr. Like, there is, with the exception of Hemlock, there is really nothing this Surge has to worry about in terms of counter EMP. So if it got even 1 second nerf, it would feel it a lot, but that's the point. That's the point. I think Surge is just an everything counter for the most part, and I don't think it necessarily should be that way. I think people have accepted it to be that way, and they think of it like, well, how can it remain to be an everything counter but still be balanced? Like, well, that's the thing. It isn't going to be balanced if it's an everything counter. I think, like, yeah, I think a lot of people have accepted it to be OP. They've accepted it to counter everything. But I think that is exactly the problem, is that it does just kind of counter. I mean, it and Eclipse together will counter almost everything. Bro, is that a minigun MD? It is. That's great. I like it. I approve. Let me Yeah, I can deal with this MD. I just don't want to deal with that, Orion. Okay. I had a hunch that his minigun 8s were rank 3 because he probably got them from that one Crate Rush event a long time ago. Ouch! Well, that's unfortunate. Lace swing being here? Yeah, nobody knows. Here's the thing, is that, there's a general pattern of, like, 1 weapon per month for free-to-play. There is no pattern for mechs. There just isn't. It would be nice if there was, but there isn't. Okay. Run. Okay, nice. Nice. Man, where did that one guy go? The MD guy. Jeffy. Jeffy? Well, that's unfortunate. I should have backed up. It's for the healing objective in the derby. Oh, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Why not just, like... I don't know. I think you could probably just wait a couple days and then play free-for-all or something, but... And I guess it's fine, but why use minigun on it? That's my main question. It wasn't even like why use MD. It was like why use minigun on MD. It's gonna link to that guy. No, I guess not. Probably looks funny. Oh, I'm sure it does. You like the free Orion skin? That one, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the only legendary skin that Orion have. Outside of the, like the only other one that it has is the achievement one, right? And the one, the Tomino, which is basically what they turned into the base skin. Kind of doesn't have any other ones. Which is sad. It's really sad. I really wish that they spent more time giving cool skins to just like a couple other things. You know? Like, why does freaking... I mean, like, Surge has, like, 3 or 4. That's fine, honestly. I don't really care. But, like, Juggernaut... It's only 2. Juggernaut actually has, like, I think 11 of them. It actually has 11. A lot of them are, like, you know, exclusive skins from, like, a while back, but... You use black paint on everything. That's fair. That's fair. I like the base paint on some things. I like, yeah, I don't know. I just could go with whatever I feel like. Why are they so scared to make free-for-all a custom match? I don't necessarily think they're scared to. I think they just don't bother doing it because it takes them time and effort. And let's be real, every time they try to do something, they screw something else up and they have to fix it. Juggalo, take care. What do I need to do to play with me? Nothing. I just need to be inviting people, but I'm not really inviting people right now. Don't ask them the most random questions. I mean, like... If you think it's a good... If you genuinely think it's a good question, then that's fine. I think a lot of people are like, well, I know I can find the answer. It's like a, what's better, this or this? And they know that I've made tier lists, and they know that I've made videos, and they know that I've talked about it. But they just can't be bothered, so they just want to ask me, because it's essentially like just typing into ChatGPT. It's like, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to ask ChatGPT. Just going to ask RuFFlegpt, and we'll just see what he says, and I'll just do whatever he says. And that's the thing that annoys me the most. Especially since a lot of things have a lot of nuance to it, like the pilots question, right? Like, when's the best time to get pilots? Like, there kind of is no best time to get pilots. It's just kind of, it really is up to you. And that triggers people. Bro, it triggers people. They do not want to, nice shot. They do not want to, oh, never mind, he's pilot tanking. Bad shot. You suck. They don't want to hear that something is up to them. They just want me to tell them what to do. They're just like, no, bro, just give me an answer. I'll just do whatever you say. Like, just give me an answer. They don't want it to be up to them. They don't want to take any responsibility for anything. And that's the thing that's the most annoying. Is that they'll ask me questions that they know I've talked about, but then they get mad when I say that it's nuanced, or they get mad with about the nuance. Bye-bye. Oh. Nah, that's fine. I had my... I dropped the dome... Okay. Like, I dropped it preemptively, but it just didn't activate. It has, like, a second delay activation. It was just barely. If I caught it, like, a fraction of a second sooner, I would have had it. Oh, wow. I am surprised that he... Oh, boom. Dang. Do you have a pilot on that one? Yep. Hey, called it. Called it. It's always the same. The goal, this is why I say, most people do not have balance in mind. This is why I don't like SP dropping at all. There are extremely few people who even attempt to make fair SP drop hangers. Most people do it strictly for the purpose of having an advantage. Which is why I knew exactly that one mech he was going to have a pilot on. Because if he doesn't have a pilot, he doesn't get to use Storm Rank Reload. Storm Rank Reload is what makes that really OP. So obviously he's going to have it. Should not have spawned there. Wow. Never mind. That was great. Who killed all of them? Couldn't tell you. But all of them are dead. It wasn't me. Nice job, fellas. That's a Gemini. Yep. You'd be surprised how much all the SP droppers are the same. And they're strong to some extent, but they're also extremely predictable to the point where it's actually not that hard to deal with them. They should make SP dropper mechs like explicitly weaker at lower ranks. Yeah, maybe. But like I guess the main problem is that they're not lower ranks, right? The main problem is that they're not lower ranks. Like they'll use like one high rank thing with a couple other low rank things. Has like pod gun 28. Dude, I don't know what was going on, but everybody died and I'm okay with it. You gotta go talk. Okay, bye-bye. SP Dropper is a boss with a dumb AI. That's actually hilarious, but it's just so real. Can I explain the number for Dreadnought? Let me see. Let me see what the numbers are. Area. Oh, okay. So the area is the yeah, it's just a square meter. So it's not a radius, right? As opposed to like a Zephyr or Surge where it's a radius. The radius just means it is a circle around you and you're in the center. How far from the center does it go out? It goes out this way and then it makes a full circle around. That's the radius, right? That's just half of the length of the circle. This, it's not a circle. It's not. It's a rectangle. So it's like about 20 meters across this way and 33 meters forward. So I did forget. I think when I said it, why does it say it goes up when it doesn't actually go up? That's weird. Did they nerf it, bro? What? Oh, man. I might just be dumb. I might just be dumb. From earlier. No, I'm talking from earlier. I thought that the base range was 40 meters. Maybe it's 40 meters with the implant. Yeah, maybe it's 40 meters with the implant. I just forgot. I don't know. But either way, yeah. So it essentially is that. And by the way, the area size implant for Dreadnought almost exclusively pushes the range out. It doesn't make it wider. It makes it go further forward, which is actually really good. You want that. So if you get that implant, it's a good one to use. Ember 8's on Dreadnought for a game. I mean, I guess I can, but I don't know why I would, considering they're only rank 4. Yeah, I don't even have the 12. Like, I have 20 energy, but I can't really use it. I don't have the 10. Well, those are freaking unicorns, bro. Yeah, I think okay, so here's the problem that I have with close range weapons on Dreadnought. The problem that I have is that Dreadnought is not inherently super tanky or super fast. So it's actually going to be difficult for you to close that distance. Anyone with any reasonable amount of range, unless you're already on top of them. If you're already on top of them, then you know it's kind of GG. And certain maps are fine for this as well, maybe as well as maybe free for all, right? But in a slightly more ranged scenario, even if someone's even got just 50, 60 meters, almost any weapon can just easily kill this thing before I even reach them. That's the problem that I have with close quarters weapons on it. So I'd rather sacrifice a little bit of my damage for the sake of getting, kills at range. Isn't the implant literally plus 50% range? I don't think it's 50%, no. But I don't know. What's the size? No, yeah, you're right. It is. Why do I feel like that's different? Why do I distinctly remember 40 meters on Dreadnought? Is that what it used to be, and then it got up to 60 meters, and then they changed it? Did they change it, and I just didn't know? No, probably not. I probably am just remembering it wrong. I might go check after the stream's over, though. Funny one-shotting people with the ability with Weaken. Yeah, I mean, I assumed that was the reason. And in fact, for that sake, I'm even going to put on ability damage as opposed to Ember Gun damage. Just to guarantee it. There are some maps, a lot of maps probably, that build will not work very well on, but if I get Skyship or something, it's GG. What will you do if you hit 100k? I'm not sure. I don't know. Probably have 100k. Ah, dang, I don't like this. There is a chance. Here's the only reason I'm starting with this is that there is a chance. If I can get up to their home spawn, if I can get up to the building right in front of their home spawn with this, then it's going to be really good. But getting to that point is going to be tough. I'm hoping that this Panther just drops a barrier pretty much right there. That's not super useful. Bye-bye. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Mech King. Well, I fought you earlier. Go away. Man, he did a lot of damage to me. What is my Ember range, I wonder? Ability range is just like... It's just barely not there. I mean, there's a dome there as well. And here's the problem with the bots, too, is that the bots kind of... They don't necessarily know your range, but they know if you're close, and if they have a ranged weapon, they're going to purposely stay away. Ah, right. Mech King, the king of mechs, has the Blizzler. Run. Nah, you're just bad at stuff. I didn't know you had pod gun. If I knew you had pod gun, I wouldn't even thought about attempting it. That's a really bad idea. Alright. So I can rush this guy. Yeet. It's pretty convenient. Alright, what do I do? Did the Blizzler die as well? Must have. I don't see him, though. Yeah, he's right there. What are you? What are those? Ah. Right. Classic. Here's what I'm thinking. Yeah, he knows. He probably knows. Oh my goodness, what? Yeah, you cooked, pal. Oh, you should have dashed in sooner. Your buddy got absolutely smacked. Yeah, rank 6 with mods. It's rough. Nah, you can stay there. I don't care, bro. Oh, he's there. Okay, okay. Mm-hmm. That's fine. I don't really care if he dies. I actually don't want him to die. I hope... Did that guy kill him? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really want that kill shot to die. Right now. Oh, definitely not right now. We are running out of mechs. Because the thing is, he can't... Ah, ouch. Both of these, actually. Strike Rocket and Rocket Mortar. Like, they can't really do a lot. He's forcing my hand, bro. Yeah. He can't farm... They can't farm bots with a Helix Rack 8 build. Like, it's not really gonna happen. You can get a couple free kills, but he's not gonna farm bots with it. Same with this guy. It's like, that's a pretty bad build. So long as their firepower is really bad, I'm going to keep them alive as much as I can. You went from mid-game to mid-late game so fast. Well, I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's about what you have. I think it's more about, like, you know, how strong your hanger is, generally speaking. What is a Mega Crate Rush event? That's like the ones where they give you all the tokens, right? Where it's like, you know, lasts like maybe a week or two. And then you get like a bunch of tokens over the course of whatever number of events. The ones where I missed 2 legendary pilots for no reason. Those. Why'd you replace Panther and upgrade Juggernaut? I had Juggernaut upgraded already. The reason that I replaced Panther on my main hanger, it's actually a good question, because Panther is definitely better. But here I'm stuck with, because I replaced the Lancer with Dreadnought, which, by the way, I'm not going to be maining Embergun Dreadnought. I'm just using it because somebody else. So I replaced my Lancer, but that would have left me with no mechs that had mods on it. And there are certain things that you just really, really need mods, especially something like Volti. Something like Volti, it'll basically one-shot one ability shot everything in my hangar. If it's a decent rank, it'll kill basically everything in my hangar with one ability. I need to have something. I mean, like the Juggernaut, the ability shield helps. The canopy helps. But then there's also other things like especially Gemini. Gemini is incredibly, incredibly difficult to deal with. But if you have a perimeter multi-layered shield, it's way more manageable. So there's certain things that you just kind of need mods to deal with. And so I'm willing to make this build slightly less effective at most other things for the sake of having the option to at least spawn a modded mech at some point if I need it. Because that's kind of my goal, is to make sure that I have every situation covered. If I'm just really good at one thing, then, you know, the moment that thing becomes not what I need, I'm just hosed, right? I'm just screwed. All my mechs die for no reason. How do you counter that Orion railgun build? So normally it would be something like Aegis or Panther. And I did get rid of the Panther, which is kind of unfortunate. But otherwise, you essentially, and also, like, you know, the mods also are going to help with that. You essentially just wait until they fire their mark at somebody else. It's the same thing with Hemlock, by the way. Like, you wait for them to use their ability on someone else. You make sure that it sticks, because if they miss, then they get a shorter cooldown. You make sure that they fire at somebody else. You make sure that it sticks. And then you rush in before they get their ability back. And that's essentially it. How many blueprints does it take to rank up a 5-star Surge? From 5 to 6, it should be 19. How to escape Volti? Just run away. Volti has a maximum range of, I think, 110 meters. If you go 110 meters away, it can't target you unless you're, 80, 90 meters? But then if you just run 110 meters away, the ability literally just disappears. That's it. Lille. Interesting. Very interesting. That's an Aegis. That's going to be rough to deal with. Ow. Ow. If I wanna... Did he kill me with that? No. So long as I make sure that he's targeting me, the guided aspect of his weapon won't allow him to actually hit me. No, I'll just drop. I'll just drop. He's getting too much of an angle. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Why does it randomly do back damage with the ability? Well, because it fires multiple projectiles. Some of them land in front, some of them land behind. It's why like when you use your ability, you kill them with the ability even like a little bit after it looks like your rockets hit. I do have a very, very minor... Yeah, I was gonna say I have a very minor duration implant, but he does too. I think I can just go here. Yeah, he has mods. It's gonna be difficult to deal with, but not impossible. I want him to drop his dome. Ah, whatever. Let's do this. Yeah, there we go. See, he's got his Aegis. He might even be like double 10s, right? So I put mine down slightly after him. Even if he gets it, he's not gonna be able to keep it. He's gonna kill me with that. Yeah. Not double. Rank 6. Wow. Yeah, these guys are real strong. That tends to be the case, though. That tends to be the case. Let's see how close I can get to this idiot. Okay. So you have Gemini, probably. It's not really gonna annoy my Savant. I mean, either way it's annoying. Either way it's real annoying. No. Bruh. Are we for real? It's a maxed Panther double cryo 16. Alright. Yeah, he's just dead. Bye. It's not very good, so I can't kill it. These guys are ridiculous, though. He's gonna drop. Dang. Okay. Coming over here. I'm just gonna running for beacons as much as I can. Is that a long arm redeemer? Or for real? No, it's Tetra Rifle Redeemer. Which is better, but not by a ton. Sure thing, huh? Do my best to kill him. I need to... We need to grab both of these beacons really quick, which I think maybe we did. Oh, no. No, they killed this guy on this side. Can you guys get him? 96. He has 7. And this is why a modded mech is really useful. Just a tank. Tank. Thick. Kill. That might have been their last one, in which case it'd be fine. We have to... 7 seconds. I think we just lose because of the... We lose because the game didn't end quickly enough. Yeah. So we actually won, but the game is bugged. The game is bugged, and they didn't have any mechs left. It wasn't even close, no. We killed all of them. 10, 20, 25. These you guys weren't performing very well. It was actually 4v3, so one of them was probably tanking. Let's see. 6,000 now. One of them was just really strong. Yeah, one of them was really strong. Usually when I've seen like really like unfair matches to the extent where it's like one team has more people than the other, I do normally see a disparity where it's like the team with less people has somebody who's actually way stronger. So it is kind of on purpose. But yeah, no, so it's this weird, stupid bug where it's like we killed everybody. The game should have ended. What is it, like maybe 3 to 5 seconds after we killed the last guy. But instead, there was like, what, 7 or 8 seconds? And the game just didn't end. And it would have stayed that way for the next, 10, 15 seconds. Because the game's just bugged, and it just doesn't know to end correctly. And it just does that sometimes. It's really annoying. That's the second time that I've lost because of it. It's weird that it hasn't happened to me. Like, I'm surprised that I have not lost to that specifically. Like, at all, ever. Not a single time until just recently. Which mech did you remove first? Default Panther or Maxed Lancer? Well, I removed the Maxed Lancer because I wanted to put the Dreadnought in. But by removing the Dreadnought, or by removing the Lancer, I removed my only source of mod shields, and so I removed the Panther for the sake of Juggernaut. It's worse, but it's worth it to have something with mod shields. You need something with mod shield. There's just some things that you need something with mod shields in order to work with it. Now, if I was a higher SP, or if I was like a lot of other people who just have mods always on everything, then this wouldn't even be a concern. Like, it wouldn't be a thing that I even have to worry about. But I have extremely limited options in terms of mechs with mods on them. Why aren't I using Podgun? Well, I did have it on Dreadnought. But I changed it for Ember Gun, because somebody said that they wanted to see the one-shot ability. Which, it kind of works, but it doesn't really. What do you think about Lancer being put in medium energy to epic scout category? I think that's weird. I think Lancer's just iconic. And it should just stay that way. It's the starter mech. Everybody knows it because of what it is. It's not supposed to be good, but it kinda is anyway. Ember guns are so overrated. I fully agree with you, bro. Fully agree with you. As soon as his ability goes down, I can go in there. Ah, that is a Zephyr. That's annoying. I'll just stay. Yeah, okay, he's dead. I was gonna say, I'll just stay up top. It's kind of not a big deal. It's a sniper or something. Ha ha ha, get out. Oh, yeah, fair enough. What if the Disruptor bot killed me? I'm probably gonna need this. I see a Volty on their team. I don't want to see it, but I know that it's there. I saw a Volty tick anyway. I assumed that it was on their side. Usually is. Okay. You're annoying, but not really to the extent... Oh, I fought you earlier. Yo, he's got 9 kills. It's not all with that, though, right? I don't think so. Nah, pal. Nah, pal. You ain't gonna get me with that. That's cringe. Helix Rex, bro. Should be able to just, hide in a corner, spam Helix Rex. It works. Sometimes. Mostly against people who don't really know what they're doing. Yeah, alright, fair. Okay, nice, we got it. I was hoping one of the bots would just, randomly go up and grab it. Can I... No, he's gonna have a hard time shooting at me. Ouch. Okay, not anymore. I'll just wait him out. Ah, never mind. I guess I won't. Very dead. Very dead indeed. He's got 1 Ember Gun, 1 Shotgun. That's great. Yeah, you notice how I had enough time to just stun him and then go around him to kill him just because it was more convenient that way? I think it just has, Surge just has too much EMP time, that's all. It's not even the fact that it has an EMP dash, it just has too much EMP time. Yeah. We're gonna need this. Disc launcher? No, you're not gonna kill me with that. Try as you might, you're not gonna kill me with that. Same thing for you. Go away. Juggernaut is way too OP for those kinds of shenanigans. Drop your dome. Thanks. Drop your dome. Appreciated. Is that a single disc launcher 8? Nice. I love that the Graviton Juggernaut is actually ridiculous. It's so nice. Volty with Podgun, most disgusting build in the game. I'd say Gemini's worse, but yeah. A force to be reckoned with, yeah. Exactly. They really thought they could kill the Jug with disc launchers. They thought they could, but then they realized the error of their ways. Tetra Rifle go well with Orion or Guardian. So I say the same thing every time. And that is that if your sniper mech of choice is Orion, which is a great choice, by the way, probably the best choice. If your sniper mech of choice is Orion, you should use Railgun. It's going to be the best weapon. If your sniper mech of choice is literally anything else, use Tetra Rifle. That's it. And it's all about the shield pierce. It's all about the shield pierce. Orion has shield piercing built in, so it does not need the shield pierce from Tetra Rifle. Tetra Rifle is overall slightly worse than Railgun, in my opinion, in terms of killing power, in terms of, like, practicality, right? But when there's mod shields involved, you need some level of shield pierce, and you also, you need some level of shield pierce or just bullet spray. Like, Tetra Rifle shoots a lot more projectiles, even though most of them don't do much. They at least can break through a couple layers of a shield, right? But you need some level of shield pierce or something like that. For Orion, it doesn't matter. So yeah, you can stack the shield pierce of Tetra onto the shield pierce of Orion. It doesn't make it. Like, people think that, oh, it's probably gonna make something really OP. It doesn't. No, it's just worse than if you use Railgun. It's not that big of a deal. But if you're not using Orion, then you're gonna need something to get through those shields, and Tetra Rifle is gonna be the best weapon for that. Tetra Zephyr in early game? I've never heard that. That's great. It sounds kind of low-key, actually. I can see that happening, though, because Zephyr can stun people for 3 seconds, and it takes just about 3 seconds to fully unload your mag, yeah. And that's going to be a stupid amount of damage. You're in a head-to-bed. Alright, take care. Is it worth it moving to tier 8 for Stormwreck 16 and Hemlock? I mean, yeah, I'd say so. Hemlock's really cheap. And Stormwreck 16, like, they're both OP. Hemlock got a nerf, but it's still meta. So, I would say so. Especially if you have trouble with Hangar Showdown. Hemlock is just ridiculous in Hangar Showdown, still. Having 2 Hellfire reduce the time it takes to apply burn. It should, yeah, I think so. That should be the case with anything. Anything that applies a status effect. If you have multiple of them, or even if your teammates have another one and they're also shooting it, it just applies the same effect faster. Even for, like, a Graviton Beam. Like, let's say you have 2 people with double Graviton Beams. It'll apply Implosion really, really quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I want to try to use the Dreadnought as a defender. I think it's a bad idea. Well, maybe not a bad idea, but it's not my best defender mech. And the reason it's not my best defender mech is because it has no protection at all. Just period. And it's not even inherently super tanky. So I'm relying on the assumption that they cannot withstand my brute firepower, which a lot of things honestly can. That is the scenario in which the dreadnoughts actually comes out on top, and that's why I don't really like that type of scenario. Bro, we're gonna 5-cap him already. Okay, I mean almost. Is that a... No, it's not an Eclipse. I saw something in Stealth and I assumed it was an Eclipse. It's actually a damn mortars. Ow! Yeah, fair enough. Who's got the rocket mortar? That's crazy. I don't really want to do that. They only have one beacon to spawn on. I probably should have gone with the Dreadnought. That would have been really funny. Hello. Hello. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I'm probably dead. Because he's going to reload by the time I even... Ow. Okay. Okay. Boom. Boom. That was pretty entertaining. I did take a lot of damage though. Like I'm a third dead. If either of them have mods, then it's kind of just GG for me. Like, this does notoriously terrible against anything with mods. I think I'm safe here. He has a Stormrack Redeemer. He doesn't want to fire at me because he knows he doesn't have a good angle. I want to make sure that I'm not visible for as much time as I can, to make him as confident as possible that maybe I'm just gone. He wants to go for this beacon, but he can't. And he just loses. Yeah, fair enough. Oh my gosh, bro. Alright. Spryzen, I am sorry. You might have answered this already. I offered you mod position. If you want it, you can let me know. If you said something already, then I just didn't see it. I'm sorry. I will also offer it to Sadcat. I know both of you have been here for a long time. Alright, there you go. So if somebody is... If it's like an actual bot, ban them. If it is a spammer, time them out for 24 hours. That's usually the way that I go about it. Again, I'm hesitant to give, like, permanent punishments on people who are probably just, like, they're probably just, like, 9 years old, let's be honest. So I don't want to go crazy heavy with it, but I also don't want to hear from them again, so not that stream anyway. You can't be here every stream. I don't care. Like, you don't need to be here every stream. It's just a matter of, like, if you're here and if you would be okay watching the chat and dealing with people while you're here. No, I mean, like, how many of my normal mods are here? There's nobody. Mods, where are you at? Nah, I get it. I get it. It's like it's the case with Discord too. It's always been the case. It's just like if you happen to be around, that's then, you know, like if you're busy, then don't bother. Like real life comes first, bro. Ain't nobody living on Discord. The average age of Mech Arena players? I don't know, bro. It's in the single digits, so that's for sure. You're always down, Cowdozy. You know what? I got you, bro. I got you, bro. This man's the OG. This man's the OG. I think he was subscribed when I had, like, double digits, bro. I'm not even joking. Nine years, take it or leave it, yeah. Someone on your team had a crazy speed hack as well.
I very rarely see any hackers, which is nice, but people cheating otherwise. What's with the brightness on your camera? It's just it depends on the window, bro. Oh, I could. Depends on like what time of the day it is. I want to make sure that it's bright enough to where you can see the Lancer. I'll probably make it like slightly brighter than usual. Because like normally in the mornings it's really dark. Because I'm doing this, it's like noon for me right now. The sun doesn't freaking come up, I mean, this time of year. Sun doesn't freaking come up until like, I don't know, 8 or 9 o'clock. And I usually record earlier morning than that. So it's a lot darker. There's like a window off to the side. That's why it's always bright on the side. After looking at in-game chat, I think 9 years is a very high estimate. It's being pretty generous, huh? The Lancer is the sound tech. Yeah, exactly. Like, we just go based on what the Lancer decides. Like, if the Lancer doesn't like it, we change it. That's just a rule. Upgrade your Vortex to 16? I think so. I think for most people that'd be fine. Unless you have a better tank already, like Deathwalker or Parasite. Like, if you have a better mech that does the similar thing, then maybe don't bother. But otherwise, it's pretty good, yeah. I guess I could start with this. I started with this last time, and I died kind of quick, though. That's kind of my only problem. Essentially, just a roll of the dice is to... Aha! Yeah, get out. Oh, multiple surges rushing to center. Well, well, well. Go for it. I believe in you. He's gonna dash the Arch Twinks. Oh, never mind, he's not. Whatever, bro. Yep. I just had to make him confident enough that he could... He make him feel fancy. That's what you gotta do. You gotta make him feel fancy to the extent where he'll try it. Let him get away with just enough to where he pokes himself out, and then you just kill him because he's like, yeah, that's easy. That bot, I'll just let that bot. It's close quarters, I don't care. Ah, dang it. I missed that. He's got mods on him, too. Only 3. I'll just force him down, whatever. Lancer. Ow. That's annoying. Okay, I've got him. Yeah, anything with mods, I need to... What? I didn't see it. Who... Did you guys see any pods on me? Because I did not. Uh-oh. I thought I was gonna hit him. I freaking dashed right past him. That's ridiculous. Your new mod feels slightly less fancy now. Wait, what? What do you mean? Look. Mod's gone. Oh, and he was... Yeah, okay, nice. That's why I killed him. I killed him because he had no firepower. I'm being so honest, guys. Like, anyone with money willing to spend on this game, stop buying low-rank weapons. You are actually doing yourself a disservice. I'm being so honest, bro. You're completely just dumpstering your firepower by doing that. That build is so much worse than mine. My unmodded Aegis with double overdriver 8s is better than that thing. Like, you think that because you get it for cheap means that it's good. It's not. It can be the case for mechs, but weapons, no. What's the kill situation? The kill... Moist critical. Video. Kill situation is crazy. Ah! We're gonna lose. How? Who left me? What? Who? Freddy? Why would you do that? Freddy abandoned me. Yo, what? No, we had that in the bag, bro. They only had like 12 kills. Who the heck left? Rainer, hello. Hi, how are you? Bro, I got as many kills as they did combined, essentially. So we had 22 kills. They had 3 mechs left, that was it. They had 16. We should have had 9 men. We should have been absolutely steamrolling them right then. But it was just me and Broski. I don't know what happened. Never in my life. Freddy, what's going on, pal? Never mind. I think I know what happened. Yeah. No, it's... Yeah, I understand it now. Trojan, yeah, I know. I saw that. People are gonna start wondering, oh, maybe it gives a legendary back. It doesn't. It's probably just gonna be like a couple hundred acorns again. You got Tetras on Orion. I have enough to get Railgun 8s. Should I still get them or continue with the Tetras? Nah, I think at that point you're fine. Like, Railgun's better, but I don't think it's better to the extent that it's worth go. Like, you already have one. You may as well just deal with them. Yeah. You just got to know it gives Aegis. Are you sure about that? Because I think... Because here's the thing, is that the last time this was a thing, with the Cybermech promo code, people were like, oh, well, it's going to give Seeker. What do you think about the free Seeker that we're going to get from Cybermech promo code? Lo and behold, it did not. Exactly like I said it would. But... They said it's going to give Surge. Well, I heard a lot. I think the first one I heard was Seeker. And then I think I heard Surge. And then I think I heard Eclipse. And then it cycled back to where the common consensus was generally Seeker. At least from what I heard. Not sure. You just saw someone spamming it? Okay. Yeah, no. Don't believe it. If someone says, hey, it's gonna give this thing, ask them how they know. And if they didn't say, if their answer has nothing, if their answer includes something to do with some other guy told me, just don't believe them. It's easy. I can't talk. I just had a 4-hour German exam. It doesn't sound like that went well. Can you talk German? I think that's a little bit more. It's a little bit more important. You already have Surge, so if it gave Surge, what would it give me? Nothing. There's no compensation for promo codes. There hasn't been for a while. Sure, I'll start with this. RuFFles told me. Yeah, I mean, like, well, I mean, I'll do my best not to be, like, full of crap, but, like, if I can't show you a screenshot, then yeah, don't blame me. That's what I tell me. Like, and this goes for, like, advice that I give too. Like, don't just blindly believe somebody, even if you think that they know what they're talking about. If it doesn't make any sense, like, you can fully respect somebody and still disagree with them. Like, even if, like, you don't have to think they're a bad player or whatever, but you could be like, nah, it doesn't really make sense, or I don't think that build's very good, so you just disagree. You don't have to take somebody's word for everything. Oh, there's a panther wall there, that's why. Okay. Oh, what? What the heck happened to him? He was like a full HP, he was going in there. I was like, well, that's gonna be a problem. And then all of a sudden, he was at 1 HP. Damn it. Yeah, okay. Whatever, buddy. This is a very interesting thing that I see a lot of, by the way. It's like this over-leveling of mechs. Like, you notice he was rank 5. And he was only using double 8s. Like, the best part about ranking up a mech... I mean, if you're ranking it up to rank 6, then obviously the best part is being able to use mods. But if you already have mods, which I think that Killshot did, the most important, most valuable aspect of a mech rank up is the extra energy, the extra firepower that it gives you. The extra HP that it gives you is basically nothing. Like, it's an incredibly small amount. Is largely negligible. So it's really strange to see. I mean, it's not strange to the extent that I'm surprised. Obviously, I'm not surprised at this point. But it's strange to see a lot of people, they're running, like, rank 6 medium mechs with double 8 energy weapons. It's just not that strong. Like, you're tankier, but... Again, like, unless it was for the purpose of getting mods access, then just why bother, bro? Not saying you always have to fill out your energy, but I wouldn't personally, I wouldn't bother spending, like, I don't know, close to 1,000 A-coins or something on an epic mech rank up if I wasn't gonna use the extra energy. Like, I'm not spending that, no. Hell no. 18 energy is kind of an awkward spot. Nah, sure. But I just wanted to make a point. It was mostly for the sake of making a point, because I saw that earlier, the last match with that rank 6 Aegis. He had double pod 8s. Gravitons are actually good. They're so good. At this SP, they're really, really strong. Teammate running a baller build, I was actually not even paying attention. What was easy? Revoker 10 plus Ember on Surge is actually weaker than Revoker 10 and Ember and Revoker 10 and Revoker 6. Yeah. Everybody says the same thing, and everybody does the same thing too. As soon as that Surge Crate Rush event happened, I knew that everyone was going to equip it with a single Revoker 10 and a single Ember Gun 8. Not because it's good, not because it's the best idea, but just because they think that it's better for whatever reason. It's not. Please listen to you? Well, what are you saying? The last time you said something was just RuFFles. What do you want? If you're gonna make the stream all about you, you better be quick. You just rolled the Blizzler token and you got it. Let's go, dude. Very cool. What are you gonna use it with? I'm gonna be honest, if we work together IRL, we'd probably low-key hate each other. I mean, probably. Riquelme. Yeah, what about it? Yeah, I played a battle with you. I see the invite. If that's you, then GG. I don't remember what happened, but it's probably GG. Yeah, my list is full. I can't add people right now. Save up for potential Blockhorn one. Yeah, nice. Did they finally fix Blizzler not getting defense for free? Does it not? That's great. I was not paying attention, bro. I actually never checked. I never specifically tested it. I should have. It's my own fault for assuming that the thing works as intended. It did feel kind of weak, though. That kind of makes sense. Where's Stormrack? I'm not using it in this hangar. Which is like... It's a strong weapon, but it's like, what do you use it on? I feel like there's not a whole lot of mechs that I would really want to use that weapon on. Usually I'd have it on, like, Lancer, but... If I don't have Lancer, what would I use? Definitely not Dreadnought. Some people use it, and there's an achievement for it as well, but... Some people use it. I don't think it's that good, though. Yeah. You think you be fancy, but you actually just be dead. You think you be fancy, but you just go nerd. Try it. Freaking try it. I'm telling you, this build right here, low-key probably my best build. That's great. 7 kills. Yeah, I know. Those pods that broke the mod shield really early, those were very unfortunate. Boom. Boom. I'm coming for you. Imagine that. Just seeing a freaking Dreadnought just like slowly crawl up on you, one-shotting everything else. That's actually, it's gotta be terrifying. Okay, I'm probably dead here, that's fine. Why are you saying you need to rank 6 to get mods? Because it's a thing that only some people have to do. Yeah, so here's the thing. This has been a conversation for a long time. It's just that people haven't paid attention because it never applied to them. But this happened like almost a year ago. Actually, maybe over a year ago. This happened a long time ago. And it's been discussed many times in many different forms. I'm not sure how active you are on... You know, just like in the community in general, or on my channel. Maybe you've only recently been more active. But... yeah, essentially like about a year ago. They changed mods to where new players, because they didn't want to take it away from people who already had them. So they let the people who already had them, they let them keep it. But then for new players had to get their mechs to rank 6. And they did that. It was really just a stupid decision. There's no, like, I'm not going to give any, like, reason as to, like, oh, here's the, you know, tactical thing they were thinking of. No, it's like, it was literally just them being stupid. Personally, I think they were trying to just appease the mob of people who hated mods. It was never gonna happen. Oh, nice, I one-shot him. It was never gonna happen, regardless of what they did with it. But, yeah, they essentially just screwed over new players. Now, they've said that they're probably gonna change it back at some point, but I don't know when they're gonna do that. Can't be soon enough. Bro, it should be the first thing that they do. I don't know why this is even a thing still. It's the most unfair thing ever, bro. Having one person who can't use mods and another person who can is like having one person who can't use pilots. It's like if somebody on the opposite team was just like, yeah, by the way, Plarium was just like, yeah, by the way, you can't use pilots. What? It's not even close to fair. The amount of advantage that a pilot gives can be really high. And the same thing goes for mods. Now, I manage pretty well, because I know what I'm doing, but even still. For the bulk majority of people, it's just completely unfair. You have 3 legendary scouts and whatever. Should you get legendary duration and cooldown from the shop? No. Stormrack or O of VWR. So, Stormrack or O for Driver 10. I mean, probably Stormrack, just because you probably already have... yeah, GG's, by the way, but my list is full. I think even if I try to accept you, it's not going to let me. Oh, never mind. I guess I had one spot. There you go. But yeah, so Stormrack, you probably already have the 6. If you don't have the 6, then it's like, yeah. Here's the problem with 10 energy weapons. If you're asking me, like, oh, what should I get? Like, whatever thing. The problem with 10 energy weapons is that when you get it, you only have 1. And that's really bad. Even the 6s are better, because you have 2 of them that gives you 12 energy. Even getting a 6 is better. So if it was like, if you didn't have Stormrack at all, it's better to get the 6 first, because then you could use 12 energy of Stormrack rather than getting the 10 first, even though the 10's stronger. Unless you were going to immediately rank it up and use double 10s, right? Like for someone like myself, I have 16 energy on most of my mechs, so I'd need a 10 and a 6. But if you're, if you're higher SP, then you can go ahead and use like double 10. You don't have to bother with the 6 that much, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. And so the nuance comes into like, what SP are you? What energy do your mechs have? Do you want to have double 10, or do you want to actually have like a 6 and a 10? And it's like, that's all a bunch of information that I don't have. And so that's this, yeah. And some of those questions are questions that I can't necessarily just like off the top of my head, oh yeah, this is always better than this. Like that's very rarely the answer. It's very rarely the answer that one thing is always better than another thing. Unless it's like, I mean, if it's like the same energy of the same weapon class, right? Like Revoker 10 versus Repeater 10, like then there's a definite answer there. Will I accept a 6,000 SP player? Probably not. I mean, like, I accepted one guy because I happen to have space. I don't think I have space anymore. Are you going to use your token? Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I have the 1. I'd like to get the other 2. That shouldn't be that hard. Still 9 more MVPs and 9 more control points. That's like maybe 9 battles at most. Let me just use this one. Whatever. I'll just do this one. Zach, hello. How are you? Implant parts. Which are surprisingly difficult to get as a free-to-play player, so I will take it. I've been doing my best to not splurge on random things. You can see I actually have a decent chunk of implant parts here. So I'm trying to make sure, like, okay, I know my rare implants aren't very valuable. I will definitely replace them if I ever get the opportunity, right? And I could potentially get epics or potentially even get legendaries. There's a fair chance that I get something better than rare at some point in the relative near future. So even though I could get this to level 5 to make it better, I don't really care that much. It's 2%. Epics, I'm a bit more free to invest in. I could get these to probably level 5, and I'd be okay with that. The legendaries are the ones I would make. Well, I don't even have any rank 6 pilots, so I don't care, yeah. So level 5 is the absolute most that I'll get anything to, because none of my pilots are past rank 5. And, yeah, most of my rare implants I'll get to, like, level 3, level 4. This implant just in general is not even that valuable, so I just don't even bother. I have it just because it helps a little bit, but it's not that good. Something like, yeah, like range. You gotta know, like, what it is that you're using, how much you need it. Because I could just get every single implant that I have to level 5, but then I'd be out of implant parts. Viper 8's with a pilot better than Pod 10 and 8 without a pilot. I mean, maybe. It's... See... Here's the comparison aspect that I don't like. And I get where you're coming from. You're coming from a position of, like, you probably know that you don't really use them the same way. And you probably know that, like, you know, obviously, if you had pod guns, you'd play it differently than if you had Viper. And you know that. But, you're speaking from a perspective of just raw general effectiveness. But here's the aspect of that I think is wrong for people to get hung up on. Or at least confusing. I think it confuses people. Is like, let's go back to this hangar, for example. Graviton Panther, even without mods, my rank 4 Panther, is better than this rank 6 modded Juggernaut, just because Panther's way better. So why do I have the Juggernaut in here? I have the Juggernaut in here because it serves a specific function that I needed to serve. It does a thing that I needed to do. A thing that nothing else in my hangar can do, which is tank a lot of damage with these mods. So I mostly have the Juggernaut in here because it's just it's the only modded mech that I really have that's fairly strong and can use these Graviton beams. That's essentially the only reason I have it. Now, normally, Panther is stronger, but just making that comparison doesn't necessarily mean anything. My hangar as a whole is stronger with Juggernaut, but if we're talking like, oh, is Graviton Panther better or is Graviton Juggernaut better, the Panther would win. So it's not so much about which one is better, it's about which one you kind of need more of. And I think when it comes to like full hangar composition, that is a conversation that should be had as well. So in a hypothetical comparison between Podgun and Viper, that's a bit difficult. It's not that I think it's a bad question, because again, I know the angle that you're coming from, but it's difficult for me to answer it. You gotta go to bed. All right, take care. Max long arm 12s with Orion on my main account. I mean, I could. I don't think it's the worst. Can I play customs? I might play customs later this month, but not today. Graviton Beam 10 better than Overdriver 10. I think at this SP, yeah, but long-term, no. Long-term, Graviton, like, the more mods that you see, the worse Graviton gets. And Overdriver doesn't really lose value. It doesn't lose value like that. So then it's a trade-off of, do you want long-term value or short-term value? There's a lot of nuance to a lot of questions. And I do understand and appreciate the fact that it's probably annoying that most of my answers are essentially just that it depends, but it actually does depend. Like, I'm trying to be as honest as I can, and I want to give you guys, like, actual good information. I don't want to just be like, yeah, do this, do that, and essentially just, you know. I don't want it to be like that. that simple, because it's not that simple. My goal with any of this, like ever, this entire time, like, and any of the advice that I've ever given, my goal has always been primarily to show you guys my thought process and show how I come to the conclusions that I come to, so that you can come to the same conclusion. So that essentially you can use what I'm saying as data to make good decisions for yourself. That's always been my goal. It's never been to tell you what to do. Okay, well, I'm dead. He doesn't have mods. He's fairly... Wow, I'm surprised I didn't do more damage than that. Oh, wow. We are cooked. Holy crap. Okay, stealth kind of saved me there. What's that, pal? Chris good? Is Chris good? We'll find out, I guess. Poke. So cringe. The bot's freaking... Oh my goodness, bro. That we lose. We just lose. They're so aggro on our beacons. They're all over our beacons, bro. Nice jump, pal. I feel like on his screen he actually jumped, but on my screen he just did a dud. Which was pretty funny to watch. Yeah, right here is the best spot, by the way. Because I can ensure... He's out of ammo. Poke. I mentioned this in one of my other videos, but if you're gonna be up on the top... Nice. I actually got behind him and made him... Like, I blocked his Gemini with his own body. If you want to get on the top, this spot right here is the best spot. Because you can constantly use these rotating pillars. I can constantly use these rotating pillars. At no point am I going to be fully exposed. At no point am I going to be exposed from this side or this side. Because I can essentially just use these to block it while it's rotating. And I can either use it like sideways like this, or just like straight like that. I feel like a lot of people, they get in front of them because they're annoying. Or they get like right here, which fully exposes you from this side, and, you know, every so often fully exposes you from that side as well. You want to be like on that side there. How is December going? Yeah, it's going fine. How about you? How is your December going? How to use pods on Surge? I mean... I'd probably just keep distance as much as possible, and then... use the ability only when you really, like... You could use the ability, honestly, mostly to relocate. Like, if someone's coming at you, instead of dashing at them to stun them and giving yourself time to shoot pods at them, it's probably a better idea to just dash away and give yourself more distance. That freaking fuse mortar sentinel bots just can't keep doing donuts back there. If you added in the math for the 8-coin drop rate for different crates. Yeah. If you mean the fortune vaults, then the 10 is the best one always, and it doesn't matter what rewards are in there. Like, it doesn't matter how many legendary skins you have from the 20. The 20, like, even if you have all the legendary skins, which I do on my main account, it's still going to be worse. The 10's still going to be better. Even if you have all of the skins from here, this, in terms of credits, then this one's still going to be better in terms of credits. So it's like, this one's just the best one. In terms of, like, gold and silver crates, this is on average 3 per crate. This is on average 0.4 per crate. You have some news about the code. Well, I'm not going to believe whatever it is that you said. But you opened a new account just to check the code, and it actually gives an Aegis rank 3, which is actually trash. Okay, well, people said the exact same thing about Cybermech. They said, like, oh, it works for new players, but it gives a slingshot skin. It doesn't, though. So I'm not saying that you're lying to me. I'm just saying that I'm not sure if that's actually true. When they make it for everybody, it might give something different. The 20 is only good if you want legendary skins? Yeah. Which I do on my main account. I spend the 20 a lot to get the legendary skins. Hellfire 6s on Killshot, is it good? No, that's not going to be good at all. RuFFles, listen, I have news about the code. Oh my gosh, what news is this? I opened a new account just to check the code, and it actually gives an Aegis rank 3, which is actually trash. I love the fact that I answered what you said. I don't know, probably not even a minute. Probably not even a minute after you said it. But you decided to copy paste it. Just on the off chance that I didn't. Decided to just copy paste it over. It's crazy, bro. Yeah, I'll put pods back on Aegis. Or not Aegis, Dreadnought. Actually, might do pod Aegis Overdrive or Dreadnought. It's kind of back and forth between both of them. Depends. I think I like Aegis as like a somewhat of a brawler, because it can be. It has the ability shield to be somewhat of a brawler. And, Overdriver is a bit more of a brawler weapon. So I personally prefer that, but I don't know, maybe it's better the other way around. I'd have to check. Yeah, get out of here. Why do I feel like... Where's the player, anyway? Is there one? Yeah, there is. Is he just hiding with... I mean, probably, right? Jovers. It's Jover. Can you guys kill that bot? Yeah, he's back there. Nah. It's Helix Rex something. What is it, though? It's moving kind of fast, so probably a kill shot. Oh, that's stanky. I don't like that. I'm not dead. Too thick for that. Just too thick for... Okay, that was close. It's a slingshot, okay. Yeah! That's a lot of Helix Rex firing at me. Ow. Bruh. Rank 6 8s. Why would you even do that when you have more energy to work with? Whatever, bro. I need to get these beacons back. I need to get these beacons back. Please don't. Please don't do that. There we go. What? Oh, he didn't hit me with that. That's ridiculous. At least he's dead. Bro, they have all the beacon. What? It's dumb, bro. It's just ridiculous. Oh, did I? No. Some damage. Stop spamming. I was gonna answer your question, but you spammed it, bro. Like, even the first time that you sent it, you immediately sent it twice. It's ridiculous. Like, nobody wants to deal with that. I saw it, and I was actually about... I was about to respond to it. But then you just had to start spamming. Pulse cannon. Cool. What is that? Close quarters. Search. Oh, not search. You know that? Yeah. Okay. That's an easy one. Oh, never mind. I dashed inside the Aegis Dome. I'm surprised he died. He died to... Oh! Tetra Rifle Guardian. Alright, nice. Oh. Chill short. I get your shirt. No, you don't. You're dead. I go away for 2 seconds. I thought you had to go to bed. What's the next event crate they're gonna bring for? There's no pattern to it. Nobody knows, and if they claim to know, they're lying to you. It's just a fact. There are certain things that there are patterns for. Like, the only reason people know certain things is because there's patterns for it, right? Like, they've been releasing weapons gradually for free-to-play about once a month, and they've been doing that for a while. So, weapons specifically, we can pretty accurately conclude that most likely, within about a month, they're going to release the next weapon, which will most likely be Strike Rocket, because, again, pattern recognition. They've been mostly going in order, and Strike Rocket would be the next one. For mechs, it's completely different because there has not been a pattern to it. They just have been not releasing mechs for no reason, which is dumb. And it keeps getting longer and longer every time. But yeah, mechs, there's no pattern. Crate Rush events, there's no pattern. It's just like most of the time, there's no pattern. They just do it if they feel like. Same thing with promo codes. There's no pattern for promo codes. They just do it when they feel like. They only do that for 6 and 8 energies. For credit crate rushes, yeah, you're right. The credit crate rushes are usually only for the low energy ones. Please check your comment. You need to check the time of the #1 player in the Onslaught. You're the 6th in the Onslaught. Did they get past, they get sub 5 minutes? Yeah, 4:49, dang. 5. Yeah. I got pushed down to top 10, that's cringe. I haven't had enough time to, like, really grind it. I've been slowly trying to, like, I'm trying to record all of my best times, though. Eventually, maybe I make a video on it. It'd be kind of cool. It might be kind of cool. Not gonna be the top for sure. I feel like there's certain things that you gotta do. Like, I definitely know that the ones, like, the runs that I have are not perfect for sure. There are some, like, the first 2, I don't think I could really optimize any more than I have. The last 3, I definitely could. I've done them pretty... I mean, I'm top 10, so I've done them pretty well. I've done them pretty darn well. But even if I optimize them, like, a ton, I feel like the absolute most that I get out of it is, like, maybe 5 seconds per level, maybe? So it's crazy that people have cut off, like, 30 seconds. It's crazy that people have cut off 30 seconds. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hangar Showdown. Might do that later. You gotta go? Okay, bye-bye. Who do you think is the best player in the game? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't play competitively a whole lot. Definitely not me. That's all I know. You want to do a 1v1? Well, I'm not doing 1v1 with you. I have no skin in the game. I think there are two misconceptions when it comes to 1v1s. I forgot to change my trademark. I think there are two assumptions that people make in terms of 1v1s. The first assumption that they make is that if they beat you, then that means they're better. And they think that 1v1's actually, like, a 1v1 scenario is actually indicative of, like, any other scenario. It really isn't. A hanger that's good for 1v1 is not the same hanger that's good for other modes. And the second assumption is that 1v1s are the most skill-based way to play the game. It's also not true. At least not in my opinion. People are going to disagree with me. I don't care. You can have your opinion, I'm going to have mine. Boom. Oh dear. That's going to be rough. See, here's the thing. Not even going to go for it. Exactly for that reason. I knew... So the bot that I just killed, a bot, if it knows that an enemy is near its beacon, it's going to spawn there. It's going to spawn on that beacon. A bot will spawn exactly 5 seconds after it's killed. Like the same bot will. A bot will spawn exactly 5 seconds after it's killed. So if I cannot kill a bot and then run onto this beacon within 5 seconds, it's going to spawn there before I get to it. So I'd be like right here and the bot would be right. It would have just been a really bad scenario. So in that case, I just opted to keep my range. Oh, okay, a little lag there. I'll get you. You're fine. Man, they're gonna hold in center like crazy, huh? Mess them up. Yeah, kind of same deal. 5 seconds. I'm not fast enough to get there in 5 seconds. If I was a dash mech, I could. That's a close quarters pilot. Now, I mean, like, bots do, but players don't always use their pilots, you know, according to their specialization. So it might not actually be. What is it? Yeah, it looked like a guided thing. What the heck is he using? Oh, hold on. Is he gonna kill him? Me? No. Okay, he died. Alright. Yeah, now he's got a really scuffed... He had a close quarters pilot, but he had one overdrive or one nade launcher. Most gamer build I've ever seen. Of course. Fragment guns. I have seen a lot of people invest in fragment gun, and honestly, I don't even necessarily blame them. But it's kind of expensive, and I don't want to. Well, okay, I should correct myself. I want to, but it's expensive, so it's probably not going to happen for a while. I definitely want to. The amount of, like, high-level fragment guns that have killed me, not even just that I've seen, but just the ones that have killed me, is crazy. Play with subscribers? Yeah, I mean, like, that's tough, though, because there's, like, I don't know. There's a lot of people here watching that aren't on my list, and I can't add people on my list, really. My list fills up really quickly. There's that, like, you probably remember that one time? Yeah, that one time where, I just accepted all the friend requests that I could. Yeah, like, my list is still full from that. It's still full from that. And so, like, what do I do? I've been gradually, you know, anybody who's offline for a week, if you're inactive, if you're offline for a week, I'm gonna remove you from my list. You can always get back on my list, you know, eventually at some point. You know, if you can, that's fine. But yeah. But even still, it's just full all the time. I hate the delay that the game has now when you sweep a team and it takes another 10 seconds to end the match. It's only sometimes. It's definitely a bug because it's only sometimes. It's not even all the time. I don't even know. Like, I don't know what the heck happened. Ever heard of KSC long rifle? Yeah, probably from you, who is the one who is talking about it in Discord. Like, you know what it is. You know why. It's like having a mech or a weapon or whatever thing change names before the game's official launch. It's so common. It happens all the time. So, I don't know. I find it kind of cringe where it's like people try to sound smart by being like, I know about this thing. Like, this is what Railgun used to be called. Like, no, it actually wasn't. You never experienced the game when it was called that. You just happened to know that at one point it was called that. Like, who cares? I should get Eclipse. Well, I mean, I'm only like 9,000 ink points short. Can't wait to see how Burrow 16 Blockhorn performs. Oh, damn, bro. That's gonna be crazy. Dreadshot is a bad weapon. Yes, you are correct. Stolen Valor. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. Well, let me fix this. I said I was going to, and then I forgot. What is the? Oh, it's just paint. Never mind, Hawker. I'll just do it that way because that's easier. I'm gonna put Podgun on you. I sort of miss my Vipers. Kind of want to use them again. Cooldown damage. I don't really need duration. Using it on other stuff. Well, I mean, Juggernaut duration is pretty pointless. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll go with cooldown on the Juggernaut, duration on the Aegis. Because at least it's kind of okay. Duration on Aegis is like, it's kind of okay. I don't usually go for it, but that's not the worst. Man, I wish it wasn't so expensive to duplicate my minigun 10s. I would go for that so fast, bro. Be great. Ah, yeah, okay, so that's a good reason to... Yeah, okay, never mind. So, like, I could do Podgun, Aegis, Overdrive, or Dreadnought, or I could do it the other way around. A good reason to do it the other way around, now that I think about it, is the fact that the Podgun has a legendary pilot with 4 implant slots, and I could be using my ability damage as well as maybe a cooldown implant on the Dreadnought. That would be kind of better. Can I help you build your hangar? No, sorry. You're just figuring out if I'm OG. Literally nobody has played the game with that weapon name. Again, it's like, yeah, I've played the game for like 4 years. But again, I hate this stupid, like... Again, it's a matter of, like, you're trying to sound smart by being like, did you know this is what it used to be called? Like, yeah, but nobody calls it that, and nobody cares. And even if they did know, they wouldn't call it that. Like, they changed the name of Overheat, and now they call it Weaken. Some people don't like that. I call it Weaken. Sometimes I might accidentally call it Overheat once or twice, but I call it weakened because that's what it's actually called, and that's what people care about. If I'm calling it the wrong thing, then I'm just confusing people for no reason, other than to be like, did you know it actually used to be called overheat? Who cares? Shut up. Whoops. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Can I help you? Oh. Ah, pilot. Figures. This is where a storm rack build would come in handy. Immediate radius damage. As soon as this cooldown is over, I have but a few seconds to kill him because he's got that 50% modifier. Okay. What does he have now? Probably a Gemini something, huh? Javelin rack. Yeah, it was kind of worth it, but it was mostly not. If I call it the wrong name, people will be confused. Jover Driver. Yeah, okay, that's for the sake of being funny, and it is funny. But if I, like, try to call it something just for the sake of trying to sound... Like, I'm not doing it to sound smart, I'm doing it to be funny. It's very different. Oh, it just keeps transferring. That's so good. Take out the eclipses. Those 10s? 8s? 12s even, maybe? I gotta save my ammo for when his ability ends. Ah, never mind. Never mind. He should still... He is still marked for now. Now he's probably not. But his ability will end kinda soon. We just wait, we mark him, we kill him. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, it wasn't even the minigun guy that killed... Or wait, was it? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it was the minigun guy that killed me. Never mind. I see you. I think he has like a ton of firepower, though. Ouch! Oh, I got him. The brick house. The Chungus. Eclipse spam in this SP is wild. Well, especially when there's a 50% cooldown modifier going on, dude. Though I will say, like, speaking of stealth spam, I need Shadow. Like, I'm realizing the more that I play at this SP, the more that I've massively undervalued Shadow. It's really bad when you think long-term progress, but I think stealth to counter the guided spam. Also, this thing's just freaking baller. Stealth to counter all the freaking guided spam is so necessary. And also, to be fair to myself as well, does EMP not stack anymore? Because I got the delay. Does EMP not stack anymore? That's so good. If that's the case, that's great. That needs to always be the case. I think it's just Hemlock, maybe. Somebody was telling me before, and the reason I say this, somebody was telling me before that they changed it so that Hemlock can't, like, you can't have multiple Hemlocks stack through days. It just won't work. And so maybe that applies to the EMP as well, where you can't stack a separate EMP on top of the Hemlock EMP. That's really nice to know. I am happy about that. Anything that reduces the amount of time that people are stuck in EMP for, I am all for it. This game has way too much EMP. It's stupid. You call savants croissants. That's kind of funny, but, like, I don't usually call it. Like, I usually just, like, whatever random name that I think of that's funny to me at the time. I don't usually go by other people's funny names. Not that I don't think they're funny, but it's just, like, I don't know. Feels forced. Sad. Yeah, I wouldn't spend acorns on the EM rifle, especially. It's pretty bad. Like, if you really want it and you have 7,000 acorns, go for it, whatever, bro. But, like, yeah, I wouldn't. The pilot's probably okay, but I don't really think I'm willing to spend a whole lot on that. You got your first late game weapon, Disruptor 12. Hell yeah, brother. Some kind words for Shadow. Yeah. To be fair to myself, though, I think my first, especially my first free-to-play Gear Hub guide, maybe my second as well. Back then, it was like over a year ago. I don't think Gemini even existed, which is like a massive, massive aspect of it. Like, there's still Helix spam, Javelin racks, right? Like, people still do that stuff. But, like, there was a lot less Strike Rocket spam. There's almost no Gemini spam because I don't think it existed way back then. Like, so to be fair to myself, it was less necessary to have stealth because there was less guided spam. Like, the pay-to-win people, instead of spamming Gemini, they'd spam usually Overdriver, actually. They'd buy a lot of, people still do, buy a lot of Overdrivers and whatever Brawler mechs. So, yeah, to be fair to myself, it was less necessary back then, but I definitely didn't, yeah, I definitely undervalued it. What could be a good build for Savant? Actually, quite a lot of stuff. I think Savant's pretty decent. You got Disc Launcher second try. Nice. I did try it a couple times. I think I tried it 3 times. And, I didn't get it, but that's fine. I don't really care. I was definitely not going to full send it. Because I don't actually care if I get it, really, but it would have been nice to get it for cheap. You were right about the 40-meter Dreadnought range. I don't know if you saw it, but the 50% size scales both width and range by 1.5. Hold on. Which works out to 40. Interesting. Interesting. That is... Huh. So the max range is actually 40. Alright. I knew I was thinking 40. Thank you for that, by the way. I probably should have gone for the cheetah first. I knew I thought of 40 at some point. Ouch. Pro also 2020. Okay, well, it's time to die. Anyone that's gonna name themselves something absolutely ridiculously cringe, like Pro Gamer Sniper God of Mech Combat, like, oh, get out of here, pal. Go away. Ouch. I got him. Worth it. Let's go with this. Yeah, kill that guy. What is that? That's Podgun, obviously. Hold on. I can kill you. The faster way of getting up here is just to do that. Little bit sketch if you're slow, but works. I'm actually just gonna take it for the sake of killing that Deathwalker. It's kind of worth it to me. Ah, come on. You're fine. You're fine. Constant damage at this kind of range is just so good. Yeah, and that's what makes Graviton really strong at this SP too, is that even if people have mods, by the time the implosion builds up, a lot of the times, like, almost all of their layers are gone. So even the first implosion usually will hit raw HP. But that's not the case for later on. That's why it loses a lot of value at high SP. Is because each individual layer ends up being able to tank quite a lot of Graviton, like, base damage. And so you basically need a full implosion to take down almost every single... I go for it, pal. I beam you for like a quarter second, you're dead. Oh, okay. He actually survived that. Nice. Wow, and he killed me. What rank is that? Rank 4. I wonder if he got it for free and then ranked it up. If so, that's cool. I want to do that eventually. I have one blueprint for it, though, which is ridiculous. Not to mention Galvanical. True. Although the perimeter multilayer takes way more implosions than a Galvanical, I think, right? Because a Galvanical is like maybe 2 implosions or something. Whereas a perimeter multilayer can be upward of like 4 or 5. Was Graviton better to spend more or Storm? Storm rank's probably better overall. But like I said, at this SP, Graviton Beam is so strong. So I don't regret getting it, but it's not going to have a lot of long-term value. So I guess it depends on whether or not you want something long-term. Pro also 2025 actually put his year of birth in their in-game name. Yes, thank you for catching that. It's very true. Disc Launcher 8's any good? No, I wouldn't get him. Storm 8 event crate? Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be a really cheap way of getting him. Most good-looking weapon. That's an interesting question. Let me think. I do like Berserker, though I think it's a little bit too wide. I don't love it. I like it, but I don't love it. Look at all these first. Carbine 12, pretty sleek. Hornet's okay. Somebody's gonna say Revoker just because it's OP and they just have like this. They just like Revoker. I think Revoker looks kind of terrible. Well, the 10 especially. The 8's not bad. The 8's pretty good. Disruptor Hornet. Missile Rack is... It's kind of a classic. It's kind of a classic. The worst looking one's probably Voltaic RPG, though. It looks, really bad. RPG looks nice. That's a nice looking weapon. It is. That's a nice looking weapon. Burrow Beam is okay. I don't really like it, though. Howler is not bad. Repeater is kind of a brick. It's a little too bricky for me. Like, if it was slightly more sleek looking, then... Or if it looked like it had more shape to it. It's like Revoker 10, bro. It's like, it's a brick. What do you mean? Ember Gun looks nice. What do you guys think? I think Shotgun looks nice. You like the design of Shotgun 8 and Long Arm 12? No, that's fair. That's fair. EM Rifle 16. That's true. Full tank looks like a pencil sharpener. You're actually not wrong. Frag 14. I respect it. Yeah, Frag 14. It's kind of cool. It looks nasty, bro. I like the bolts in it. I like it when it looks like like sort of industrial. If it's a little too sleek, then I don't know. It just doesn't look right. Yeah, Revoker 8 looks good. The rest of them kind of don't. The 12, yeah, not even the 16. The 16 is kind of bad. Long arms are nice. Tetra rifles are pretty nice. I'm not a huge fan of the 16, maybe, but I'd say like the 12 or the 10. Bro, have you seen, by the way, I'd say like, I didn't even like think about this until I saw it. M16, somebody said? Yeah, that's pretty good. Seeing Tetra Rifle 8s on Lancer with white paint actually looks really nice. I'll have to show you. I'll have to show you when I'm done here. Some of these are nice. Savant looks kind of cool. Gemini's okay. It's a little bit weird. Minigun. Now the 16 looks so... Okay, Hellfire's gotta be like top 5 at least, right? The 16... Bro, look at this thing. I'm not a huge fan of the finish on it, because the finish on it makes it look like kind of plastic, and it's weird. The pattern looks kind of weird. But generally speaking, Hellfire is real nice. No, the chain gun's okay too. Not a huge fan of it though. Some good ones. Has to be Viper 8. Nah, that's fair. That's fair. I've always been like slightly turned off by Viper 8 simply because the rocket kind of triggers me, because it like from a like a realistic standpoint, that rocket would just hit itself, I think. Like it's kind of weird, right? Yeah, like it's gonna hit this. Like it can't even fire straight. It's just gonna immediately hit that thing. And so like for someone who's just like thinking of the mechanics, it like kind of annoys me. The 12 is even worse though. Let me real quick. I just want to show Lancer, Tetra. Look at that. That looks pretty darn nice. That looks pretty darn nice. Go back to my Stormrex though. Yeah. I mean, I can't keep that, but I'll just go for this. I got like a white and red skin thing going on for that one. Tetra Eclipse is better. Nah, I think you're just an Eclipse Glazer. The rocket gonna hit iron sights before hitting anyone? Yeah, I know, bro. That's what's kind of bothers me. That's why the rockets always miss. Burrow Beam 12 better than Revoker 12. In some cases, yeah. If you can kill them in a single mag, then yeah. If you can't, then Revoker's still gonna be better. So it's like, it depends on the situation, and it probably depends on the mech too. If you're talking like... If you're talking like on Eclipse, then probably yeah. Well, definitely yeah, because it's not that good with Revoker anymore. Railgun 12 is the worst looking. Railguns don't look phenomenal, I'll agree with you. How would you design a new mech? There's so many ways that you could do it. I don't necessarily think that I haven't thought about it enough to be this like, this is exactly what the game needs. Nah. If I had the opportunity to create a mech, I would think very, very long and hard about it. And I would try to create something that the game actually needs. Not just, like, more of the same thing. But I don't really know what that is at the moment. Hello? Ow. I don't like that. Let's see. Let's see. Black Dragon. Huh. Rooted Black Dragon. He's your Black Dragon, guys. Do you know game designing as well? Nah, I haven't participated in any of it, but I know roughly a lot of like what happens with it, yeah. Wouldn't say I'm like, you know, specifically knowledgeable about it. What's this guy even doing? What's this guy even doing? He's so weird. What are you doing, pal? Yeah, nice. He's probably just gonna lose the match, right? Wait, is that the same thing? No, it's not. So his other thing died. I don't know who killed it. Or if he scrapped himself. If he was smart, he scrapped himself, but I doubt he did. The stuff he has now is gonna be way more effective. Ouch. I think I killed at least one, yeah. Yeah, we'll go with this. Why not? Dragon. Oh my goodness, I just got instantly deleted. What? I have to use this just to survive a single savant volley, bro. I mean, go for it. Okay. I'll mess you up. You do some damage, you ain't gonna kill me, though. Okay, nice, I got it. Got Disclosure 8 yesterday from Derby event. Nice. You don't upgrade it. Mr. Dragon. What are you doing? I have a Savant Zephyr friend. He wants to say hi. Oh, that doesn't matter. Is there a particular reason you have a massive dislike for Killshot? Yeah, 'cause it's dumb. Nah, it just used to be OP really, like, way back in the day. And the reason that I continue to hate on it is because it's the only mech that the community will collectively not allow you to hate on. Try it. You'll find out. I used to dislike a lot of things. I dislike a lot of the meta stuff. Surge, Eclipse, that sort of thing. I think it's cringe. And a lot of people will just be like, yeah, that's fair. I used to hate Panther. Same deal. It's like, yeah. I don't hate it, but I get it. I used to hate Zephyr. Same thing. Yeah. I get it. But the moment you say anything about Killshot, all hell breaks loose. See, that's the thing. It's like, it really is like I would not care. I would stop hating on it, I would have stopped a long time ago if people weren't so adamant about being like, what? Why do you hate Killshot? That's bad. What? Killshot's good. So sad. You did it to yourself. Maxed Paragon good. Nah. I probably wouldn't. This is one that I'd normally start with Panther. Because people non-stop SP drop with it? Yeah. Well, it's also because it is, like, dash mechs are notoriously easy to use. They're the easiest mechs to use, the easiest mechs to get used to. And I don't care how you feel about that. I know that it's true, and the reason that I know that it's true is because it's the type of mech that every new player gravitates toward. New players, by definition, don't know how to play the game. And if they're gravitating toward one type of thing, it's because it's the easiest thing to use, obviously. People don't like to hear that, but it's true. Dash mechs are the easiest types of mechs to use. Always have been. But yeah, so since a lot of people like them because, you know, it's their favorite mech because it does the best, and it does the best because it's the easiest to use. And so they glaze it hard because it wins them battles. Because their favorite is entirely determined by how OP it is. That's why most people's favorite mech is either Surge or Eclipse. That's gonna kill me. Yeah. Yeah, dang. Only barely, though. Pod battle is so anticlimactic. That's kind of true, though. Man, we need to get up here. Hey. Hey, buddy. Hey. Yeah, nice. Can you dome it? Ow! The heck? Rank 6, okay. Gotta love Helix spammers. Hi. Guess what? You're dead. Oh no. Helix rank doesn't solve all my problems. How could this be? How could this be allowed to happen? You pick Orion instead of Killshot? Yeah, I don't know what my favorite is. Oof. Yeah, I almost went off the edge. That's fair. You have a Max Paragon with dual Javelin rack 16. No, that's valid. That's valid. The thing with, Max Paragon is that you need to max, or not max, but duplicate a 16 energy weapon. It's just really expensive, and it's not necessarily, like, the greatest in terms of effectiveness. So from my perspective, it's, like, an okay thing to invest in, but it's not really the best. Nice. For some reason, they also glaze Guardian and Lancer. I don't see a lot of Lancer glaze. Mostly Guardian and Redeemer, yeah. The Guardian glaze is like it's essentially Ember Gun, right? It's essentially the Ember Gun of mechs. Or like the thermal lance of mechs. It's like, well, technically, if you think about it, this could be really OP if X, Y, and Z. It's like it's really strong in theory, and everyone likes to glaze it in theoretical combat. But when they actually try to use it in like legitimate battles, it just dies instantly because it's not that good. So it's the type of thing that everybody likes to glaze when they're just talking, but not while they're playing. Because they can't actually use it. All they can do is talk about theoretical this, that, and the other thing. For Redeemer, I think it's different. I think Redeemer technically has the potential to be the most skill-based mech, but nobody actually uses it in a skill-based way. Like, using the backtrack to position yourself exactly where you need to be to kill somebody is, like, it requires a lot of forethought, but most of the time people just, they run in, they spam the ability, they go back into safety, and then they wait for the ability, and they do it all over again. That doesn't require skill. That's not skill-based. So it has the potential to be super, super skill-heavy, but people don't actually use it super skill-heavy. But I guess a lot of people think that they're super skilled with it anyway, or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I can kind of understand the glazing to the extent where it's like, yeah, if people actually used it the way that it had the potential to be used, then I'd probably be on board with that glaze train. All Guardian sentences start with if. You know what? That's great. I like that. I like that. It's kind of true, though. I love kiting surges with Redeemer. Yeah, like, there's cool things you can do with it, but it's like it doesn't really require much skill if you're using it in just, like, the super basic way that most people use it. There are definitely some people who play it really well. Definitely some people who play it really well. But if there's a lot of people glazing it, there's a pretty high chance that all the people glazing it are not really good with it. They're just glazing it because they think that they think they look cool. Is essentially what it is. Boom. Someone in general chat just asked, "Good weapon for Guardian," and it got me dying. Guardian could be okay, but it's like, I don't want to hate on it. Like, I don't hate on Guardian, but like I'm not gonna glaze it. I will certainly never glaze it. It's not that good. Like, the sniper crate rush isn't worth it. Yeah, I agree with you. Did someone say otherwise? I'm confused. Ow? What was that? Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Redeemer's a fun mech. Nah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree, it's fun. It's like Guardian. It's like, I don't want to... Like, I'm not over here saying that it's terrible. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's bad. But I think there's a difference between enjoying something and glazing it. Like, when I say that they're glazing it, they're like, you know, like, basically making it out to be, like, one of the best things ever. When in reality, it's just, like really not even close. Run, Black Dragon! Oh, it's the same guy as last time. Haha. That's what you get, freaking Dragon somewhere else. Dragon these nuts. Ah, I got him. What is that? Ares? Does he just have no idea where I am? Yo, what is that? I could probably kill him. I could probably kill him. Nope, I cannot. I knew that Reaver 8 was really low rank. I figured the Frag 14 was pretty high rank, but I didn't think it could kill me, and I was correct. But he got me really freaking low. And the Reaver was able to kill me. Ooh. Owie. You know what? Yeah, I'm not going for. I'm not spawning on that. It's a death sentence. Drangan, get back here. Okay. Yeah, bye. Good talk. Now the question is... Ah, he's right there, he's right there, he's right there. Now we win. Let's go. Can I do a hanger with a bunch of stuff? No. No, I mean, this is my free-to-play account, so... Most underrated mech. In my opinion... Let's see. Let me think. I assume you mean, like, long-term. Because, like, short-term, I'd say Juggernaut's pretty darn underrated, bro. This thing's kind of cooking. But I'm gonna assume you mean long-term. Most underrated. Redox is kind of underrated, but at the same time, it's kind of not good. Lockhorn is fairly underrated, but then again, you know, there are people who use it a bit. See any epics? Orion's not bad. I'd say it might be Bastion. I'm gonna say it's probably Bastion. I think if you use it well, and if you use it in the right scenarios, it can counter a lot of things. A lot of things. The Blizzler is not tier 10. No, you are correct. Chungus. Chungus is kind of accurately rated. The more I try to use it, the more I realize how unusable it is. At max level. It's just bad. Solus? Actually, a lot of people use Solus, bro. Outlaw is the most underrated? Nah. Nah. I think Outlaw is pretty fairly rated. Nah, because, like, underrated is like people think it's bad, but it's actually really good. But I don't think that's the case. No, like, the same thing with Brickhouse. Like, the more I use it, the more convinced I am of how useless it is. Lancer is underrated? I mean, kinda, but at the same time, like, kinda not. Like, there's an extent to where Lancer is useful, and people generally understand what extent that goes to. Right? Like, by underrated, I don't mean underused, right? I mean, like, the majority of people would generally say that something is bad when in reality it's actually decent. Most people would probably agree with me if I said Lancer can be pretty darn good on the right maps, even at max level. Most people would probably be like, yeah, slap a couple, like, Gemini 8s or something ridiculous on it. Yeah, it'd be fun. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. Overrated and used excessively? At low SP, it is used fairly excessively, but I wouldn't say it's overrated. I'd say it's actually pretty fairly rated. Like, it is genuinely very, very useful. Recently, the event crate provide metamechs, and I got most of them. I'm close to having metamechs. It's crazy. Nice. They just need to give Chungus 8 million HP, right? Solus, Salver, or Outlaw, which is best for 32 energy supports. I go for Solus, personally. Savant, Podgun, Gemini, Strike Rocket. General play, I'd say Gemini, but like if you're going max competitive, Strike Rocket's probably better. Most spammed early weapon. Maybe long arm? I don't know. Nah, it's gotta be Javelin Rack. It's gotta be like Javelin Rack, Helix Rack. No, people are still spamming that crap, bro. Gatecrasher is underrated. Yeah, but not by that much, right? Like, people think it's bad, and it's definitely not as bad as people say, but it's kind of not that much better as people say either, right? Helix Rack is the most spammed maybe pods, yeah. That pod got more than Helix Rack even, which is ridiculous. Let me, oh wait, I did get a token, didn't I? Yeah, why not? Let's go for this again. More, oh, yeah, pilot marks, okay. How many pilot marks do I have, dude? That's a lot. That's enough to max out 2 legendary pilots. That's good, I'm gonna need those. I have so many pilot marks, and yet I'm still refusing to rank these up to rank 6. This is how I have stuff, by the way. Like, this is how I end up with extra resources, how I end up with extra A coins, extra credits, whatever. It was like my Orion's really good. I feel like a lot of people by now would have at very least leveled theirs up to level 7. I've not leveled this up a single time, same with my Railgun. I just don't bother. Maxed Lodestar at some point, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna max out a pilot, it may as well be a legendary. I could max out my epics, and honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I probably will max out several of my epics at some point. But now is not the time. I don't think I need it right now. I would rather focus on trying to get more pilots to, you know, like the heavy duty one, for example, which I probably should be. I'm using this hanger. I should be using a different hanger with like yeah, with the heavy duty pilot to keep leveling up case. Yeah. This is my achievement hanger, by the way. It's bad builds, but they're for achievements. And yeah, I mean, this is for close quarters. I could use Ember Gun on it, but I think Howler's probably better. Well, yeah, because I think I need to get kills and damage with close quarters, and if I'm getting it with, if I'm using Ember Gun, then I'm mostly getting kills with the ability, so yeah, I'll just keep that. Most underrated weapon. Most underrated weapon. Blast RPG is fairly underrated. There are certain scenarios, it's like people just know it as a bad weapon. There are definitely certain scenarios in which it's actually pretty darn good, I think. Howler is like slightly over. Tetra Rifle is a bit underrated, I guess, yeah. I'd say Tetra Rifle is actually like very strong, but pretty much nobody uses it late game anyway. Nade launchers are pretty darn underrated. Nade launcher, cryo launcher, they're kind of the same. 2 incredibly underrated weapons. And that might sound strange from me, because it's like I'm like strictly avoiding upgrading these on this account, but it's just because like it's just kind of expensive and I have better things to worry about. Suppressor. Oh my, okay. Some people are just gonna be like, oh, here he goes again. I'm just, at this point, I am known as a hard suppressor glazer. But oh my goodness, dude. It's it's legitimate. It's legit. I actually think it's so legit. I actually think it's so legit. Suppressors, God, I'm such a freaking... I'm like these Killshot stands, bro. Missile Rag 16, that's a good one too. How to get legendary pilots faster for a free-to-play account. I mean, you could just skip buying epic ones, but I wouldn't do that. I'd just buy epics mostly. But you're asking, this is literally the only legendary pilot that I have, and it's because I got lucky in a random crate rush event. They gave out 2 for free, and I missed them. I guess. I don't know how, but yeah, I just happened to not get the tokens. Just stick around. I would say, if I'm being honest, if you're a free-to-play player, don't bother buying legendary pilots. Period. Don't bother buying legendary pilots. Go for epics and wait for them to give out random legendaries for free, because you will get some for free if you wait long enough. I plan to end my free-to-play career and buy the degenerate weapon Gemini. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. If you die to it a lot, just $5 could increase your win rate by several points, I'm sure. Dreadshot? You think Dreadshot's underrated? Bro, I think it's pretty fairly rated. It's pretty garbage. Suppressor Outlaw is really good. Dude! I know! Suppressor's actually solid, dude. Suppressor's actually solid. You need to sleep. Okay, bye-bye. Dreadshot is so insanely mid, yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Suppressor 16 has such a good sound. I could never hate on it, even if it did 0 damage. Yeah, I've always had, like, high hopes for Suppressor, because it's just a cool weapon. And it sounds great, especially the 16. I'm gonna use my achievement hanger, which just so happens to still have the Juggernaut, the best build in the game. Let's go. It's just too OP. It's too OP. Check the Mech Arena post? Okay. I will do that. You might have to remind me after this battle, though I might be rambling about something else by the end. It's over. You can't say it's not. It is actually over. Imagine if he was using Dreadshot, though. It would be Jover over. It's over. Get over here. I forgot. Dreadshot and Hellfire share a sacred spot on the tier list known as Trashland. It's kind of true. Hornet, too, to be honest. Hornet kind of shares that. Oh, well, hold on, let's see what that is later. Hey, give me a second. Come on, all those guys. I'll just be over here. I mean, I pulled him away from our beacon. He's just running after me. I pulled him away from the beacon. It's pretty... Oh, it's time. It's... time to die. Boom. But not for me. Oh, actually for me. Double 6s when you could be using a 6 and a 10. You could be using a 6 or a 10 and an 8 even. That's suspicious. He definitely runs like he's a tanker. And by that, I mean he's just like, he runs like he knows that he's overpowered and he doesn't really have much consequence. for being bad at the game. Well, guess what? He's dead now. Aww. That was close. Almost got him. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if I... Ow. No, I might be dead. Dang it. I was gonna say, so long as I'm keeping him... So long as he's being really passive and he's, like, just hiding the entire time, I'm keeping him out of the match just by scaring him. And that's fine. That's completely fine. I'll do that. I just want him to not be useful. And if he's out of the match by being afraid, then he's not being useful. But sadly, I didn't do very good. No. Savant 6 or Revoker 6? Oh, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm making a new free-to-play Gear Hub guide. I think this is what I have in there for now. For tier 4. I think you get Savant 6 and you skip Revoker 6. And, like, maybe you go back for Revoker 6, but I actually think Savant 6 is just gonna be way better. Am I the only one who thinks that? Increase the range of lock-on from 60 to 80 for Disc Launcher? Oh, yeah, I agree with you, especially if they're gonna have such massive damage falloff. You ranked up your only Epic Pilot to rank 6, but none of my rares. I'll rank up Galvin to rank 6 I got from Crit Rush event. Oh, man. I mean, if you're running, especially if you're kind of on a bit of a budget for pilot marks, like, don't invest all of your pilot marks onto one pilot. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need, ideally, a full hanger of decent pilots. What happened to the implant guide? It's in progress. I've been slowly working on... Like, I've decided that I'm gonna probably scrap the way that I have it for now. I'm gonna re-record it at very least. And my initial thought was, yeah, I'll just make a video like I did for the other time. Way back when. I'll just make a series of videos, like one video for, let's say, scouts, one video for assault weapons, one video for... You get it. You get what I'm saying. But there was a lot of, like, just general information that I was going to put into the intro and also after all of that would kind of be missing. There's a lot of, like, context for certain things that would kind of be missing if I did it that way. Oh no, dude. I don't know, dude. It's definitely going to be a series of videos, though. It's going to be, like, at least 3, probably. And... and that would make it easier for me. Like, I could record all of that, and, like, I could record and edit all of that probably in one day, and it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But the way that I was going to do it was going to take freaking forever. Macarena Post, thank you. Let me find it. Mech Arena official. Mech Arena official. It was a post. Oh, it's the same thing that they put in their Discord. It's the same thing that they put in their Discord. It's just like, here's all the things that we've done over the past year that you guys wanted us to do. So here's proof that we actually listen to you guys sometimes. Essentially, that was the entire post. What was the takeaway? Like, what were you taking away from that? I don't get it. Like, was there something else, some hidden meaning that you thought was in there? No, I read all of it. I read all of it. It didn't really seem important. Oh, you don't have Discord? I mean, fair enough. Why does the live keep kicking off? I mean, is that for anybody else? It might just be your connection. You'll be back later? Okay, bye. No one's going to use Revoker 6 in long run unless they're SB dropping. Well, I mean, you don't have to use it long term. Like, I mean, I use Revoker 10 and 6 on my Surge, bro. Like, no... okay, look. If I had a maxed hanger... If you gave me, like, a bajillion A-coins and you were like, hey, you can buy and upgrade whatever the frick you want, and you end up with a maxed hanger, exactly none of these weapons would ever be there. Period. None of these are what you call long-term weapons necessarily, but that's not the point, really, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be something that you'd use in a maxed hanger. It just needs to be something that's useful for long enough to where it's worth the cost. And if it's a weapon that could cost like 600,000 credits, yeah, it's gonna be pretty worth it if you'd use it for, several months. If you'd use it for several months, it'd probably be worth it. Particle beam's pretty bad, though at the same time I haven't tried it on this account, so I don't technically know. I'm open to disagreement, and I'm definitely curious to try it for myself. Propaganda, yeah. You meant Savants are better than Revoker 6? Yeah, generally I agree with you. Like, especially for early game people, like really early game, I think you don't really want to be brawling with people. It's the same thing that I said before. It's the same thing that I've always been saying to free-to-play players, is that unless you got, like, this ridiculous thing, even my Dreadnought's actually not that good for brawling. Because most people, especially if you live in, like, in the US, where, a lot of people have, people have $5 to spare. Like, a lot of people don't. It's not a big deal. But, like, if you fight, like, pay to win, whatever, most people are going to be stronger than you, or at least a good chunk of people are going to be stronger than you. You can't go in assuming I probably have the strongest thing, so I'm just gonna go toe to toe. I'm just gonna go mess them up right in their face. Most of the time, it's not gonna work out. If you're a free-to-play player, you really want to use range as often as possible. That's why, like, all of my builds are ranged, with the exception of the Surge, because it's like, obviously, right? So yeah, Savant would do that way better than... Savant could be that way. Revoker kind of couldn't. You would... people are getting, like... They get, like, the kill shot derby, and they can finish that pretty quick. So they could use Revoker 6s on kill shot, but then again, they could use Savant 6s on kill shot too, so... About to hit Division 1 for the first time. Does anything really change when you hit Division 1? No, nothing. There's no difference. Not worth spending credits on Gear Hub to buy 6 and 8 energy weapons and wait for event crate. Well, I wouldn't agree with that. If your goal is to progress at any meaningful rate, you can't go around... You can't be waiting, like, I don't know, 6 months for freaking random event crates. And also, That essentially, like, the premise of that is that you should just gamble on whatever Crate Rush event happens to pop up. That's the premise of that argument, and I fully disagree with that argument. Long stream? It's only 4 hours. I go for like 7 or 8 hours half the time, bro. You wasted 5,000 acorns for the EM rifle event and still didn't get it. Well, I mean, it's kind of your own fault. Like, it does suck. It does suck. And you know what? Every so often, I extend this offer to like some people, where like they ask about it. If anyone in chat, for whatever reason, if you really wanted one of these things and you spun it, and you did it like 19 times, and it's literally the last one, if you can prove that with a screenshot or something, I'll send you the acorns for the last spin. I don't care. Like, it's kind of cringe to have it at the very last spin. But I'm not sending you like 4,000 acorns so that you can continue your gambling addiction. Like, no, absolutely not, bro. And this is why I say every single time the exact same thing. If you can't guarantee it, then you have to treat it like every acorn you spend is wasted. Don't think of it as an investment. Not an investment. Don't think of it as the more times I spin, the better chances I... Nope. It's wasted. Maybe not necessarily, but you have to assume that it's wasted. And so then, once you have the mentality of the acorns that I spend are wasted, then you get a better idea of how many times should I spin, what am I comfortable with wasting. In this case, if I really wanted Baron, I don't really care that much. I probably won't even bother spinning, because I kind of want my acorns for other stuff. I don't care that much. I want my acorns for other stuff. I might spin once, maybe twice. 3 times at very most. I would not be comfortable spinning more than that. I technically could do 5, but I wouldn't be comfortable wasting all of my acorns on nothing. So that's how you have to do it. And if you gamble everything and you lose everything, then, well, that's your own fault. EM12, try it. Bro, even if I got it, I wouldn't use it. I'm being so serious. Even if I got it, I wouldn't use it. What the frick would I use it on? Orion? Why would I use a 12 energy of a weapon that's worse than Railgun when I could be using a better weapon and 16 energy? It just doesn't make sense. Gemini is pissing me off so much I might just buy it. Nah, bro, don't join them. Don't join them. Just use Shadow. It's gonna be OP, trust. Speaking of, I actually probably will do that pretty soon. EM Orion, but it's cool. Yeah, but it's not cool enough for me to waste my acorns on it. And again, I can't guarantee it. So this is the kind of mentality that makes you waste all your acorns. Is that you're like, well, you know, if you spin it enough times, you might get it. Well, you might get it if you spin it again. Well, you might get it if you spin it again. Could use a new legendary barrage pilot. I mean, they just did one. What do you mean? Or do you mean like an actual new one? That would be 3 legendary pilots for the same class. The only other one that... Well, there's only 2. They have one for close quarters, one for snipers, right? There's only 3 barrage weapons. So I don't know if they were gonna make a... If they were gonna make another pilot, probably go for... I'd probably say assault, right? They're gonna make another legendary pilot. There's a lot of assault weapons, and only 2 pilots. Nope. What are you doing, bro? Come on. This guy. Why? Hi. Regrees 2.0 is my teammate. Alright, cool. No, it's fine. Limp Dirk. Uh-huh. Some of these names are... Oh, no. Suspicious. That's what they are. Oh, wait. He's reloading for now. Nice. Took a couple shots, but that's fine. He's gonna respawn. What the fuck? Over? Oh! Jeez. Wait, what happened, bro? I was just over there. Are you telling me that you took it already? Napoleoncito? Napoleoncito? Bro, what does that mean? Just to keep farming or something? Inside here. It's like nobody knows how to dodge. Ouch! Ah, aw. Yeah, fair enough. I poked my head up just a little bit too much. Should I go for this? Boom. Boom. That's fine. I'm okay with that. That turn of events is sufficient for me. I'm gonna go take D. Because these guys, they keep spawning there and they come up here and they grab the beacon without me noticing. Oh. Hello? Oh, barely. Oh. What? That even killed me. You can get Shadow and Eclipse just to get Gemini out of my matches. Based. Boy, it just registered that Fragment Gun Paragon MVP. That's so good. It's only rank 3, so the DPS is probably pretty bad. But that's really funny. There's no way that works either. Like, there's zero chance that that works even remotely well. But that's why I like it. You got Continuum 6 from the Crate Rush. Nice. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like, it's like, you know, when you're going for it, like, you could do a couple times. Certain things like this one, I'm not going to spend any coins on it because I just don't think the weapon itself is worth it. Like, I don't think it's, like, I don't care about it. You have to assume that it's going to take probably a lot of spins. And there's probably some where it's like, you probably missed some things that you could have gotten first or second try just by not spinning it at all. But, you know, so long as you're also not wasting A coins, right? You're also saving a lot of A coins that way. And so by making sure that you're managing which things you're even attempting and which ones you're not, you end up with more A coins to use on the ones that you actually do want. Paragon with double fusion 16s the other day. That actually sounds like a kind of okay. Okay, like, fusion cannon compared to fragment gun's better, but at least it's rank 4. Well, actually, it's rank 6 at its epic, but it also has better range. That's the thing with the fragment gun build. It's like there's no way it works because it has no range, and Paragon is not fast. I don't care about the ability. It's not fast. How bad is Oracle? It's pretty bad. Infinite Stealth Tengu might be useful. Yeah, but I'd have to get and basically max out the stealth duration implant as well as probably like a epic or legendary cooldown just for the Tengu. And I'm not sure if I want to do that. I mean, I could. I've been slowly upgrading my Tengu. It's now level 4. I've been preparing to get it to rank 6. But the more that I wait, the longer I want to just, like, I kind of want to get this freaking Shadow done with. But this is going to be expensive, because the first one's 600, the next one I think is, like, 900 something? Close to 1,000? 980 or something like that? The next 2 are going to be like that. And that's not great. That is not great. It's going to be expensive. So do I go with the more expensive thing that's probably going to be more effective, or do I just go with Tengu? I don't know. Like, generally speaking, I'd go with Shadow, but I might go with Tengu just because I know there's a lot of Tengu fans out there, and that would probably make for a good video. You had 7k when Search gone in 3 spins, so you used the remaining 8 coins on Dreadnought. Yeah, that's fair. You don't think you've ever seen a Paragon with dual Revoker 16s? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. How much for Graviton 10 rank up? It was like 1,500-ish, I think. What do I think of Gemini 12 in shop for early player? I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, Gemini is one of those things that if you buy at low rank, it's fine. Also, so tempted to get a max level Shadow. Yeah, max levels for me is not going to happen anytime soon because of the credit cost mostly. It's like, what, almost 1 million credits to max out. It's like 800, 900,000 credits for rank 6. I think so.
It's me up again, bro. Tried Hellfire Shadow after the buff, and it's surprisingly not the worst thing you could use.
What would be the worst thing you could use? I guess that's a better question. Nah, I mean, like, low-key, that was actually kind of like my plan as well. Like, I was 50-50 between Tengu and Shadow. Like, right from the start, before I even ranked up Tengu to 5. I was like, you know, I might even go for Shadow instead. And my plan was genuinely to use it with Hellfire 6s. And I kind of regret ranking up the Tengu. It's gonna be better if I get it to rank 6, like, way better. It's gonna be better than Shadow. Well, at rank 5, it's pretty useless, and I never use it. Which is why I might get it to rank 6 as well. Sunk cost fallacy, one could say. Play stop. Going for him. Let's see, what do you got? Uh-huh. I see. Definitely a fancy man who thinks he's fancy. And schmancy. You're really cool, bro. Yeah. Bye-bye. What's he gonna spawn with next? That's the real question. Also, is my cap 1711 even gonna do anything? Oh, Hellfire, nice. Right. Oof. Lag. That's a seeker. He has minigun on that? I think so. Well, that's interesting. Close quarters. He's really trying his best. He's like really sweating it. full call. Max legendary pilot. Yeah, 10 and 8. Tough. Oop. Yeah. Nah, he had the range, even though he's got bad firepower. Generally, he had the range, and I didn't. And he might even win this one. He should. He knows what he's doing. Best epic Orion weapon? And maybe Helix Rack, I guess? I don't know. I wouldn't say epic weapons are really ones that you should invest in. I think people overinvest in the low rank weapon, like low tier weapons, just because they're cheap. I think, like, if you want to do it with the mechs, I think it's kind of okay. But doing it with weapons, I wouldn't really recommend it. Because just generally speaking, like, good mechs with bad weapons is going to do really bad. Are you apologizing for winning, Secret Dragon? That's cringe. No, you did fine. I mean, so long as you weren't time dropping me, I don't care. But yeah, so good mechs with bad weapons is gonna do really bad, but bad mechs with good weapons is gonna do fine. So, like, essentially what I'm saying is, like, you could invest in worse stuff and force it to be okay, but generally speaking, you're gonna want to focus on making sure that you have really good weapons. And then you could use, like, low tier mechs and whatever, and they'll be okay. You could still make them work well. What should you put on Tengu? You just got it. Any type of close quarters weapon, generally. Burrow Beam 8 will come out faster than the other ones. I don't know. I don't think there's really a pattern to it. You think they're planning to reduce the legendaries stuff? I think at some point, yeah. I don't know when, though. I mean, I've been saying for a while... Hello, Chef, by the way. Do you have the link to the calculator handy? It should be in the description. Pretty sure. If it's not there, then I'll have to update the description. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so, like, what I've been saying for a while is that if they're gonna reduce the legendary stuff, they're probably gonna do it after Christmas, because people are gonna be spending a ton of money on Christmas. But they're just gonna they're gonna make a lot of sales that day, regardless. So, like, why make it cheaper when they could just keep it expensive? And then make people buy stuff even more after they reduce it, right? Because people are gonna go on a spending spree. So I think that's what they're gonna do. So maybe sometime in January. Oh, he's got a reload implant. It's really weird how it's like some weapons, I think it's weapons, certain weapons especially. Oh, I didn't even know he was there, bro. What the heck? Huh. Certain weapons, like, you don't actually see if they have a reload implant and the reload is quicker than it normally is. The visual animation for the reload doesn't actually happen in sync. So, like, you notice he was firing at me with the Viper before his weapons even went down. And I've noticed that a couple times on a couple different things. But it's definitely not everything, though. I definitely don't think it's everything. Hey. Hey, would you... Oh. Yeah, you're just dumb. A situation like that, you have 3 seconds of spawn invulnerability to everything. Effects, doesn't, like, everything including damage, status effects, you name it. So I baited him to use his ability on me while I was invulnerable. And then I used mine. And as soon as you fire or as soon as you use your weapon, that invulnerability is gone. So do not... So, like, spawning and immediately shooting is what most people would do, and that's the way that you die. Let's have a garbage build on here. If you did that, you would have 100% lost that encounter. Ah, dang. Reduce it to 3,000 acorns. I don't think that they would. I think that's generally fine now, yeah. Like, I think what I've said for a while, and I kind of still hold to this, is that, like, rank 5 legendary mech, like, maybe $30 is the absolute most that I consider to be fair. For a rank 5 legendary mech. Not $30 at most. And $30 is about 3,000 acorns, yeah. I mean, they could do the same or similar thing by just... Oh, he's got range implant. Or no, he doesn't. How did he get me with that? He definitely was further than 30 meters away. Now, the angle, he actually has more than 30 meters range. I think, technically, if he knows how to use his angles right. And if he did that on purpose, because he definitely did. But I don't know if he did it on purpose. If he did that on purpose, then that's pretty good. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else do that. Like, I'm sure other people know about it, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone else do that. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, like, so the way that Guardian works is, like, 30 meters distance, you have, like, this much range or whatever, right? And, that's 30 meters. But then it has, like, a hit cone. These lengths right here are longer than 30 meters because they have to go from the starting point out to 30 meters from this direction. If you have any knowledge of trigonometry, then you just happen to know that it's just longer, right? And I think is it 30 meters across as well? I think it might be. I think it might also be 30 meters across. That teammate Sentinel was kind of a gamer build. I wasn't paying attention to what he had. He probably was, though. Most Sentinels are pretty gamers. How big of a nerf would Surge need to stop being meta? 2-second EMP. That's all it takes. This is Mech Arena. They're not doing that. Well, no, obviously they're not going to do that. No, I never thought that they would. You think the devs should raise the cost for pay-to-win payments? No, I don't think so. Raising the cost is what makes it pay-to-win. Because a lot of things are like... I mean, like, a lot of people consider Surge to be pay-to-win, for example. Because it's really expensive. So, like, at the same... It's like, you know, if everything was cheaper, then it'd be easier to get it with in-game resources. So making it more expensive is what makes it pay to win. It's what makes it exclusive, right? That's the whole like that's the entire thing that's gatekeeping the majority of players from getting certain things. Is that it's out of their budget. Now there are some people it's always going to be like, you know, buy whatever, but it's like that goes for any game. What do you think about Armor Attack? It's still not on PC, so I haven't really played it. Railgun reload implant also increase the recharge? Yeah. Yeah. Revoker 6. I mean, probably. Solus ability work on bots? I mean, yes and no. I think... See, people have a weird... I think people have the wrong idea of what bots are. I think people have the wrong idea of what bots are. And I don't think any game had, like... I don't think there's really any game where bots exist in the extent of to where a lot of people think that they should exist. They know where you are at all times. Bots know where you are always. They don't actually see. They don't have eyes. Like, they don't have eyes. They're not players. They don't have physical, literal button press inputs, right? Like, bots are not... They're not mobile players. They're not PC players. There's no such thing as a... There's no such thing as a WASD input from a bot. It doesn't exist. They just have directional inputs from their code. They are built into the game. They have data, and they have inputs. They know where you are at all times, but they're programmed to pretend like they don't, especially when you're in stealth. They can hit you, they can target you and hit you with guided weapons while you're in stealth, because it doesn't matter to them. Like, they know where you are. They can target you. They have that data, but they're programmed to pretend like they don't. And, so, no, when you blind a bot, they're not actually blind. They know exactly where you are. But they're programmed to pretend like they don't. What usually happens, from what I've seen, is that the bot will immediately stop turning. It will just look straight until it's not blinded anymore. It'll just keep looking straight. It might move forward, backward, left, right, whatever. It'll just keep looking straight. It'll stop turning. It'll be like this. And if you happen to get in front of its weapons, it will shoot you immediately, because it knows you're there. It knows where you are. And I doubt that any game has bots that actually, like, see in the way that players do. Like, almost all bots in any game probably work the exact same way. It's just that they're programmed to be extremely dumb. They're programmed to be incredibly ineffective, and so most of the time you don't notice. And they're programmed to be relatively ineffective in Mech Arena as well. Just to a slightly lesser degree. I ain't getting with Blitz. Getting with a lot of pods, though. Dawn Weed. Well. Why is that not surprising? I can give it that nice. Jeez, bro, what happened to all of our mechs? Why do I feel like we have more kills, but we have less mechs? I'm okay sacrificing this one. I think I just need to die for the sake of getting a couple kills here. There's another one there. Ouch. Okay. That's kind of dumb. What's kind of dumb? The way that the bots are? Well, it's the easiest way to program them. Like, it'd be way harder to program a bot to physically see the way that we see. Like, it would be so much more difficult. It would take way too much effort, and I don't think there's really any game out there that would bother doing that. So most games, just to make it simple, they're just like, okay, we'll just make the bots really dumb. And we'll just make it so that they're not really a problem to deal with. Oh, 2 kills with that as well. Get out of here, pal. I'll let you take that. Nah, dang. Yeah, we probably would have had that bug anyway. Man, my team's gonna start. Did I get EM Rifle 12? No, I did not. It used to be like that, but I swear they made it so bots now turn while blinded if they started shooting at you before they got blinded. Yeah, I think there's certain things that cancel out that command. Yeah, and that's probably mostly a bug. But it's like it's a matter of input commands, right? Where it's like the bot has an objective. It has an objective. Or it has like a certain state that it's in, right? If it's in the blinded state, it's not going to turn. It's just going to do whatever. It's going to do the thing that I explained earlier. If it's in like a combat state, it's just going to shoot at one. It's going to pick somebody, a target, and it's going to shoot at them, and it's not going to stop shooting at them until they're dead or behind cover or something like that. And there's probably certain scenarios that would, where it's like you blind them and they should be in the blinded state, but for whatever reason, something like overruled it, and they continue in the combat state. Will I spin for EM rifle? Do I like having acorns? Rank 4 Ares and Overdriver 8s work well? Yeah, it's not that bad. At around this SP, it's not that bad. Particle beam bot became a taboo. Well, particle beam bots, like, the bots just kind of like cheated the weapon, and they would just machine gun the blast mode. They wouldn't have to charge. They didn't have to charge it at all. They just keep machine gunning the blast thing, and they didn't have to reload either. So there's something about it where it's like the inputs that the bots have versus the inputs that the players have, and the way that the weapon works allowed the bots to just instantly charge and fire the weapon constantly. And the dev's solution to that was literally just like, okay, we'll just stop giving particle beam to the bots. We just won't let them have it anymore. Which is ridiculous, because then it's like, okay, well, if you can do that, why does every single bot have hemlock? Like, are we for real? So yeah, I don't know, but yeah. But it just kind of goes back to like the difference between bot inputs and your physical inputs. Like, it's not like a bot is like a literal machine. It's not like every single bot has its own phone or its own computer that it's playing the game on. Nah. You got the EM rifle with the free spin, nice. Well, even if I got it, I wouldn't use it. That's why I'm not going to bother spinning it. Even if I got it, I wouldn't use it. Why use 12 energy of a worse weapon when I could use 16 energy of a better weapon? Like, I don't understand. I just wouldn't use it. It'd be cool, like, it'd be nice, but yeah, I don't care. And I'm, obviously way more likely to just be wasting my acorns. You skipped every crate rush. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're a certain SP, you don't really care about most of these. Thoughts on Reaver? It's alright. I wouldn't rank it up. If you got it for free, if you got, like, the 8s for free at rank 3, I wouldn't bother ranking them up. They're okay, but they're not that good. With 600,000 credits, what's the best weapon to buy for 6 or 8? I don't think you can buy an 8 energy weapon with 600,000 credits. And again, and here's the counter argument that I'm going to make to you. If there was, I think it's wrong to put a budget constraint on it. I think it's wrong to be like, I have this amount of credits, what can I buy with it? Like, it's better to save for whatever's worth buying rather than just buying whatever it is that you can afford. Because your hanger will always be worse if you do it that way. Late swing at lower SP. If it doesn't have mods, then it's not going to be good, and that's just the case with, late swing and lancer. It's just, yeah. It's really broken because of the places it can get up to, but if it's really weak and it has no mods, then it's going to die really quickly. Unmodded rank 4 Nomad Ember 8 or Howler 8? I don't know. I mean, if you have both, then, like, try them both. Like, why even... I could give my best estimate, but my best estimate is no match for your actual experience, right? So if you have them both, then try them both. But if you don't, then I don't know, probably not worth buying Howler at this point. I don't think Howler's really worth investing in. They actually kind of made it worse. The damage nerf, the reload buff is great, but the damage nerf just made it worse. So now, like, instead of like a lot of things that used to take 4 shots, if it's something that you could have killed in 4 shots, it's 2 seconds of firing because it can shoot two shots per second. That's 2 seconds of firing. You kill someone in 2 seconds with 4 shots. But now all the stuff that takes 4 shots now takes 5 shots, and that's 2 seconds of firing, plus 3 seconds of reload, plus another half second for the last shot. That's way more time. It's like it's nearly triple the time. So the damage nerf did it massive injustice. It's very sad. When does the Blizzler Onslaught end? I mean, you could just go check. I don't know, bro. Event ends in 1 day, 18 hours. What? I didn't know that, bro. I'm gonna have to grind for a better spot. I thought I had plenty of time, dude. I thought I was chilling. I thought I had plenty of time. That's crazy. What? I mean, I did pretty good, even. I'm still top 10. Top 10 is pretty darn good. Does it show how many people finished it, like, overall? I don't think so, right? No, but there's a lot of people. Probably like 100,000 people easily. Graviton 10 worth upgrading to rank 6. If you're lower SP, sure. Do you get rewards if you're on the leaderboard? No. No, but you get bragging rights, though. No, I don't like. There's not really a reason to grind the leaderboard outside of just that. That's what I've been doing. Like the Gatecrasher one, which doesn't exist anymore. I was top 5 on that. I don't know if I am anymore. I'm top 6 on this one, the Scorpius one. Obviously, I didn't bother with the Killshot one because I don't care. But yeah, this one would be at least top 10, but ideally top 5. I don't think I'm getting to top 5, though. I think the people who got into top 5 probably did some real fancy things to get there. Buy Surge for $5 or wait and buy it in the Gear Hub so you don't lose the fun of achieving it. I think if you just want the best hanger possible, then I mean buying it is way better value. Like buying it rank 3 for $5 is better value. If you just want to get the best hanger possible as quickly as possible, then that's just the best way to do it. If you just want to have fun with it, then, bro, you could do whatever you want. If you want to have fun, I'd say a nice challenge is just to not get any legendary mechs at all. The game's very different that way. Show how you get that time, that low of a time. Oh yeah. I want to make a video on it. I've been recording a lot of my actually. Hold on. Can I show it? Let me pull it up. I want to make sure there's no footage in here that I'm not that you shouldn't see. I don't think so. Yeah. There's like I have a folder as well, but like here's like all of the different I mean, including this one, I think. It's like just like a bunch of different little clips of like all of my times, and then I have a folder of my best times, and I'm trying to record like all of my best times so I can make a video on them. BMP new tier list. I saw that. I don't know. Do you guys think it's a better idea to make my own first and then do his? And then watch his, or should I watch his first? Do you figure? You got Dreadnought first, try nice. Or Fokker 10 or Stormrack 10. I'd probably go Stormrack 10 first, but both are good. How much time do you use to edit a video? It depends. I've been trying to spend less time editing them and just letting them just be more like there's just gonna be like a few more pauses between my words and whatever. And I just let it happen. For the last couple of videos, I've just been letting it happen. I don't think people have minded. I used to just like cut out as much as I possibly could. As much as the dead air as I possibly could, because I felt like people would be mad if I didn't, or like the retention would be really bad. But I don't think it's been that bad. I think people have been okay with it. And I've also been trying to work on just being able to like single take stuff. Because I'm not good at that. Like when I'm trying to say something, I have like a thought in my mind, and then it's like I try to say something about it, but then I find a different way of saying it. It's like, well, that's not really the right way of saying it. And then I have to try. Yeah, no, doing it unless it's scripted. Doing it one take, it just doesn't work super well. But yeah, trying to work on that. Hoping for Stormrack nerf because lag makes it way stronger. I haven't really experienced a lot of lag, but I kind of hope for Stormrack nerf too. Don't you have a script? I mean, not what, like, for my gameplay videos, no. Like, I'm not reading a script while I'm playing, bro. And I also, like, if I'm reading a script, it kind of sounds like I'm reading a script, so it's like, it's kind of evident. So a lot of my scripts are generally summaries and not word for word. So I like to think a while before giving answers. Sometimes you can say something in a way that you don't mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the longer you think about it, the more, like, you know, thought through. I mean, obviously, the more thought out it's gonna be. But if you're, I mean, if you're streaming or making a freaking video, then people get bored if you're not talking. You peeled 1.5 kilos of peanuts and now eating leisurely. Very cool. What is this map, dude? Why? Why do I keep getting this map? It's like the only map that I'm getting right now. I know that I used to never get it, and I was complaining about that. But I'm over that now. Come on, game. Yeah, you're a kill shot. You deserved it. Dummy. Wow. Imagine being that guy. That's a player. No, it's not. I thought it was. He looks like he might have a stealth speed implant, bro. Is looking it. Let's see. There's a mortar guy in the back. What's an Orion as well? Okay with that. Ooh, I'm not really okay with that if he's gonna mortar me there. Pick a direction. I hate when the bots like they turn around, but they don't actually want to go that direction. They just turn around for the sake of turning. They just turn around and just so they can move like a couple steps in that direction, and then they go back to what they were doing. Like, what's that all about? Come on. Why you gotta be like that? Okay, I can mess you up because you're in a reload. Are you coming up for me? Nah. You're gonna drop your dome now. Surprisingly not that fast. Oh, you're dead. You are very dead. What? Hold on. Yeah, get in. It's fine. I'll just let someone else grab it. Doppelcorn, can you do something, please? Like, grab that bacon. Would be great. Okay, that was some lag. This mortar guy, I'm actually gonna leave him alive. He's been doing nothing the entire time. Let's get scare him a little bit. I'm gonna have a lot of fun killing him like 3 times in a row. Oh. This... He has 4 kills, though. Bye. Okay, I can watch this beacon if he spawns on it. And if he doesn't, then he's over here. He just keeps dying, bro. I love it. I love it. Say if you really, really dislike a spammer, let them live. Let them reap the consequences of their actions. It's hilarious to watch them just spawn, die, spawn, die. He just keeps getting absolutely clapped immediately after spawning. He literally has no chance. He has no chance. Oh wow, he killed him. Okay, fair enough. 2 OP, yeah. No, for sure. 12 kills. Let's go. Is that a rank 6 Juggernaut? Yes, it is. Railguns on Orion, but struggling with learning how they work best. You have tips on railguns? I kind of just gotten used to using them, so I don't know. Trying to think of like what would be the most valuable information if I didn't know anything about them. I'd say one of the things, especially with like Railgun Orion, one of the things that's the most important is just like, I mean, obviously making sure that you're hitting your shots. So you got to be careful with you have to be pretty precise with the aiming. But it's also like ammo management. Ammo management. If at all possible, you don't want to shoot, like you want to shoot as few shots as possible while still killing people. So, you never try to take down a perimeter or any type of multi-layered mod shield unless you have them marked. You never do it without your shield pierced because it's just not going to happen. It's not really worth it. Unless they're really far away and whatever, and they only have like a couple layers or something, like then it's kind of okay. But it's about like managing your ammo and managing your ability. So you'll fire a couple extra shots just so you can save your ability for more important things. but you'll use your ability so that you can save your shots, so that you're not out of ammo. On mobile, you should use your movement button to aim railgun, since you can't aim and shoot at the same time. That is also true. One of the major pointers that I would say about mobile snipers is like, you aim at them generally. There's two forms of like aiming. It's like the general, like you point in a general direction, and then it's like the fine tuning to actually make sure that your cursor's over them. The fine tuning should be done with your movement, and not with your like actual aiming. You are on mobile. Okay. You got railgun today. It's disgustingly strong on Orion. I noted. There's not a lot of people. I think like a lot of people like they try it, but they play on mobile, and so they're like, it's kind of hard. I'm just not gonna do that. But it's worth learning. It's the sort of thing you can learn. You can learn it if you want. You can get used to it. It's gonna be a tough learning curve, but it's 100% worth it. You think Podgun needs more damage? I don't think a lot of people would agree with you. The more I play on PC, the harder it seems to play on mobile. Well, I mean, yeah, but only because like you're not really used to it, right? I think Platinum pretty consistently like goes. I think he pretty consistently plays on both. Like he plays mobile sometimes if he's just chilling, and but otherwise he plays on like PC if he's recording or whatever. For me, I used to only play on mobile, and I used to never play PC games. So I was really bad at PC when I started, and I stayed that way for a while. I'm still like kind of awkward with the keys sometimes, but ever since then, and it's been so much more convenient, especially to like record and do whatever. I've only played games on PC pretty much ever since then, and so now I've never played games on mobile, and so now I'd be very rusty on mobile for sure. Still helping me beat my kid. Let's go. That's the important part. That is the important part. All right, well, now I think we can check out BMP's video if you guys want to. Bro, I saw his stream as well. I didn't actually watch it because I was playing the finals. But I saw, bro, got a ping in Discord. What the heck is this? Can someone give me the TLDR? What the heck is that stream, bro? This is a spider. Okay, bro.
This is a tier list of.
Alright, hold on. It's kind of laggy. Just give it a second.
This is.
Come on. Okay. I feel like it's loading a lot. I don't want to do much with that. How can you join Discord server? I have the link to it in the description. If it's not letting you join, then try, you're probably on mobile. You're probably opening the link on mobile. And I've had, I don't know, it might be like a device thing. But there's some weird, issue with it. So try, like, long press the link, and then select open in browser, and that should work. It is a spider with fewer legs. Plarium did us dirty after waiting for so long. We got those stupid snipers for credits. What do you mean? Should they make them expensive? What do you mean? Are you saying that everything should just be expensive always? I don't get it. If you're talking about Tetra rifle, nah, bro. It's playing on PC and mobile affected drop rate in crates now. PC gets free tokens, or is there any underneath equalizing? Some mobile players get ads. Most don't. So no, just generally the Plarium Play platform is generally superior. But I mean it's their platform. They want people to use it. So yeah, that's on purpose. I obviously I know people don't like that, and I can understand that too. But yeah, they just generally they're trying to push people onto their PC platform, and that's the reason that they make it, you know, more beneficial. Tim Price Taker. You can always log in on mobile and play on PC. Yeah, if you have ads on mobile, yeah, it's a good idea. I think Escape did that too, back in the day. He doesn't really play anymore, but I think he did that. Anyway,
this is a tier list of every single mech currently in Mech Arena, ranked on my opinion of how strong they are. Remember,
this is a tier list of stuff. Can you hear him well? That is the question. Is he louder than me, quieter than me, or about the same? You already know. We getting ready, boys. Hold on.
this list becomes
Hold on. How am I gonna do this? Because people are gonna join and yeah, whatever. I'll just replace the pinned message. Replace pinned message. People are gonna join and tell me about that new promo code. I already know. I already know. What does mid-game mech give? Is that a code? I don't think I've heard of it. Am I just... You've reached the limit. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Is it just one I forgot about? Maybe. Mid-rush game? Mid-mech? No, I don't think mid-game mech. Does it exist? It's an older one? Well, I think it expired then. We can check. Hold on. Let's do coffee. Tetra rifle any good on Orion? Railgun's better. I mean, yeah, it can be okay, but I'd say Railgun's better. Blah, 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 blah. I barely even log into this account. I need to. mean, it'd be a good idea, but I just can't don't. I did try that one free token, though. We just claim all the free stuff for now. Yeah. Stuff. Cool stuff. Cool stuff, bad stuff. Whatever stuff. Look at it. Didn't really need to do that, but it's kind of triggering to have. God, it's just a random thing. Mid-game Mech. I saw some people saying it's older one. Invalid. Yeah, okay, so it expired. That's what I thought. Ah. Yeah, I figured probably expired. You have a list of them on Discord. A list of, like, the active ones. So if it's not on there, it's either a new one or it's one that did exist, but it's expired now. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go back to this. Invalid means it never existed. That's true, yeah. Probably would say it's expired, huh? Yeah. See, okay, look. I was correct, though. I knew that I had not heard that code before. Or at least it wasn't one that I've heard recently. So I was like, wait, is that a new one? Because I've heard, like, there's a lot of, like, mid-game related codes, but mid-game mech specifically, no, I've never heard that. You remember using it before? You probably remember mid-mech. That's a code. Mid-game mech did work once. Oh, I mean, you have to provide proof of that. Currently, I think the consensus is yes. It would say it's expired if it was an old code that expired. So I mean, like, if you can prove that you used it, then I'll believe you. But I think the current consensus is that you're probably wrong. It didn't even take a minute. Yeah, thanks, Sek. I saw that, bro. That's great. Yeah, you guys. So again, this is probably going to go up in the Clips channel. I am not going to be addressing anything that's unrelated to this video once I start it. So if people talk about promo codes or whatever, you want to tell them that I already know about it, that's fine. If you want to tell other people about promo codes, that's fine. If you can talk about it amongst yourselves, I don't care what you say, but I'm not going to, like, personally address anything that's not related to this, because it's, yeah. It was mid-game gift, yep. Yeah, that one obviously I know of. Easy to confuse all those very similar codes. Yeah, you're right. Okay. What was the... By the way, what was the sound like?
This is a tier list of every single mech currently in Mech Arena ranked on my opinion of how strong they are. Remember, this list becomes less accurate over time.
Which, by the way, hold on. It's probably a better idea to put me on, this side. So I'm gonna put myself on this side. And I'm gonna move you guys over here, too. We're going on a trip. Hey, fellas. Yeah. So this side of the tier list probably won't be filled very much. I want you guys to be able to see all of this. I like the please buff. Kind of wish you used the mech gameplay, the mech he was talking about. Here's a thing that I noticed. And I only paid attention to this because someone brought it up. Before I get into this, I want to talk about this. It's an interesting thing that's very, very much related to what you just said. But related to my tier lists. So, the way that I used to do my tier list is exactly like this, where I didn't use gameplay and I didn't have anything in the background. And then for my most recent one, I did use gameplay because I was like, come on. Obviously, people have low attention span. I noticed that generally speaking, my tier lists, the retention curve was pretty bad compared to most other videos. And so I was like, okay, probably it's going to be a good idea to add some gameplay. And it didn't even occur to me to even check the differences, really. Until someone actually in my Discord said that they didn't like the gameplay. They were like, hey, I think I find the gameplay like kind of what would you say, distracting. Like it was just kind of distracting. I was like, I kind of wanted to just hear what you had to say, and be done with it. More of a casual thing. So, and I was like, nah, that can't be right. So I went to my analytics specifically to try to prove, like, hey, here's why I did it. It's because my retention's way better if I actually show the gameplay. Lo and behold, it was the exact same. It was the exact same. I don't even blame BNP for not doing it, because in my most recent credit weapons tier list, I didn't bother doing it because it's the same either way. So, yeah, no, fun, interesting story. That's basically me saying that I may or may not add gameplay into my next one. I might do it, just I feel like it's better quality that way. I feel like it's more entertaining that way, but yeah, it didn't really have an effect on the actual video. Slightly louder than my voice. Okay. That is the... Hold on.
Right, here we go.
Yeah.
First up is Aegis. Aegis is a tank mech. Aegis has a very strong ability. The dome shield allows it to protect.
Here's where we're going to be different. This is a different thing altogether. Now, Blue Moon, I know what you're talking about now. Because I thought that he was just going to not use gameplay at all. That's one thing. Using gameplay of the wrong thing, I think, is a complete no-go. Because here in tier list land, tier list-topia, we're talking to a lot of people who have never experienced these mechs before. They have no idea what they even do. And they want to know whether these things are good or whether or not they're bad. They don't even know what they look like half the time. So if you're talking about a thing and you're showing something completely different, you're just explicitly confusing people. Yes, I'm against what BNP is doing right here. I think this is a bad idea. I'm not going to be like, oh, shame on him, he's doing a bit. I don't think it's intentional. I don't think he just didn't think about it, right? But I would not do this. I would just have no gameplay at all if I was going to do something like that. I would just do no gameplay at all. It's more boring, maybe, but it's a lot less confusing. You did already watch the video, you won't spoil it? Give me one spoiler. What's something he put in F? Nah, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Itself and its teammates. The shield can be destroyed, but in general, it's really good cover. What makes it so strong?
Bro, I'm gonna forget what he's talking about because I keep pausing and I already forget what he's talking about. Puma?
Strong is that you can place the cover wherever you want, right? You can take push areas with this, and you can help also defend your teammates at the same time because enemies can't shoot through the dome while you guys all can. Aegis is pretty weak against...
Oh, no, he's talking about Aegis. The heck? I didn't even know what he was talking. Already. We 38 seconds in, my guy. We can't be 38 seconds in. You already lost me. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Does he have chapters on this? He does. He does. Okay, that's good. That's good. Which, by the way, okay. I guess quick question for everybody who's in the chat right now. What do you think about chapters in tier lists? Because my most recent one, as opposed to the typical, like, here's the weapon, and it's just in its own chapter, and having, like, 45 different really short chapters, I opted to go for, like, here's a section of, like, here, like, the 8 energy legendary weapons was all its own chapter, for example. Did that make sense? Did that make sense? Because I feel like having a billion chapters is kind of confusing, but at the same time, is it more convenient? I might do something similar with the mechs as well. If that made sense, or was it just like kind of pointless and you didn't like it? Do you like the smaller chapters? You personally think having a pinned comment with timestamps is more quality of life? That's a good point. I'll do that next time. That's a good point.
Against Revokers if Revoker Scouts can get to it, but because it has this dome, nothing that's like long range anything can attack it very much, so it is very strong. I think that Aegis would be in the strong tier. It's not typically played in like top end hangers, but I think it's a little underrated. I might be a little biased, but I think Aegis deserves a strong tier in the 8.
I mean, like, he can't really be wrong. I think everyone agrees with this placement, right? It's definitely not meta. And it's definitely better than just being playable. So, yeah, I think it's pretty strong. It's somewhere in between there. The tiers that he has is, yeah, that's not bad. If you guys have watched a lot of my tier lists, you'll know that the parameters that I use to rank stuff changes like almost every time, because like I always feel like I think of something like slightly better where it's like, maybe I rank them based on their effective SP range, or maybe I rank them based on just X, Y, or Z. But well, whatever.
Tier. Next up is Arachnos. Arachnos is one of the funniest mechs in Mech Arena, but sadly it is just not very good at all. Arachnos is very slow. It's very weak. Even for a rare mech, it's very squishy, and it has such low speed. The only redeeming factor for Arachnos is just that it has high energy capacity, but when you're as slow as Arachnos, this can't be a good mech. No mech that's this slow without any movement ability or anything, or any defense. It has no defense. Its turret, its ability is terrible, right? The only thing it has is just energy capacity, so it has firepower, but it has no defense or anything. Arachnos needs a buff. It's a rare mech. It should be better than it is, so please buff. There's really no reason to run this mech unless you got it for free, maybe, or maybe for a little short time, but it's a terrible mech. Next up is Ares, which is a...
So he's ranking these alphabetically because if you haven't seen my tier lists before, these tier lists were created by me, by the way. So he's using the same one that I had. He might have just added in the last couple of mechs that I missed, which I have added in, by the way. And it's the same link, so like if you have the link from before, you could just use the same link. Yeah, so I recently changed that. I realized that like having them ordered alphabetically is kind of super weird. So yeah, that's gonna be different for mine next time. If he puts Killshot in Please Buff, I will not be happy. I will unsubscribe from him. I will.
Another rare mech. This is the rare tank mech. Its ability is the wide shield, which is just a shield, and it's not really tanky enough to absorb much damage at all. Even the mech's HP isn't that high compared to most legendary mechs, right? It's not tanky enough to really be a tank, and other than that, it's slow,
saw the video
and it has just medium energy capacity. So Ares is only useful. It is good to get, but it's only useful in the early game.
In the first
so
38
go down
seconds.
Here. I wouldn't invest into Ares at all. There's much better options. Literally, Aegis is an epic tank, which is obviously much stronger than Ares is. Next up is Brickhouse, the Chungus. So Brickhouse is a legendary mech. It is very slow.
Was the exact same way, by the way. As someone who literally said the exact same thing, I was a non-believer is what I was. People were swearing on Ares' effectiveness. I tried ranking it up to rank 4. 4 KSP. Worked surprisingly well. And I mean, obviously, like, that's 4 KSP, but I mean, like, think about it in terms of, like, you just keep ranking it up. Like, what about a maxed Ares? At maxed Ares, would go pretty hard. Yeah. No, I was, yeah. I would say Ares is probably like
main
one
problem with
tier
this
now.
mech is it's super, super slow, right? It has a damage boost, but the strongest thing it can do is boost its teammates' damage, and mechs that have to rely on their teammates typically aren't going to be very strong. The mech needs to be able to fend for itself, which this mech cannot do. Since Brickhouse is available for free-to-play, you could run this in the mid-game, but honestly, it does need a buff, so I'm going to just put it in please buff. You could run it, but it's a legendary mech, so it has good HP. It does have good HP, but it's so slow that it's pretty much useless throughout the entire game.
Here's where you come to a sort of confusing crossroad between the please buff, and this is where I get stuck sometimes too on my tier list. So I'm not necessarily judging him to the extent where it's like, oh, I do mine better. No, I have the same problem sometimes. But here's where you come to a very interesting crossroad: is that now people who see this tier list are under the inclination that Ares is better than Brickhouse, but I don't necessarily think that's true. Brickhouse needs a buff for sure, but it's a legendary mech. It's not rare. It's really bad for a legendary, whereas Ares is okay for a rare. But does that mean that Brickhouse is actually worse? No, according to the tier list, it does. But I don't think in reality that's actually reflected. So this is where you come to a sort of inconvenient spot in terms of in terms of like putting a label on each of these tiers, even if it is kind of funny. That's where you come to a sort of inconvenient crossroad.
There's no real reason to use this, and
changed
for a legendary
Brickhouse
mech, it
out.
absolutely needs a buff. Next up is Cheetah. Cheetah is a epic mech with the mines that throws out mines that do good damage. However, the mines are pretty hard to hit, especially onto players with a lot of fast-moving mechs. They do kind of bypass some of the ML mods sometimes, which is nice. Cheetah has medium energy capacity and decent speed, but it is super, super squishy. I think Cheetah is okay for the mid-game, right? It's not terrible. You can use it, but it doesn't have much defense, and its ability, it doesn't like destroy people instantly. So it's not very powerful, really. I wouldn't recommend using Cheetah very much at all.
No.
Next up is Deathwalker. Deathwalker is a legendary tank mech.
Cheetah tier down, Ares
which
tier up.
It has the reanimate, so it places down a beacon, and then if it dies during its ability duration, it respawns with the same HP, so you can rush in, fully die, fully respawn.
I forgot what he's talking about. What is he talking about? Deathwalker, okay.
With full HP. It has pretty high HP because it is a tank mech. It boosts its speed, so it gets like pretty good speed. It's not like crazy, but it is very high speed for a long time. It has a really long ability duration, and it has 32 energy capacity. This thing is stacked. It has good stats and a crazy ability. This is the meta. Deathwalker is a meta mech. It's absolutely worth investing into, and right now it's one of the top endgame mechs in the game. I would say there's potential that with the upcoming rebalances, we're going to see this thing get nerfed. So if you're watching this after the nerfs come out, right, just be careful of that. But this ability is so strong, and then it also has such good stats as well. Another legendary mech with good stats is Dreadnought.
Yeah, maybe that is a thing that I should do. Maybe I should have like two tiers of meta where it's like one is like the meta tier, and then there's a tier above that that's like probably gonna get nerfed. I'm confused because early and mid game as categories to me indicates that mechs in those categories are playable up to those stages of the game. Yeah, is that not what he means? So please buff being below all those is a bit weird. Yeah. Yeah. So those are categories, whereas please buff is an expectation. So it's like he has I think he's thinking of it from an endgame perspective, which is where the playable comes from. So like the top 3 tiers are for endgame, right? Where it's like one of them's meta, obviously, the super strong stuff. And then the next one's strong, where it's like, yeah, you can use it. And then the other stuff is like, yeah, technically, it's okay at max level, but you're probably not going to use it. And then below that is like, you really shouldn't use it unless you're mid game. And then below that is you really shouldn't use it unless you're early game. And all of those are like stages of the game, essentially SP cutoff points. Which, by the way, if you're not labeling them based on SP, then people are just guessing. They have no idea. But not that it's any less confusing either way. But then the please buff category, yeah, like you said, the please buff category is not a cutoff point. It's not an SP cutoff point. It's like it's just an expectation. It's just a label that's like, this thing doesn't meet my expectations, which could be anything really. Dreadnought is playable. No, Dreadnought should be strong.
Is a attacker mech, right? He
Stuff
has
that
like
isn't
the
meta,
rockets that stun people like in a
Stuff that
radius
you
in
could
front of him. He
get
does have
good
good
results
speed.
with
He does
in
have good
late game, that's what I
HP.
think.
He has good stats. He has heavy energy capacity. He's not that strong though. His ability in theory is good, but the reason is because the stun is so short that it doesn't help you that much. It's just 2 seconds of a stun. So it is a bit OP in the early and mid game where people have less mods. But when you fight against mods, this guy's not very strong. He's playable. Again, he's good stats, high energy capacity, but the ability's not that good. You refresh the ability when you get a kill with it, so that's more useful in early game. But again, in late game, you're not going to get as many kills with that ability. The ability is usually just going to go into a mod shield, which doesn't help you that much. Next up is Gatecrasher. Gatecrasher is a legendary attacker mech. This is one of the older mechs here.
Dreadnought
Gatecrasher has
above
the
or
Ion
below
Pod, which
Aegis.
Gatecrasher also has good stats. It has good speed, pretty good HP, heavy energy.
BNP on herbs. Well, like, he's thinking again, like I said, he's thinking of it from a late game perspective. So there's essentially like he has 3 stages of the game listed. So there's 1 stage for early game, 1 stage for or 1 tier for early game, 1 tier for mid game, and then 3 different tiers to categorize the usable mid game stuff or late game stuff. Sorry, but like, I don't know, like I feel like Dreadnought's above average in terms of like of all the things that you could use in a maxed battle. I think Dreadnought is above average for sure. Like of all the legendary mechs, I mean, like there's a couple. Like I don't know.
Capacity.
I'd almost put it on
It's very good
meta,
stat wise, but its ability is
that's what I
terrible.
did in
Sadly, the
Master.
Ion Pod. In theory, you can like hit enemies through walls with it, for some decent damage. It basically shoots
Chonkus
a
is
beam
definitely
through
playable
walls,
early game.
or you can just attach it to enemies or teammates,
I
and
have
it
not
won't blow
heard
up
it.
and damage enemies.
I've not heard it
So
called
it can do a little bit
Chonkus
of
in a
damage.
while.
It does like
This man's an
bypass
OG.
mods if you attach it to an enemy, which is a little bit nice, a little bit of tech, but the ability's really hard to hit because it fires slow.
What SP is mid game? That's exactly the problem that comes up when you label stuff based on game stages. Is that nobody actually knows what it means, and so they're left to just assume. But I will play defense for BMP here because I've tried labeling things based on ASP or ASP. SP. I've tried labeling things based on SP, and then I get people who are like, "Well, I'm a little bit higher than that SP, and I use this thing, and it does great." And so you just get people arguing about that. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation on that point, and it's almost better to just let people make up their own rules in terms of that. So, yeah. Dreadnought under Aegis is meh. Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. Arachnos and Vortex are supposed to be tanks. Arachnos is not. Arachnos is explicitly a support mech. Do you mean Blockhorn? Neither one of mine is as good at tanks as my Juggernaut is. They definitely need a rebalance and buff. So probably it's because of the ranks, right? So if you just mega upgrade something, it's going to be strong, obviously. But then the difference between like a rank 3 legendary thing, like the Vortex, yeah, the Vortex, for example, really, really weak when I got it. I don't even use it that much because it's so weak. Does that mean that Vortex needs a buff? No, not necessarily. Because if Vortex was at rank 4 where my epics are, it would be doing okay. But the main difference between like legendary stuff and epic stuff is that at the same rank and the same level, the legendary will generally outperform the epic and the rare and whatever. And so essentially just the legendary stuff has higher maximum potential is essentially what that is. But that's the beauty of like early and mid game, bro. Is that you can just spam upgrade a Juggernaut and get something that's actually low-key overpowered.
It's not like crazy damage. It's not very good damage. So I would say Gatecrasher's probably playable, maybe even into the mid game. It's really not very good at all.
Those mechs at areas at rank 3 isn't good. I would say just potential. I would say mech potential. Yeah, no, I mean if you're going based on their starting rank, then absolutely, yeah, it's just pretty straightforward. It's just a pretty straightforward. All the legendary stuff's on top, and then epic, rare, whatever, right? Like there's not a lot of nuance to it. So you have to go by potential. Let's agree that this tier list is terrible. Hey, look, nah. I haven't seen it. Let the man cook. Let the man cook, even if he about to burn it.
Next up is Guardian, rare mech, rare attacker. So what's nice about Guardian, it does have 32 energy. It's very slow, very squishy because it's a rare mech. It's just rare mechs just in general don't have very high HP. But Guardian has this system crash, which is a very powerful ability where you turn off all enemies. You put their weapons on reload and their abilities on cooldown. So you remove all of the things on the enemy
No, we
mechs,
like
right?
BMP over
They're
here.
very much in trouble. Basically, the reason Guardian isn't as strong as it used to be is because of Revoker, because Revoker never has to reload, and if Revoker gets close to you, you're gonna get shredded instantly, right? Your only chance is like basically with Stormax. Since you have high energy capacity, sometimes I can like kill a Surge with my Stormax before the Surge kills me with Revoker. But things like Surge and Eclipse just run up to you still. The fast mechs are still gonna catch up to you and kill you a lot of the time.
So, the thing with Guardian is exactly like, who was it that said it earlier? Every argument in favor of Guardian starts with if. Not when. It starts with if. Guardian is really, really good in theory, but in practice, it's actually not great because you have to get really close and even in order to just use the ability, and that makes it like you as a Guardian are not very strong. Your cooldown is really long. Most good mechs have a cooldown that's fairly short, so they will mess you up most of the time. People will defend Guardian just because it could theoretically counter Eclipse. But that's the dumb thing, though. It's like, you don't need to counter Eclipse. Literally, almost everything can counter Eclipse. Just with raw HP and firepower. Like, a Revoker Redox could beat out a Revoker Eclipse. But now that Revoker Eclipse is less common because of the range nerf, that actually makes it even easier to counter Eclipse. I think the Revoker nerf is honestly a large part of what was needed to nerf Eclipse. Because now it can't just, it's a lot harder for it to just run in and just kill a bunch of stuff with a super mega overpowered close quarters weapon. We had this conversation before on BMP's, like, the legendary scout triangle thing, where it's like the thing that essentially makes these scouts super tanky or super powerful is the fact that they have like 2 to 3 times the firepower that anyone else has because they're able to use Revokers, whereas anything else is not. And that's the main difference. Counters my Parasite, yeah. Guardian is cool. I like it. I don't diss it. I don't disrespect it. But you gotta understand what the limitations are.
I know Guardian is a fan favorite mech. I think it's playable, even at endgame, because if you buy the System Crash range implant, so you can crash up to 45 meters away, or like 42 meters at level 5. That's only like 600 A-coins for the legendary implant. I think this guy becomes playable when you get that implant, which everyone can get very easily now.
Yeah. You see, this is exactly what I think. This is exactly what I thought he was doing with his tier list. Where it's just like, you have the early game stuff. You have the mid game stuff. Like, you shouldn't use this past mid game. You shouldn't use this past early game. Not that I agree with these placements. I actually would flip these, but you get what I'm saying. And then the rest of these are all for late game. This is the stuff that's like kind of bad late game, but you technically could use it. This is the stuff that's like actually pretty decent late game, and this is the stuff that all the top meta sweaty boys are using late game. And this is exactly why I don't understand why Dreadnought's here and not here, especially Dreadnought. I mean, you could keep Aegis where it is, but I don't know why Dreadnought's unplayable.
Next up is Juggernaut. Juggernaut is a uncommon tank mech, and Juggernaut, because it's uncommon, it just doesn't have high HP. It's very slow. Its shield is lower durability than Ares. It's less useful than Ares because it's like a personal shield, and it has even a long...
Surge is countered by long range, anything that counters EMP, which is not very many things. And also not really long range, because most good long ranged weapons can't deal with multi-layered mods, and also it can cover 50 meters distance in a literally quarter second. So, not really range. It's countered by the few things that can counter EMP, yes. Eclipse is countered by brute force, correct. And Nomad is countered by effects. Generally speaking, yes, all three. Yes.
Longer cooldown, and this mech is super slow. Juggernaut's an early game mech. There's no reason to invest into it. There's
Heresy. Heresy. I demand a refund. I spent 38 seconds and then forgot what he was talking about in this video. Nah, bro. Okay, look. Juggernaut, when you upgrade it, has insane potential to actually be really good mid-game. Like, actually, it's crazy. Now, maybe it's I'll be generous here. There's a very good chance that anything at rank 6 would just be pretty darn good, simply because it's rank 6 and I can use mods on it. If I could use mods on anything, Juggernaut would not necessarily be my go-to, but even still, it's pretty darn thick, my boy. I don't know, I kind of like it. I kind of really like it. Only issue is speed, yeah, kind of. Well, also the ability cooldown's ridiculous. That means Eclipse beats Surge, Nomad beats Eclipse, and Surge beats Nomad. Kind of, but not really. So, Eclipse does not necessarily beat Surge. Think about their abilities the way that they are, and you realize that they don't affect each other. Both mechs using their ability is the exact same as if neither one used their ability. And then it's a battle of raw stats. And in terms of raw stats, they are identical. Except for Surge is 1 kph. Surge is 1 kph faster. That's it. So, yeah. So Surge has a 50-50 against Eclipse. And it'll beat out a Nomad, pretty much guaranteed. And then it's a 50-50 against other Surges. Which this is why Surge is, by my definition, Surge would be the most OP mech. The way it currently is. Because there's really nothing that hard counters it.
literally Ares is a better option, and you get Ares like first 3 days of playing the game. Nobody should be using Juggernaut. It's just a bad mech.
Get a rank 6
Up next is Hemlock. Hemlock is a legendary support mech with the ECM Daze. It dazes enemies from long range, which is a very powerful long range daze, and then an EMP stun is very strong. With...
Maybe you're not as OG as I thought. You're thinking of Chungus. Chungus is Brickhouse. Chonkus was the original name from way back when Sanji used to stream a lot. That was the original name for Gatecrasher. Now I call it Gatecrasher because for some reason nobody's able to spell it right. And that's the way that I see it spelled all the time. But that was the OG meme name for Gatecrasher.
It is a support mech, but it still has good HP. It has really good HP for a support mech and really good speed. It only has medium energy capacity, but that is enough when you have a stun like that. I think Hemlock did just get nerfed, right? It's got a much longer cooldown and shorter duration, I think, as well. But I still think Hemlock is a meta mech. It's just going to be used a bit less, but I still think long-range days, taking an enemy fully out of the game for that long, is still super strong. I think it's still a meta mech, but below Deathwalker. Next up is Killshot. This is one of the most iconic mechs in Mech Arena. Killshot has the melee dash. It's a scout mech, so the dash is a very strong ability. This mech has high speed, but where it really struggles now is where the dash does good damage, but it hits mod layers most of the time, and then this thing is super squishy, so it dies when it's in melee range. Killshot, sadly, just against mods, Killshot is not very strong. The dash is a very powerful ability, so it's good to use this with artillery or guided if you want to camp in the back and run around. You can reposition really quickly, but I think Killshot is only good for probably the mid game. I wouldn't even say it's playable at end game. It dies way too quickly to Revokers and Stormrax and all the meta mechs. It's just too weak and has no defense really.
I agree with him. This is why I legitimately think this. I think Slingshot's a better investment than Killshot. And the reason I say this is because you can get Slingshot to rank 6, and it will be about the same in terms of stats as Killshot. It'll have more energy capacity, and you'll be able to use mods on it. And it'll be cheaper than getting Killshot. And sure, you could, you could then go buy Killshot rank 4 later on, but Killshot pretty quickly becomes kind of unusable. So at that point, like, why even bother? Just like maybe max out your slingshot or something. It's like, so I honestly, genuinely think if you're gonna go for a dash mech, if you want to just go for one dash mech, slingshot's probably better because you can get better results for cheaper, and you don't need it to last a long time because it never was gonna last a long time. It's gonna insta die to any other legendary dash mech, or most legendary mechs just in general. Killshot for tier stars. I mean, you could, but why bother? It's actually really easy to get to tier 7. Isn't it? Like, can't you just, like, you get, like, the random epic weapons? That's way cheaper. Nomad or Blizzfrost in Hangar Showdown? I'm not sure. I'd say probably Blizzfrost, right? Because that's, like, a sort of counter to Surge. It's, like, more of a 50-50 to Surge, and then pretty much guaranteed win against Eclipse. Whereas Nomad is, like, a pretty much guaranteed win against Eclipse, but a pretty much guaranteed lose against a Surge. So I think the Blizzler is a much better option for you. It should also beat a Nomad, I think, right? So yeah, no, I would say that. I would say that. And in Hangar Showdown, it doesn't matter so much if you're able to close distance really quickly. Like, the maps are usually small enough to where it doesn't really matter. In most other modes, like CPC especially, just the fact that these other mechs have dashes is way more effective. So, like, generally, I'd say Blizzfrost is actually not that good. I sort of overvalued it in my initial review video on the test server. It seemed OP, but yeah, the more I used it, the more I was kind of, whatever. You're gonna spend 80 pounds now? Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. You could just give that 80 pounds to me, bro. I'll keep it safe. I got you. You get kill shot from the derby. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, if you got it for free, then go ahead. Like, what are you gonna do? Not get it for free? For sure. For sure.
Lancer, another iconic mech. This is the second mech you get. It is a common scout, but it is actually very strong because once you get on the roof with Lancer, Lancer is really powerful because it can, like, nothing can reach it when it gets on the roof, right? And you'll see coming off with Lacewing, the legendary jumping mech, right? Jumping mechs are actually really powerful. Would I say it's playable at endgame, though? I want to. I'm going to say it's playable for now. Well, okay, the reason it's not, okay, it's really not because it has light energy capacity, that's why. But I'll just put it top of mid-game. This is probably, like, the best investment, right? It's literally a common mech, so it's super cheap, but it's really fun and then also really strong if you're on a map that has any roofs to jump onto.
I guess it depends on
Next
what his
up is
definition
MD.
of mid-game is. I'll give him this one. I'd be okay with it either way. I think technically it is probably playable. But it probably depends on what your definition of mid-game is. Like, what's the SP cutoff point for that in general? I don't really know. Is it worth maxing Slingshot if you get a free kill shot, though? Well, not necessarily. Not in terms of resources. But it is worth it in the sense that Killshot's a freaking dummy, and it doesn't deserve your love.
The original healer, it's an uncommon support mech with healing. Sadly, MD is not very powerful, though. It is uncommon, so it has low HP. Its speed is okay. The healing isn't even that fast, again, because it's uncommon. So, and then, like, it also doesn't heal when it's getting shot, which is kind of silly, so it just doesn't work that great. For fun, if you're in early game, it's okay. I would just leave it in early game, though, even below Ares.
Yeah.
It's not really worth investing into unless you just want it for fun.
Better than Juggernaut.
Next up is Mimicker. Mimicker is a very interesting one. Mimicker is a legendary scout mech. It has good speed, of course. It has very low HP. It is a scout, right? Its ability lets it select enemies. It, like, scans enemies and then gets it can get a speed boost with stealth. It can get damage boost. It can get a shield. It can get healing. So it is very versatile. That's kind of the point. It's a very interesting mech. I'm a fan of Mimicker. but I think it's
Same.
only playable at endgame. It's not too bad, but it's nothing crazy. It does have heavy energy capacity, but it doesn't have any real defense as its main downside. Once, meta mechs get to you, you're just going to die with it. It probably works best camping at range is usually how you can play it, because then you can use shields and healing to refresh yourself, get a damage boost when you need, use stealth and speed to, move around, but it can't brawl, so it's not terribly powerful.
I agree with him that it can't brawl, and that you definitely want to use it at range. But at range, even at max level, Mimicker is pretty gamer. It's pretty gamer. You basically, the play is just you keep grabbing stealth until there's somebody who's coming up on you, then you grab damage. And having a lot of energy capacity like that, being in stealth with that much energy capacity is actually really nice. Especially if you have something, some type of like really strong ranged weapon like Tetra Rifle. Tetra Rifle Mimicker specifically is actually so good, bro. It's so good. Now, it's nowhere close to being meta, but like I pretty consistently do really well with it. It's much better than Guardian. Yeah, okay, yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to the fact that he was putting it below Guardian. Above Gatecrasher, sure. I'd put it in strong. Probably above Aegis even. Aegis is like it's kind of okay at dealing with like Surge if you play it well, but that's about it. Below Dreadnought probably though.
Next up is Bastion, a legendary tank
Bastion.
mech. Bastion used to be the best in the game, but sadly its ability, it has a shield, which when enemies break
Kind
the
of
shield,
underrated.
they get stunned, but they have to be super close, and since it's a tank, it's very slow, it doesn't have any speed boost or anything, so sadly it's just really hard for Bastion to get in range of, like, enemies now. So I think Bastion...
The play,
I think
and he's correct, the play is to use it as a defense. So... essentially you spawn it on a beacon when there's like some random Revoker scout coming at you. And this probably sounds crazy and ridiculous. Revoker Bastion. And I'm being so serious. I've used it and I've done great with it. Consistently. So long as like some Revoker scouts coming for your beacon, guess what? You got a Revoker freaking Bastion. What are they gonna do? It no diffs Eclipse, no diffs Nomad. It'll be a tight one between you and a Surge. The Surge will kill you if it knows if it knows that it can. A lot of the time they'll just EMP themselves because they don't really know much about it. But yeah, no, it's good. It's pretty good.
Bastion is it's not very good anymore, right? It's not tanky. It has the highest HP in the game, but it's not tanky enough to like slowly approach people and then stun them. Usually like storms or whatever can crack the shield before it gets to you, and then it's kind of just a sitting duck. It has high HP. It can beat Revoker scouts if they come and brawl it one-on-one, but if anyone's camping and just like spamming it with Storm Axe or something, it's just gonna die. So I would say Bastion's probably like here or so. It's not very good. Sadly, I do like Bastion, but it's not very powerful anymore.
Guardian. What would I say? Nah, I probably would put it in playable. I think the orderings are like up for debate. Everyone's gonna have different opinions on the ordering, so I'm not gonna nitpick his ordering. But I'll just go based on like the tier, and I'd say playable is probably about right.
Next up is Onyx. Onyx is a legendary attacker mech similar to Gatecrasher, has a damage dealing ability. It is slower, it has lower HP, so its stats are not great. It's very slow. Its quad rocket is okay, but a lot of the time you're going to hit mods with it. You can deal back damage, and it can do pretty good damage. It's kind of like Dreadnought and this both have like kind of the highest ability damage, I guess, in Cheetah too. But it's because these guys can do back damage, so they do like almost 200,000. But most of the time you're going to just hit a mod shield. So this guy's not very good at all. I might even put him down in mid game. His ability's a little better than Gatecrasher, but Gatecrasher has the better stats. There's not really much reason to invest into Onyx unless you just like the mech, because its ability just doesn't help, and it has not great stats. The only thing it's really good for is just firepower, which
Brute
right now
damage.
in the game, having heavy energy capacity doesn't make you that strong. I mean, our top meta mech right now also has that, and it respawns and can tank a ton of damage. This guy just has no defense, anything like that.
I can agree with
Next
that.
up
Again,
is
it kind of depends on
Orion.
like his
Orion is
definition
a
of mid
epic
game, which I
support
think is
mech with the
probably
Hunter's
like
Mark. So you mark an
10K
enemy, and then they take a ton of damage. They take, technically, it's back damage plus 50% more damage. So Galvanic Hull will absorb all that bonus damage, but other than that, enemies, basically everyone just gets deleted by Orion instantly. It's the highest like damage output in the game. It has good speed. It's low HP, but that's okay because again you're gonna be deleting things, and with good speed, this guy goes into the strong tier. I think.
for sure.
Both of these are pretty close in strength, but I would say Orion's probably more used in endgame. It's definitely viable, and because it's epic, both these are epic. They're very good investments, right? For a lot of players. But yeah, Orion's very strong, and it's mainly countered by Eclipse, Surge, Nomad. It is countered by the meta, but if it can hit them, well, they're still far away, right?
It's just very
gonna
squishy,
destroy
so
them.
it needs to use
Next up
ranged
is
weapons and
Blockhorn.
most
This is
ranged
a
weapons aren't
legendary
that
tank
good.
mech with the barricade ability. So it puts out a barricade that nobody can walk through, so you can fully block enemies, which is cool. It can't be destroyed, but it also gives this mech a damage boost if it's like right behind the blockade. So it also has 32 energy capacity. It is a tank mech, so it's slow, but it has pretty good HP, so it's decently tanky. If you get the shield in front of the enemies, right, you're gonna be fine. Things like stuns can't go through the shield, so it is definitely actually pretty strong. This mech is definitely underrated probably right now. I'd probably put it
Little
right
bit.
here, probably above Orion, because it is very strong. If you get in the right position, you can deal a lot of damage with damage boost, heavy energy capacity, and it's hard for enemies
I'd
to
put
get
it.
to you and destroy you. If it gets stunned or anything, or get Revokers get up to it, it's gonna die. But other than that, it can do a lot of work and a lot of damage, get some kills.
I'd put it like honorary meta, to be honest. It's like I do think it's kind of underrated, but some people do use it. It is very, very, very strong. Orion Gemini 12 crazy. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like you could do that, but it requires like the target lock and whatever, and being able to curve it around stuff. A lot of meta stuff is either it has stealth, so it can avoid that sort of thing, or it has a shield. Like is there one that has a shield? No, not really. Uh, but it has stealth, so it can avoid it, or it's like Deathwalk, where it's like it doesn't really care if you kill it. So like the current meta kind of counters a lot Orion to a large extent, but yeah, no, if you get it right, it's pretty darn good. Do we think Gatecrasher is better than Onyx? I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna like. I don't want to nitpick his specific placements. I don't want to nitpick his specific placements. I would say Onyx is probably better than Gatecrasher, though. The ability's easier to use anyway, even though Gatecrasher like has better stats. You'd say Mimicker and Blockhorn are very close in how good they are endgame. I wouldn't. No, I'd put Blockhorn in meta, in like a strong or maybe meta, and I'd put Mimicker in maybe either playable or strong. I wouldn't put Mimicker anywhere near meta.
Next up is Outlaw. Outlaw is a legendary support mech, legendary attacker mech, I think. I don't know. But Outlaw has the like long range system crash, so it's like Guardian where it turns off abilities and reloads the weapons, but it can do it from range. It has to lock on, so it has to see the mech. It can do it in a little radius, but generally it's going to hit one guy, and it does have a delay. So the main use of using this guy is to get rid of Deathwalkers, because when their ability goes off, Deathwalker becomes a sitting duck. Deathwalker always plays aggressive. It turns on this ability, rushes in, because if it dies, it's going to go back, right? But if Outlaw can hit it, then you can delete the Deathwalker very easily. Same with Parasite, which is another mech we have coming up. But yeah, I would put Outlaw here in strong. It's basically just used to counter a couple certain things. Maybe an Orion camping in the back, maybe Hemlock camping in the back, but mainly Deathwalker. Sometimes Parasite, but mainly just Deathwalker. Deathwalker is so strong that it makes this mech good. It's just kind of, you want to put it in as kind of some tech in your squad, just to help out your teammates or whatever. But yeah, I would put him probably here. He's in the.
If you're playing like a top level competitive match, you're gonna have like maybe one or two guys with an outlaw. Generally, though, yeah, it's not that good. It literally only counters Deathwalker effectively, and that's about it. Maybe Hemlock now, but even then,
It's not, yeah. It's just kind of whatever. Like, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Gatecrasher's a whole tier higher than Onyx. Well, I mean, Onyx is at the top of its tier, whereas Gatecrasher's at the bottom of its tier. So it's like, if you put them side by side, they're essentially right next to each other. Does rank 3 Onyx do any good damage? I mean, it probably does do decent damage if there's no mods. If Blockhorn could go faster than 23 kph, that would be terrifying. Yeah, its main downside is speed, for sure.
Strong tier, though. Next up is Panther. Panther is a legendary attacker mech, very iconic. 32 energy capacity, it has okay speed, and it is very squishy, super squishy, just like Killshot. It dies almost instantly, right? Panther's basically a glass cannon. It has the stasis barrier, so it puts down a barrier that blocks all incoming damage for 10 seconds. So once it does that, it can sit out in the open, fire with 32 energy capacity weapon.
What's this Eclipse?
Basically a glass cannon. It has the stasis barrier, so it puts down a barrier that blocks all incoming damage for 10 seconds. So once it does that, it can sit out in the open, fire with 32 energy capacity weapons. Very strong. It can have high damage output.
That Railgun Eclipse was paid off, bro. Nah, you see him? He was given that kill to him. He wanted to die.
But the problem is that it is countered by all these Revoker Scouts. Surge can dash and stun it. Nomad can dash in and kill it. Eclipse can walk through because it has stasis barrier, which applies stasis, so it slows down enemies that come through. But dashes keep going through. Eclipse can run through. The new mech, Blizzfrost, can run through, right? That thing is immune to stasis. So I would say Panther is
true,
playable.
Bro. I keep forgetting that stasis immunity is even a thing. Bro, somebody commented on my video, and he was like, nah, bro, I think stasis immunity is actually the best part about the new mech ability. I don't agree with that at all. I mean, for you to have your own opinions, but yeah, nah, the stasis immunity is like, it barely ever comes into play, dude. I forgot. Anyway, placing Panther in playable. I mean, okay. I'm gonna say it. I think max level endgame Panther's actually better than Aegis.
Pretty high in the playable tier. It's not bad at all. And for an epic mech, yeah, this is pretty good. Obviously, we have a couple up in strong, but it's definitely playable. You can use it in endgame.
Because it's the difference. It's the difference between. It's the difference between a dome. It's the difference between a condensed shield dome that can take maybe 2 Stormrack volleys versus a completely indestructible barrier that can walk you from one obstacle up to the next obstacle. And in max level gameplay, especially on maps like Imperial Temple, Panther used as a support mech is really, really valuable.
Next up is Paragon, the starter mech. This is a common attacker, 32 energy capacity. It doesn't have good speed, and obviously it's common, so it's super squishy. Dies almost instantly, but it does have 32 energy capacity, and its ability is just a speed boost, so then you can have some, when you need to move quick, you can move quick. I would just keep this in early game, though. It's fine how it is.
Well,
it does have good energy capacity, but other than that, that's basically the only thing. You're just going to use this to have damage output, so that's fine, but it's nothing crazy. Next up is Parasite, another spider mech. It is a legendary tank with 24 energy capacity, and it's pretty slow. I think 18 kilometers an hour of speed, maybe 20. So it's pretty slow because it is a tank. It has good HP, and its ability is redirection, so it can link to an enemy when it gets line of sight with an enemy within 85 meters, I think, at base. There's an implant to increase that. But once you're linked, you take only 10% damage dealt, and you reflect like 30% back to the guy you're linked to. So basically, once you're linked, nobody wants to shoot you. However, this guy's weakness is that he's so slow. He has no way to speed up. Unlike Deathwalker, these are kind of comparable mechs. They're both legendary tanks. So he can tank a ton of damage, but once the link runs out, or if he can't link to, say, like an Eclipse, he's just cooked, because then it's just like Deathwalker. He's a sitting duck. Same thing if he gets crashed. He needs his ability to be tanky, and otherwise he's going to be cooked. But certain situations, you can corner people and they can't do anything, because if you're linked, you barely take damage and you deal a ton back. So they're going to take a ton of damage. You can trick players sometimes. If they're about to, hit you with their salvo, then link to someone or link to them, you can deal all the damage back to them and take almost none of it. So absolutely a playable mech. I would put it here at the top of strong of our A tier. Yeah, this looks good.
I actually think Parasite is meta. Like, not to the extent that, like, top 5 meta, but I'd say top 10 for sure. I think Parasite's really, really good. When it is linked, yeah, he's right. When it's linked to somebody, there's basically nothing you can do about it. The only way, unless you're timing him out, or you're using, like, a Guardian or an Outlaw, then basically the only way out of that situation is to sacrifice whoever he's linked to. Which is just a hilarious situation, first off. And second off, it's just really valuable. It's really, really strong. So long as you know, like, when to use it. I wouldn't say that I'm very good at using it. I don't really know how to use it to the best of its abilities. I think that, I mean, I really like Parasite. I think it's fun, but I definitely don't know how to use it perfectly, for sure. But I've seen people use it really well, and I definitely know it has good potential. So yeah, I put it in meta. If you want to move quick, you can probably go quick. Yeah, that's it's pretty. Yeah, that's Paragon. Yeah, you go faster for sure. I think Panther be top meta if the barrier becomes non-passable and block EMP and apply stasis if you touch it. The stasis part would be completely pointless if it was if it just hard blocked everything. If it was non-passable and blocked EMP, would it be meta? I mean, yeah, probably. I don't know how it wouldn't be if it was also indestructible. What would you change to make dread shots good? I mean, like, it's not really the point of this video, so I don't really want to talk much about, like, weapons and other unrelated stuff. But since it just came out, like, I think it just needs more damage, that's all. The mechanics are fine. So, like, here's the difference. I don't want to get too into it because this is, like, weapon specifics and not mech specifics. The difference between, like, let's say Hornet or maybe Hellfire. Hellfire is, like, relatively doomed to fail because the whole concept is a close range, slow damage weapon. That's pretty. What are you gonna do? Just kill someone slowly while you're point blank? Like, I don't think so, buddy. So it's, unless they did some serious DOT with it to make it a good hit and run weapon, or unless they made it to where it could actually compete with these, like, legitimate in your face brawler weapons, then yeah, Hellfire is pretty much doomed to fail. And the same thing kind of goes with Hornet, where Hornet is like the effect scaling of Hornet and Hellfire. Their status effects don't scale with pilots or implants. Well, Hellfire doesn't, Hornet does, because it has a effect implant specifically, but they don't scale with pilots. And so that just makes them significantly less valuable by comparison in a higher SP. And just in general, they're not that strong. But those are mechanical, like, those are mechanical disadvantages that those weapons have that basically guarantee that they're going to do poorly. Whereas Dreadshot is just, it just does bad damage. That's it. I think if it did better damage, it'd be fine. Faster unload and more effects damage. More effective damage, I think you mean. I think it's okay. It's like weaker than Railgun. Decent range. Good effective range, honestly. Good effective range. Weaker than Railgun per hit, but way, way, way more shots. So I could 100% see, actual value in it. It just needs to deal more damage.
Next up is Puma. This is a uncommon attacker, basically the mini version of Panther here. So Puma has the lowest HP in the game with Slingshot, super squishy, 32 energy capacity with kind of a barrier, kind of like Panther. It's just a barrier. It doesn't have stasis, and it's like shorter, and it's pretty weak and can take a couple hits maybe. This mech's only really good for the early game though, but it does have firepower, so I'll put it above Paragon because its shield is better than the speed boost. But its HP is actually lower, so yeah, don't invest into Puma. It's not very good. Next up is Redeemer.
Yes.
This is a fan favorite.
Really, yeah,
Redeemer is a
fair.
epic scout mech with 29 kilometers an hour of speed, no dash though, but we have the backtrack, so you run back, you remove effects. Depending on your rank, you remove a certain amount of effects. If you're maxed out, you can remove all effects within the entire game except System Crash, because that removes your ability. Other than that, you can run away. You go back to where you were 10 seconds ago, even if you're EMP'd
You actually
and stuff.
can, because here's an interesting little fact. You can
You can backtrack out of an outlaw.
Because Outlaw's
ability is actually 2 status effects. It is a status effect buildup that applies the system crash status effect. And those are technically separate. You can use backtrack with Redeemer to get out of the system crash before it activates, and you will clear off that delay, the little build up delay for Outlaw. You can take that off because it's technically its own status effect. But as soon as the system crash effect hits, then you just don't have an ability anymore, and so that just cancels out everything.
It's very good for countering things like Surge, and it has medium energy capacity, so not crazy firepower, but definitely a strong mech. I think I'll put it in strong, probably near the bottom. This is a fan favorite, but you can definitely play this in the end game. And again, it's another epic mech that's definitely worth investing into if you want. It's strong, and it works kind of as a backup Eclipse, which is another mech we're gonna have soon. You need to be able to remove debuffs. You can spawn your Redeemer. That will work for you, right? Against Hemlocks, against Surges, whatever it is, right? It's just squishy, so if it gets caught out without its ability or with nowhere to run away to, it is gonna get cooked pretty quickly.
Redeemer is broken for Soulless ability. If you mean that Soulless can't blind Redeemer, then it's probably because you're fighting Soulless bots. Soulless bots can't blind anything. They're bugged for some reason.
Next up is Redox. This is a legendary attacker mech. One of the OG legendary mechs. Redox is very slow. It is very squishy. It has 32 energy capacity, so it's kind of a glass cannon. But its ability isn't great. It is it's the Caustic Blast. So it sends out like a 30-meter pulse that gives stasis, so slows down enemies, and then also does a DOT corrosion effect. It's not a ton of damage, but in certain situations, if you can get hidden in a little corner somewhere and then keep using Caustic Blast to slow people down, you can then delete them when they try to run to you. But of course, things like Surge, Eclipse, Nomad, all do meta things. If anyone gets to you with Revokers, you're just cooked. I think it's probably barely playable. Its ability isn't that bad, but the stats are too bad to go along with it. It's just too slow. It's just too squishy.
Redux has one of the best default skins in the game. I think it's just my favorite design. In terms of default paint jobs, I think Redux is my favorite design. It looks great. I agree with you. Gatecrasher's clearly better than Onyx. I mean, it's your opinion, bro. Redux Stasis Beam 16. It's pretty OP, yeah. I used it a couple times. It's just that OP, bro. Yeah, Redux is... I don't know. It is very, very bad. But in, like, close proximity, its ability goes through walls, and it has a pretty high radius. It's one of the very few things with a large radius that can go through walls. And that alone might sound like kind of like whatever, but on certain maps, it's actually really, really good. And just applying stasis to people makes them, slower and whatever. They take some damage. Not a ton of damage, but cooldown's pretty short. It's not that bad, but it's incredibly, incredibly niched. So, yeah, I would put it playable. I'd keep it where it is.
I think I'd rather... I don't know, man. This might be a mid-game mech. I'll put it top of mid-game for now. Next up is Nomad. This is the legendary dash mech, legendary scout, 29 kilometers an hour of speed. Pretty low HP for a legendary mech, but still not bad. It has the chain dash, so it dashes, does damage just like Killshot, but it also gains 60% damage resistance, so it becomes a tank right after it dashes. It's a great brawler, and then it can also dash a second time if you hit someone. So it is very strong. It's great for countering Eclipse, but gets destroyed by Surge. It's very polarizing, its matchups, right? It always can beat Eclipses, which are very strong, and it always gets destroyed by Surge, which are very strong. So you kind of have to watch out. It is a meta mech. I'm going to put it... Man, I don't know. I think it's below Hemlock, because it's pretty niche. It's mainly you're going to want to use this guy.
Its beam can also be... Okay, you're still talking about Gatecrasher. You're lower than 10,000 SP. I know that. He's talking in terms of late game, in terms of max level everything. So BMP is talking in terms of, like, the absolute
max level performance stuff. Which stuff is the stuff that you should be like really heavily investing into? And he doesn't think that Gatecrasher's one of them. And so it's either here or it's here. It doesn't really matter. The performances of Onyx and Gatecrasher are different depending on the stage of the game. Depends on what you're shooting at. Depends on what. It doesn't really matter. That conversation's kind of over. You could disagree with me. That's fine. I don't care. I mean, like, we're both gonna have like our own little, preferences for it. I think the beam is really cool. Gatecrasher is like one of my favorite mechs in terms of the ability, but I think it's just not very useful.
Either to start out to capture beacons or to kill eclipses. That's pretty much it. But yeah, definitely strong. It can definitely get like some combo kills, and it can really disrupt like the enemy backlines because it can like dash in. It dashes in twice with a long dash. Its dash is 45 meters. But yeah, watch out for nerfs with any of these meta mechs. Obviously, Hemlock won't get another one, but this could get nerfed. I don't think it will. I think Nomad's fine. But yeah, definitely a meta mech. Next up is Salvor. This is an interesting one. This is a legendary support mech. It's the healer mech, so it is extremely squishy, least HP of any legendary, I believe. It does have 32 energy capacity, and its speed is just okay. It's so squishy. Basically, the thing with this guy is it relies on teammates.
Why can't they just make, like, a tanky healer? Instead, they keep making all these tanky scouts. It's really cringe. Who else wants, like, an actual, like, front-line tank healer? That'd be great. Like, it doesn't have to be fast, doesn't have to be a brawler. But, like, an actual frontline healer. I think that'd be really cool, but yeah, I don't know. Keeping all the supports 32 energy, I guess it works. Blockhorn performs better than Nomad late game. Well, you are not late game. I don't know what SP you are. It ain't late game, though.
Because it heals itself a bit, but it heals teammates a lot more. If you have teammates to heal that need healing, and you can help them,
anything frontline will die to Revoker in a few seconds. That's exactly why frontline is the most important place for a healer to be. Those are the people who need healing. That's why I want it. Because Salver is pretty bad, simply because it can't heal the people that most need healing. It can only heal the couple, like, random people. Like, you use a Salver to, like, maybe heal up a Lacewing that's just annoying on a rooftop somewhere. In terms of, like, meta strategies, whatever. You don't really use Salver for, like, it's not good for actual support. The ability range is not that great. And even if it was, it's so weak, it really can't afford to, like, you have to freaking curve the thing around all these obstacles. You can't expose yourself because you're going to instantly die, but you also can't stay way back because you need to be able to fire your ability at people. So it's just really inconvenient, and you really can only reach the people that you can reach are the people that don't really need your healing that much. And that's why Salver's generally not that good. Max level. That's why I want something that's more of a mix between, like, a brawler and more of a mix between, like, a tank and a healer. Something that's a lot more defense focused.
Be strong, but otherwise by itself solo it's not very good. So I'll just put it in the bottom of strong. It basically, if you're with teammates, it can be strong, but otherwise it's, like, playable, if that makes sense. Next up is Scorpius. This is a legendary attacker mech, another spider. Scorpius has 32 energy capacity. It is slow and squishy, which is not good. It has the Javelin array, which is basically just a mini, like, Javelin 6 or Helix 8 or something like that. Just shoots two little, like, Javelin-like shots. It's not very strong. The only thing it can do is, like, camp.
It could be like an HP thief that takes HP from one enemy and puts that into three linked enemies. That'd be pretty cool.
In the back with a little bit extra artillery from its ability. Man, this is probably a mid-game mech. Scorpius is not very good at all. It's faster than Onyx, so I think I'd put it above Onyx, but it's basically just a glass cannon with no defense. Like, Panther has defense, so it's much higher in the tier list.
Once again, a matter of definitions. Like, what do you consider to be mid-game? What's the cutoff point for mid-game? I have no idea. Frontline support mech which can provide resistance to multiple teammates will work better than a healer. Well, you don't know that, first off. Second off, we have that. It's called Vortex, and it doesn't work that well. So, you're just wrong. But anyway, back to Scorpius. It depends on what he means by mid-game. Like, what's the SP cutoff point, essentially? And I don't know. I don't know what his vision for that is. Personally, I'd put it in playable, based on my own mental kind of definitions. I'd put it in playable. I mean, if you're gonna have Gatecrasher in there, I think Scorpius is, like, kind of equally valuable. It's niched, for sure. But, like, there are ways that can make it pretty good.
This has no defense. It can't live. If anything tries to attack it, it's probably just going to die. Next up is Seeker. Seeker is a legendary attacker. It has the warp, so it can warp right behind an enemy with boosted damage and another personal shield. It has medium energy capacity and decent speed. It doesn't really need that much speed, though, because, again, it's going to warp. It can warp at 100 meters away or even more with implants, so it warps very far. This mech is very situational. I do think it's in the strong tier, right? You basically just want to use it in certain like situations. But now with mods, it used to be able to like insta-kill everything. So it was like the best mech in the game. But now with mods, it's not as OP because stuff doesn't die as quick. You get destroyed by Surge, by EMPs, you're going to get countered, right? So Surge is strong, but just...
Seeker's probably a better replacement for Outlaw. You can use Seeker kind of the same way that you'd use Outlaw just to counter Deathwalkers. You just teleport to the respawn location. And you mark them. That's what you do. Except it's actually useful against other stuff too. Seeker can tell it, like, so long as you're you have to be very careful and very intentional about who you teleport onto. But Seeker's very, very good. Yeah, I would call it meta.
It's not like crazy. Next up is Sentinel. This is an epic tank mech. It's basically just Ares, but the epic version, so it has more HP, a better shield. It has this little perk where it will refresh its shield quicker if it's taken damage when it's maxed out, but that only happens when you're maxed, which is kind of sad. I wish they would buff it so it's always. That makes
if it was always, it'd
like slightly better, but at endgame, this thing just gets deleted, and it's not even tanky enough. It's not really that tanky, so it can't absorb that much damage. So I'd say this is maybe okay in the mid game. Honestly, I'd probably rather use Lancer than Sentinel. Sentinel's not very good. It's a cool mech, but it's sadly just not very strong. Next up is Shadow. This is a rare scout mech. Shadow is like kind of like Eclipse, so it turns on stealth and can run around quickly and attack people. But sadly, it has low energy capacity, only 16 at max level. It is rare, so you can upgrade it to max kind of easily. But at endgame, this thing gets deleted by storms, by radius, right? It gets deleted by revokers. It's just gonna get deleted because it's super squishy. The only thing you could do basically is just kind of trick enemies, run around quickly. It's a fun mech, but it's not very good at all.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. But then I saw the light. And the light was a Gemini rocket coming from my face. Exploding in my face, even. It's very bright. And I realized that Shadow would actually be pretty gamer for countering all the freaking guided spam that's in game, bro.
I guess we could put it...
Oh, yeah, he's putting it in mid-game. Hey, sure. Hey, nice, let's go.
I guess we can put it maybe in mid-game. It's like barely a mid-game mech. Nice. This thing's pretty much only use it for fun. Next up is Lacewing.
I wouldn't say... I mean, he put some things like, it's not that good. It's only barely usable. You pretty much only use it for fun. I actually think Shadow's going to be way better. I haven't tried it really, but I've been seeing a lot of need for it. I haven't really tried it at mid-game SP, but yeah. It's going to be good. I can already tell. And yeah, it's
legendary version of Lancer, so it has two jumps, unlike Lancer, who has one. Medium energy capacity, pretty low. It's a scout, so it has pretty low HP, but yeah, its speed is like decent, like its movement speed, but its jumps are really what's important, so the movement speed doesn't matter that much. Basically, again, like with Lancer, jump onto the roof, and then nobody can get to you, or most mechs can't get to you, right? And you can counter a lot of things. You counter the revokers, which is the most important part. So on any map where you can go on a roof, Lacewing is very strong. So Lacewing is a meta mech, and it is above these two. That's how strong Lacewing is. It's super strong. Unless it gets nerfed, this thing is super powerful. Going on the roof is just such a strong ability to have.
But at the same time, like, it's very map dependent. So if there's a map that doesn't have like rooftops that you can jump onto with the Lacewing, well, the Lacewing just in general it's kind of pointless and garbage. It's really bad if there's nothing you can jump onto, or there's no like no good buildings or whatever. If there is, then yeah, it's really good. If there's not, then it's really bad. It's very, very.
Next up is Slingshot. This is the uncommon version of Killshot Nomad, so it's also a dash mech. It is, again, it's uncommon, so it's super squishy. It has the lowest HP tied with Puma. The dash ability is so strong, though. It has medium energy capacity, high movement speed. So I think it's probably like, it's like just below Killshot. Because the dash is just so good. I think it's better than these guys. It dies instantly, but because you have a dash, you can move around and run away faster than anything else, right? Killshot's just more HP, pretty much is it, right? They have the same energy capacity, so these guys are almost tied. Killshot's barely better.
No, you want to.
Sad. Next up is Solus. Solus is a legendary support mech with the blinding. It shoots out these like orbs that blind people, so their screen goes white. They can't see anything. They can still move. They can still use abilities. They can still shoot. They just can't see what's going on. So if you can hit them at long range with this blind, right, it kind of...
Every time I shoot a Lacewing, I'm surprised how much damage it can take. I mean, it's tankier than like a Surge or an Eclipse. Not by a ton, but it is. Dumb Gunt. I'm not even gonna acknowledge that comment, bro.
Stops them, but otherwise, if they're close, they're still gonna get to you with Revokers. Storms have splash damage, so they can't really miss. It is squishy because it's a support, and it's pretty slow. It has heavy energy capacity, so that's nice. But if this guy, like, he's only very good when he's at longer range. Once people get close to him, he's gonna get cooked by them. So you want to use something that's like a long range weapon. I'll put it in strong tier though. It's not bad, but it's not used very much just because it's like a wannabe EMP, right? It's like a wannabe Hemlock. Hemlock actually stops the enemy from moving. This thing just stops them, like tries to stop them by blinding them and making their screen go white for like 2 seconds, right?
7 seconds.
Yeah, sometimes it works, but it's not like crazy. But it's probably in the strong tier still, yeah. Next up is Stalker. Stalker is a rare attacker mech with 24 energy capacity, pretty low HP because, again, it's an attacker. It does have good speed for an attacker, I think 23 kph, but this thing has the Predator drive, so it boosts its damage by 50%. It heals on kill, but it does take more damage, so it's pretty squishy. It's really squishy when it goes into that ability, but it can do crazy damage. You can also buy an implant to boost the damage of the damage boost more, so you get like up to 80% damage boost, which is good, but you'd probably rather use something like a Ryan. So this guy's okay for mid game. Probably right here. Below the dash. Maybe I'll put him in between. There we go. He can go in between the two dashers. So he's just okay for mid game. Not very strong. Next up is Surge. Surge is a very, very notorious mech for a reason. It is very strong. It has a dash, but instead of just doing damage, it actually stuns the enemy, and it does it for 4 seconds, so you can, move around behind them, do back damage. You kill basically anything in the game if you can stun them with your Surge. It's so strong. A ranged dash where you can get close with Revokers is just so strong. Surge is a meta mech, and it's stronger than any of these.
Anything dash.
It's gonna get nerfed.
Anything dash just allows you to close distance with Revoker, and Revoker's so ridiculous. Revoker's just, it's such a ridiculous weapon. And anything that can close the distance really quick is gonna be really good. Generally speaking. But then Surge can also make you just force you to sit out of the game for 4 seconds, at least 4 seconds. It's gonna get a nerf, and I think they're gonna go for the EMP time. And the EMP time is the main thing that makes it really good. So if they nerfed it down to like 2-second EMP, then Surge is gonna be pretty bad, I think. But my guess is just gonna be like 3 seconds or something.
Though, so just keep that in mind when you're watching this after this.
Okay,
Surge could be. I can't. I mean, I hope that they're trying to nerf stuff so it's not super weak. So I think it will still be meta. It'll just be like down here. It'll be like here. Literally, that's probably what the nerf will do. Maybe it could go only into strong tier. I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe, yeah.
Next up is Tengu. Tengu is a fan favorite once again. Tengu is a rare scout with 16 energy capacity, but it has the jump, I don't know what it's called, the smash or something, where it jumps, it deals damage, it applies stasis, and it gives itself stealth. It has a short cooldown, and because
surprising, you went to bed and you woke up and you're already, and I'm still going, aren't you? That's exactly what's happening, isn't it? Nice. Let's go.
Stasis, you can have like almost permanent stealth and permanent stasis. So you jump on people, stasis them, then you run around behind them so they can't fire back. So even though it has low energy capacity, it can be pretty good. And I'm a Tengu fan, so I might be a bit biased, but I would put Tengu in playable. I think it's playable at endgame. It's not that bad. Because it has stealth, that's its defense, and then in a brawl, if it's not against Eclipse, it can stasis, I guess Blizzfrost too, it can stasis like those mechs, right? Next up is...
I think if you're gonna put Tengu in playable, you have to put Scorpius and Onyx in playable. I'll allow him to put it there, but only under the condition that he puts Scorpius and Onyx in playable. I think that's fair.
Is Silverthorn. This is one of the newest mechs in the game. It is a legendary attacker. It has good speed, like 23, I think. It has pretty good HP as well. It has heavy energy capacity. It has the Blade Burst ability. The problem with this mech is just the ability's really bad. It's kind of like Gatecrasher, kind of like Onyx, kind of like Scorpius, even Redux. All of these are like these attackers with high energy capacity, but their abilities aren't good enough. It shoots these blades that do damage. They apply this effect that does like a bit of bonus damage after if you shoot them. It's like a kind of basically a DOT. If you fire at them, you get some DOT. It's not much DOT though. It locks enemies down, but only if you don't hit mods with the ability. So that's the problem. If this slowed them down, it not locks them down. Sorry, it slows them down. I think it just gives them stasis. So this wouldn't work on Eclipse. But this thing does have better stats, so I'm gonna put it just one above Gatecrasher. It does have better stats than Gatecrasher, and its ability is probably better because if the enemy doesn't have mod shields left, you can slow them down, which is much, much better than this. Because it needs to slow them down to have it. That's its only defense. Otherwise, it's just going to get destroyed by Revoker Scouts and stuff. If it could slow them down, stop them in their tracks, and then hit them with 32 energy capacity, you could, delete them, and you have your ability damage helping you out, right? But right now, it can't do that because, for whatever reason, this thing doesn't bypass mods, which is silly. They should change that, but they haven't yet, so this mech is not very good at all. Barely playable. Next is Volti. This is another pretty new mech. It is a legendary attacker as well. Volti...
It's 3 a.m. for you, bruh. Get out of here. What are you doing? Onyx ranking is crazy. It's at the top of the next tier down. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it and Gatecrasher
has, I don't know, like 20 kilometers an hour speed, heavy energy capacity. I think decent HP too. It has decent stats. Volti has the, I don't even know what it's called. It's the long range. It's like the EMP drone, or not EMP, like electric drone, something drone. But it teleports a drone above the enemy.
What is it called? Thunder something. Thunderstorm? Is it just Thunderstorm?
That does damage over time through walls at long range. It's a very strong ability in theory. It doesn't do crazy damage, but it's definitely not bad. I'd probably put it right here in between Guardian and Volti. Its ability's not bad. And Mimicker. Volti's not bad. Definitely can be played. It's better, though, like in early game. But I think it's still playable at endgame, I would say, yeah. Next up is the mech.
Volti is kind of underrated. Its ability range is really short. And that makes it difficult to deal with people late game, especially if they have a canopy and whatever. But it can do things like it can go through walls. It has ability damage that can go through walls at a relative decent range. Nothing else can do that. And that's pretty good. It's fairly niched, sure. It's fairly niched, but so is Guardian, right? I mean, what else? Like, freaking... I don't know, some of this other stuff is fairly niched. Like, would I say it's better than... I might even say it's better than Salver, to be honest.
Well, I've been waiting for Eclipse. Eclipse is very strong. Eclipse has medium energy capacity, good speed. It's very low HP.
Here's a story for y'all. So he's playing Hangar Showdown right now. So what I have on my main account, and I think I still have it too, on my main account, my Hangar Showdown lineup includes a Hornet Volti with all ability implants. You can increase the damage with 3 different implants for Volti. There are a lot of things that will just slowly chip down people. This is League 1, by the way, not even League 2. There are so many things that you just use your ability one time, and you just watch them slowly explode. And the panic on them as they're like, wait a second, it's not going away, I'm gonna die to this. It's great. I like it. It's funny every time. Volti and Hangar Showdown, even League 1 Hangar Showdown, is pretty darn good, yeah.
Legendary mech because it's a scout mech,
Dreadnought's the only
but
mech with
it has the
weapons in
phase
picture.
cloak where it ignores all debuff.
I wonder why that is. I probably chose... This is my tier list. I created it. I probably chose that one because the picture with the weapons were too big, and I didn't feel like making it really small in the picture.
Speeds up and gains
probably
stealth,
why.
so it can't be hit by guided weapons. It can't be hit by guided abilities like Outlaw's System Crash. It's fast, so it can get up close with Revoker. It works with almost any weapon. It counters so many things in the game except a mech we're about to get to, right? The new mech does counter this thing to some extent. Eclipse is meta. I think you all know this.
Mm-hmm.
I think... Okay, we know Eclipse and Surge are going to get nerfed. For now, I'm just going to put Eclipse as top. This is the best mech right now. When I'm making this list, this is the best mech. Just a little bit better
I
than
don't think
Surge,
so.
but we'll see. After the nerfs, could change. Or after Blizzfrost, you know what, let's just jump to it. Blizzfrost, next mech. This is the newest mech.
Eclipse is more versatile, but I think if you're talking general usefulness, I think Surge has got to be better. Because Surge, basically, it either counters or 50-50s almost everything. Like, even if you're talking just the top meta stuff, like Surge versus Eclipse, it's a 50-50. Eclipse doesn't counter Surge. No. Their abilities just don't affect each other. There's no advantage that Eclipse has over Surge. They both have the same HP, they both have the same firepower. It's 50-50. Surge versus Nomad, Surge wins. Surge versus even the Blizzler, the Surge is probably going to win. Surge versus another Surge, again, 50-50. So Surge either completely destroys or 50-50s almost everything. Whereas Eclipse will either completely die to something or, I don't know, maybe 50-50. Especially now that they... See, I think Eclipse has also lost a lot of value since they nerfed Revoker. Because using Revokers on Eclipse is actually a lot less usable now. One of the main things that made Eclipse so darn OP is the fact that it was fast enough to use Revoker, even with Revoker's low range. It was barely fast enough to use Revoker effectively, and Revoker's like 3 times better than any other weapon. And I'm being so serious, this is literally the reason. So, because Revoker's 3 times better than everything else, any mech that's capable of using it, any mech that's fast enough to use it, is automatically going to be really, really strong. And so since Eclipse can avoid all of the downsides of all of these other mechs that might, put an advantage on them, it can negate all of these other advantages that other mechs have, or at least most of them. It can negate all of those while also having like 3 times the firepower as them by just using a weapon that's 3 times better. The Eclipse is obviously going to be really ridiculously strong. Now, Surge can't do that because it will, 50-50 a lot of things, right? It doesn't ignore the effects of a lot of other abilities. It still suffers all of those, even though, it has its own abilities, sure, but yeah. There's, other mechs can put advantages, use their abilities to get an advantage on the Surge. But they can't really do that against an Eclipse. But now that Revoker's range and damage has been nerfed a bit, using Revoker on Eclipse is a lot less practical, and that makes Revoker Eclipse worse, which by default just makes Eclipse in general worse. Why does the Blizzler look the way in the picture, though? That's the only picture that I had. Well, it's the only picture that we had. We get, assets from Plarium. They give us pictures, and we're not allowed to share them, so don't ask.
And it does work. Somehow its ability, which is a status effect, works on Eclipse. Basically, this mech is only good for countering Eclipse. Like, it's okay. It's a scout with resistance.
Nah,
It gets
man.
resistance when it uses its ability. It freezes
I
enemies so
think
they
it'll like
can't move. It's
50-50 a
not EMP,
surge.
so they can keep shooting and use abilities, but they
Should beat a
can't jump
Nomad
away,
most of the
dash away,
time.
or walk away. They can't move at all. And
And
then
it'll
he has
nerf
medium energy
an
capacity.
Eclipse.
He has good speed. He speeds up during his ability. So he's good, but he gets countered by Lacewing, he gets countered by Hemlock, he gets countered by Deathwalker, he gets countered by Surge. All these things are stronger than him, right? If he gets stunned, he's dead. If he gets attacked by Deathwalker, he can't, recover. He only has medium energy capacity. He can't destroy things that quickly. He doesn't have like high damage output, but he does counter Eclipse because he can lock down Eclipse and then turns.
Yeah, but here's my problem with him listing all of the things that counter it. Here's my problem with him saying that like, oh, a Surge can kind of counter it, a Hemlock can kind of counter it, Lacewing and Deathwalker can kind of counter it. And that obviously means that it's worse than those, right? Then why is Eclipse at the top? Why is Eclipse at the top? It loses to Deathwalker, loses to Lacewing, loses to Nomad. 50-50's a Surge. Loses to Blizzler. I'm not calling it Blizzfrost. And honestly, probably 50-50's a Hemlock too. Why is Eclipse at the top? You can't use that logic one time and then not you continue that logic somewhere else. So I think this deserves to be. I don't know. Do I think it's better? No. I'm not saying that this. I'm not using this as an argument to say that this is actually higher up the list. I'm actually using this as an argument to say that Eclipse is lower down the list. But I mean, this generally counters a lot of good stuff.
On resistance, which means he will brawl Eclipse and win. So this is new. My placement for this might change.
Mod. Yeah, I had to make him a mod because people keep spamming. If somebody wants to be a mod and you've been here for a long time, and I recognize you as a person who's like, not annoying, just let me know. Eclipse up close even loses to Gatecrasher. Well, assuming they have the same weapons. See, that's the difference. That's the difference. And again, it goes back to literally just Revoker. Everything just came down to Revoker. Because if you assume that they have the same weapons, Eclipse loses to every single legendary mech, period. How much does it pay? Nothing. You get to work for free. I don't pay you nothing. But no, it's and I have no expectations of you either. Really, it's just a matter of like if you feel like if you're active in the chat usually, and you're one of those people who, if you want to get rid of all these spammers that are being annoying, you want to help out, that's fine. I'm not giving you anything. I'm not paying anything. But I also don't expect you to show up. Like you show up if you feel like it, and that's it. You'll be a mod for $211 a year. Oh, I got you, bro. I don't know if my wallet can afford that. Even Onyx. Why would an Eclipse win against an Onyx? Are you saying that Eclipse should beat an Onyx? No, Onyx has more firepower, an ability that deals damage, and I think more HP as well. Why in the world would it lose? No, if you're giving it the same, again, if you're giving them the same weapon, Eclipse loses to everything. The reason Eclipse is so OP, or at least the reason it was so OP, is that it could get away with, just barely, get away with using a weapon that's really low range, but 3 times the effectiveness of everything else. You would like to be one? Alright. With Eclipse, the thing is you have to be more mechanically skilled and just juke the bots. Okay, well, like, we're talking bots and whatever. I don't really care, but I'm talking like top meta, whatever. We're talking like max meta, whatever. Since you added surprise and all the spammers have been beamed quickly, you correct. I give you permission to use Burrow Beam on their ass. Delete them from existence. Now it's pointless because Revoker's a point-blank range weapon now. That range nerf and damage at range nerf made Revoker Eclipse specifically significantly worse, yes. Which made Eclipse by extension a bit worse. It's still obviously meta. It's still meta because it can ignore a lot of these effects. But it is worse, right? And so yeah, essentially the argument that I was making earlier is essentially just that I think Eclipse should be brought down a few pegs. I think it should be put below Deathwalker. Yeah.
I think right now it's only strong. Probably here, though. It's not bad, because it can counter Eclipse again. Eclipse is going to get nerfed, so who knows how strong this will be. Because if Eclipse gets nerfed bad, it's worse. This guy probably goes down. The stocks for Blizzfrost probably go down, if that makes sense. But for now, Blizzfrost is basically good as a counter for Eclipse.
Well, he's making the assumption that the entire point or the entire benefit of this mech is that it counters Eclipse specifically, but I don't think that's true. Because it counters Nomad, and it probably 50-50s or maybe even counters a Surge. It'll probably counter Surge by the time it gets nerfed. So it'll probably be able to counter all of the major scouts. But it itself is not, like, super fast. And one of the main reasons that I'm not saying that that this mech is going to be, like, a top meta thing, I actually don't mind that he brought it down a tier, is the fact that it doesn't have a dash. It doesn't have a dash, which makes it kind of weak. It's in the same boat as Eclipse, where it's not fast enough to use Revoker, so what do you use on it, right? You have to use something that's weaker. Now you could use, like, Burrow Beam or something, maybe, yeah. And if the weapon meta changes to something that's a bit more ranged, then we might have there'd be different arguments made, right? But, yeah, at least for now, that is the way that it is, yeah.
Next up is Vortex. Vortex is a legendary tank mech, one of my favorite mechs. I love my Vortex. It turns on a ability where it basically gets like a speed boost. It gets a speed boost, it gets 50% damage resistance. This is a tank mech, so normally it's slow, but with the speed boost it becomes very quick. It's a tank, so again, it also has high HP, which means with the resistance stacking, with the speed...
Eclipse can definitely bait Blizzfrost. You could bait anything, bro. Do you not know what a counter is? A counter is just one mech that generally beats another mech. In a general scenario where both people are equally skilled. Nobody ever, not a single time, nobody ever, at any point, said that this thing always beats this thing point blank. Just period, no questions asked. Surge always beats no, a Nomad can beat a Surge. There are specific requirements for it, but it definitely can. So long as a Nomad stays out of range, Nomad has more HP. So, like, I don't know, you can just do it that way. But you know what I'm saying? It's counter. It's not. Splitting hairs is not really.
It's very powerful during its ability. Its only weakness during its ability basically is just like stun from Surge or Hemlock. And even then, like a Surge can't kill you with Revoker. If you have your ability on, that's how tanky this guy is. He is the second highest HP just after Bastion, but then with a 50% damage resistance, he's super tanky. Now, he can't always kill a Surge, but he can survive a Surge, which is nice. The problem is that his cooldown is so long, his duration is short, so the window where he's strong is short. It's a little too short. Like, Blizzfrost is in its... they have similar abilities, right? They both activate speed and resistance.
I mean, the resistance is the main thing that makes it good. If you have the cloak speed implant, the matchup becomes more 50-50. I think you misunderstand. I think you misinterpret this. And you probably think that Eclipse counters Surge. It's not true. The reason Has nothing to do with the making you sit still. It really doesn't. It has very little to do with that. The reason that the Blizzler counters Eclipse is because it's just way stronger. It has twice the HP for like 5 seconds or something like that, and then just generally has more HP. And they're the same speed, so if you're gonna say, well, if I was using Revoker Eclipse, well, then you just use Revoker Blizzler. I mean, they're the same speed. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a weird argument to make. It's not an argument. You're just explaining how you personally would counter. You would counter a disadvantage that you have, and that's fine from a gameplay perspective. I completely understand you from a gameplay perspective. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about just general counters to general things. Right? So when I say Surge counters Nomad, I'm not saying that at no point ever will a Nomad ever beat a Surge. Right? It's the same argument. Like, if I was a Nomad and I was fighting against a Surge, you better know that I'd be doing different things to try to put an advantage on myself. And you could win. I could win. But again,
Blizzfrost is in resistance more of the time and can cycle quicker. Its cooldown is shorter, its duration is shorter too, but it when it needs the resistance and speed, it has it more of the time than Vortex does. So Vortex is strong, I think. Is it better than? Yeah, I think it is. All right, I'm gonna put.
You know what actually gets me thinking right now? Something that I just thought of. Would it even maybe be better for like if you're using Blizzler? Would it maybe even be better to purposely use your ability with nobody inside of it to gain the speed boost? You'd gain less resistance. You'd still gain resistance. You get 50%. But it'd be less than what you could have. Would it be better to do that and gain the speed boost 20%, I believe? For the sake of using something like Revoker. I actually don't know. Max range you can get on Blizzler ability. Well, it's 30 meters base, which means the 30% implant would get you up to 39. Have you seen Mech Arena address some issues with free-to-play and other stuff on the YouTube? No, that's not really what they're doing. They haven't addressed anything. They didn't do anything. Not on that post. Like, they didn't announce any changes that they were going to make. They were just like, here's all the stuff that we did for you this year. Please be grateful. That's it. The duration's too short? Yeah, you're probably right.
I'm going to put Salver here. Salver basically it depends on if you have teammates again, right? But I think Vortex is barely strong. I'm a little biased, maybe Dreadnought. I'm going to leave it like this for now. I might rearrange at the end, but we have one more mech to go, so let's finish the last mech, which is Zephyr. Zephyr is a epic support mech with the EMP pulse. Zephyr's slow. Zephyr is squishy. It doesn't have high HP. It has medium energy capacity, so the stats of this mech are not good, but it does have a stun. Stun is a very powerful ability, 30-meter range stun. It's hard to get kills, though, because the stun is short. It's only 3 seconds, and you're slow, so it takes you a long time to get to the enemy. That's the difference between it and Surge. Surge dashes, then applies a 4-second EMP, so it's close and can hit them with the Revoker, right? Zephyr stuns them, but then has to run over to them, and it's slow, doesn't have a dash, and it's only a 3-second EMP. So Zephyr is sadly not as strong as it used to have a 6-second one, which was very annoying, but Zephyr was a lot better back then. I think Zephyr is definitely mid-game, though.
Really? But, yeah.
Man, I don't know. Zephyr could be better than these guys. Zephyr's not bad. Zephyr's not that bad.
It's not bad.
Better than Gatecrasher? Maybe so. Maybe it's right here. Because, again, the stun is super,
I wouldn't
super
put it
good.
in playable. I'd put it in mid-game.
It's not playable at endgame. Alright, you know what? Just for the sake of it, I'm going to put Lancer. Very bottom of playable at endgame. That's what it's going to be.
Wow.
And then Zephyr's going to be top of mid-game.
Top of
And then we're going to knock one of these down. I think Shadow's going to have to take the hit, and it's going to go down here. Okay, so I'm going to make some changes and then show you guys my finalists. This is after the first nerfs we had and before any of the other 3 were announced, and then this is, like, what, like 4 days. I'm making this after Blizzfrost it was introduced. So yeah, this one is, I just can't know that much yet because it's just so new. But I'll come back to you guys in just a second and show you my final tier list. Okay, so I've made some changes. You guys can
The
see them all
only
here.
mech that needs a buff is Arachnos. Arachnos is fine in early game.
See, here's the problem, and we talked about this earlier. Here's the problem with making a tier that's called Please Buff. Having it below early and mid game. Because by definition, you're essentially saying that this stuff is worse than the stuff for early game. But that's not really true. There's a lot of things that need buffs. They're really bad for what they are, and they desperately need a buff, but, you know, they're still better than, like, early game mechs. They'll still, you know, it's still usable mid-game. Like Brickhouse. Like, Brickhouse is really bad for a legendary mech, but it's okay mid-game. And he did put it up here. I don't know what he changed, because I wasn't, like, paying that much attention. He did keep Tenguin playable, and he moved these down, which I find heresy. He put Dreadnought in strong. I agree with that. I think it belongs there. He moved Solus down. Wow. This man does not like Solus. Salver, sure. Whatever. Salver's, it's in one of these two. I don't know. I haven't thought too much about it. Panther, Bastion. Yeah, most of these are pretty fine. I would not put these two here. I'm thinking I'm thinking these are like, you know, 12,000 SP at least, right? So I don't think I would put either of these really in there. Probably put them there. I mean, like, Gatecrasher, Redox, Scorpius, Onyx. I'd probably put them in playable. I think they're more usable than these two are, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. And I'd also move this. Definitely Parasite needs to be in meta. I think he was doing his best to keep the meta list as short as possible, so that people know, like, oh, here's, like, the absolute top stuff. Myself, personally, I think the meta consists, like, the actual meta consists of, like, maybe 8 or 9 things. Max Tengu is so fun, but not late game. Well, yeah, it's the sort of things like 6,000 SP, it's gonna be strong. 8 to 10,000 SP, it's gonna be okay. Late game, no. Like, where everything's max level? No, I don't think so. Why does the Tengu picture have dual gravitons? That's just the picture that Plarium gave us, bro. I don't know. They don't know what they don't know what things look like. That's why. That's the only reason, that they don't know what things look like. Flu Clan doesn't pay? What do you mean? No, I mean, like, they don't pay me for being there. What do you mean? You think Eclipse is better than Surge? I don't think so, no. I mean, you're free to have your own opinion, but, like, damn. Being aggressive with it. You get a weekly allowance in that class. Saying that is a really good way to get people to want to join your clan. The unfortunate thing is that the people who are going to be trying to join your clan are going to be like 3,000 SP. Almost as cursed as that one Eclipse from the Mech Spotlight. Bro, it's not a big deal. It's literally, this is the picture that I've always shown, dude. It's like every single time it's been the same. Yeah. Anyway, this is BMP's list. There's a couple things in the hold on, let me show a couple things in the other corner. That's what it looks like. Or well, I wasn't really I wasn't even covering up anything. No, it's just a big empty spot. Nice. Okay. Didn't even need to. How Arachnos is the only mech down there. Yeah, that's a problem, is that he made this entire tier that kind of doesn't belong.
too easy to troll, bro, I know. All you have to do is say, I don't like Killshot, and all of a sudden, like, half the community is up in arms. Anyway. Very interesting. I want to see...
Go down here. Okay.
Let's see what some of the comments are. Wish you had gameplay of the mechs you were speaking about. Yeah. That's fair. What do we say about that? Not worth my time. I don't really get anything out of these videos. I know that's the better way to do it. I mean, like... True. But you may as well have just not shown anything. I mean, you may as well have not shown anything. And also, let's be honest, like, I think if you try to put your best effort into stuff, then people are more likely to actually pay attention to what you have to say. And, I mean, like, my tier lists, bro, my tier lists are my best performing videos. A blue Savant marker lock-on is not a glitch, but a Quasher lock-on. Yeah, this guy has been commenting that on several things. I knew that, like, pretty much right off the start. I was pretty sure that that was the case, but yeah, no, he's correct. Fair enough. Get the info out there. But yeah, no, like, I think it's, like, it's kind of fair. I understand his perspective of, like, it's not really worth my time, so I'm not really going to put a lot of effort into it. And some of my videos, I am like that as well. Where it's like, I kind of know that it's, I'm kind of just doing it for the sake of, you know, putting something out there for you guys. And I don't really care that much about making sure it's, like, the best ever. And I doubt you guys care either. But, I mean, my tier list videos, my top video right now is my most recent tier list video. It used to be the Gear Hub guide, but now it's my tier list video. Which is ridiculous. 69,000. And yeah, so like there's definitely a demand for it, right? So like my point is essentially like there's definitely a demand for videos like this. But if you're just gonna kind of willy-nilly it, then I don't think anyone's gonna really respect your opinion, and they're not gonna bother listening to what you have to say. You thought the blue Savant lock was your teammate bot about to blast you with Savant? That's crazy. Guide for Beginners really helped. Glad it did. I will be making a more updated version. That one that I have, the most recent one that I have, is fairly accurate, but not fully accurate. I mean, like, so long as you keep up with me as new stuff releases, so long as you keep up with the channel, then you should be fine. Because I'm always, like, saying all the different things that I think. There's nothing, like, I'm not really hiding anything. Like, so long as you're a regular of the channel, you watch all of my videos and some of my streams, then you probably don't even really need the Gear Hub guide or the tier lists or anything like that. Had a monster. Oh, you know him, bro. Hyped for the Savant vid? Oh, brother. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Do I use it late? I don't know, bro. I'll figure something out. I'll make one. I might not make a buffed Hellfire video. Well, maybe I should. I don't know. It's so bad still. It literally didn't change. But anyway. The pinned comment is BMP's video. That is this tier list. If you want to go share your opinions on this tier list, go click that link, visit his video, and leave a comment on his video. There you go. And, yeah, I'll make my own pretty soon. Before the holidays for sure. That's the goal, is to have... Set myself up, bro. The goal is to have mech tier list, weapon tier list, implant guide, and free-to-play Gear Hub guide all out before Christmas. So, wish me luck. Thanks. I'm gonna need it. You don't think using it for speed boost to use Revokers is a good idea? Brother, how far back in the stream are you? My man, that was 20 minutes ago. Alright. Yeah. I'm going to call it there, I think. Somebody DM me. I'll just read that in a bit. Hold on, we'll see. What's going on? Oh no, did I miss Oh dear. Somebody pinged me. What did I miss? Oh, okay. I thought maybe I missed a finals session with the 211. We got me and Nihilus convinced Scape to play the finals with us. And I think he's having fun. So I might play more of that later tonight too. Nuzlocke stream when? True. I will do that, but it's not top of my priorities. It's not top of my priority. I have a lot of other stuff that I need to work on. Definitely not top of my priorities, but the next time I stream, maybe I do that, yeah. Unless there's something interesting, like another Crate Rush event or something. I just haven't streamed on this account for a little while, I don't think, so I just wanted to do. Finals is a goated game, yeah, so real, bro. But yeah, appreciate everybody for stopping by. See you later. Bye-bye.